feed him tuna.
Oh, wow, he must be strong, mashallah. You know what they do with Cat Zero inside Israel? So there's an article. I wish that tan fucker was here. I would tell him there's an article every year. There's about about 100 to 200 volunteers inside Israel. They get together, and once a year they go look for the animals. You know, the wild animals on the road, like stray cats or whatever, or dogs, and to protect them because these motherfuckers, these terrorists, Zionist Jews, they throw them in the blaze. Can you believe it?
What?
Isn't that? They throw them in the fire.
In fucking fire, dude?
Yeah. And it pisses me off. Even the animals are not safe. I'll put the link in the chat for you guys. You can read the particular event that they have. Let me give you the link right here.
But I'm not doing it to my fucking cat.
No, but I know. But the thing is, brother, look, I already feel bad and triggered people that were getting killed and burned alive. But then when you look at cats, even the cats are not safe. Like the animals are not safe inside Israel. Like this is a demonic, disgusting entity. I was going to tell Tan that I have a video of the kids that have a cat kicking contest once a year. Not once a year. They have who can kick the cat the highest. I have a video of that as well. And they like to throw cats. I put the article in the chat. You can read up on it. And they like to throw cats off the roof of the building as well. And not to mention, in Gaza, when they were burning, when they were burning people alive, when they were killing them, they even burned a whole bunch of animals. You know, this demonic piece of shit entity nothing is safe. Even the trees they destroyed from 2022 to up till now, they've destroyed 1 million olive trees in Gaza.
That is so fucking psycho, dude.
You know how long it takes for the olive trees? It takes 40 to 50 years for it to grow, make strong. And it starts giving you olives. You have to look after it. You have to water it right. You got to do it properly. And these motherfuckers, they destroyed 1 million olive trees.
Fucking psychos, dude.
Disgusting animals. And this is why the tan guy that was in here, I feel bad for the Israeli mothers. Shut the fuck up.
Did you know they don't even work? Palestinians pay taxes for them to live.
Yeah.
No job.
They do. So majority of them, like the secular Jews, they work in the IDF. But there's even some Muslims. There's about 300 to 400 of them. But it takes you out of full Islam. You become a kafir. That's automatically if you serve in that fucking IDF. You know, and IDF is known to do atrocities against Palestinians, and now it's doing against Lebanese, Iranians, Assyrians. They're fucking all over the world.
Yeah, but I have a question since we're on the topic. I mean, what do you think of these Palestinians who are Israeli citizens, or they call them the Arab Israelis?
So those, I'll give you examples. So if you look into the history, about 47, 48, there was a lots of them. Hey, what's up, Fire? There was a lots of them. There was about 140,000, according to the historians. They were... according to the historians, about 138,000 of them, they did not leave Israel. They did not leave the new state called Israel because they thought they were not going to be allowed back. So what ended up happening, the ones that were left in those villages, the disgusting Zionist terrorist Jews, they went around to these villages, grabbed them, and they cherry-picked who gets to stay, who doesn't get to stay. They emptied out the villages. They moved them to a different village. And from 1948 up to 1966, they put them under military law. So every little aspect of their life, they were not citizens. They were inside Israel. It was control. Movement was control. There was a lot of checkpoints. Where you going? Why are you going? And they would get harassed as well, just like what's happening in the West Bank. The 920 checkpoints in the West Bank. Same thing was going on inside Israel from 1948 up to 1966 for the Palestinians. But then after 1966, they did give them the Israeli citizen.
So basically, they get them to do dirty work.
Yes. So they're Palestinians. And they have Israeli, so they don't have full self-determination of it. So if you're a Jew, right, they passed a law in 2018, Israel passed a law, it's a self-determination exclusively and unique to the Jews. Not to the Arabs, Muslims, not to the Arab Christians, just to the Jews. So the state of Israel is built on Jewish supremacy.
Yeah. Israeli or Palestinian Israelis, whatever you want to call them.
So the role of who? They're just doing whatever they're doing, like they're working, and do you know that their areas are underfunded? There's a lot of discrimination against the Arabs inside Israel. I'll give you some service. Back in 2015, there was a survey. 72% of Arab, Palestinian, the Arabs, Christians, and Muslims, they face 72% of them. They said they have faced discrimination inside Israel by the Zionist terrorist Jews. Okay, and there was another survey in 2022, according to Jerusalem Post, was about 37%, right? And then after 7th of October, the rate actually went up again. And I'll give you a survey in 2025, 82% of Israeli Jews, they wanted to take Palestinians out of Israel. 56% of them, they wanted to take the Arabs out of Israel. 46% of them, they wanted to destroy everything to do with Palestinian identity and everything in Gaza. You see what I'm saying? So when you look at the surveys of it, it pisses you off that this is the type of demonic piece of shit entity is in there. And Rose comes in here, she's an anti-Zionist Jew. She was born inside Israel. And I respect her, right? She's an anti-Zionist and she does a lot for the Palestinians. She talks about it, she brings awareness, whatever. But at the same time, you have and they're in minority. They're not in majority. But the Zionist terrorist Jews, they're in majority and they're fucking people up.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
I think Israeli society has just been getting. When you really think about it, over the years, Israeli society just got worse and worse and worse. And I think after October 7th, it was just like that was like the climax, and now it's just down this very dark path. I have no idea how this society can reconcile, how this society can start to humanize Arabs at all, because it's just been so ingrained in them.
I don't know, man. To be like, how do you live with yourself? Like, you go into Gaza, you're occupying their land, you're oppressing and suppressing them for over 50 years. Their history is older than the Iranian Revolution that happened in 1979, right? Their history started in the 37th. And there are some Iranians, they always bring this up. Oh, the Palestinian. I said, yes, their history is older than yours. Because this regime history started in 79, right? And it's a different type of history. They're under occupation, belligerent occupation. The water, they can't even go past 5 miles on water. But Iran allows you to go past 5 miles, so you can go for fishing. You know, but if you have a ship or something, and you're civilian, Gaza, it's the airspace is controlled by who? Controlled by Israel. But in Iran, I mean, if you want to fly a drone, I think they would allow you to fly a drone anywhere in Iran. I don't think they have any restrictions on that.
Yeah, but I think people would start running if they saw it.
You can fly it, but it'll just get.
What did you say, Ahmed?
I said you can fly a drone, it'll get shot down.
They will shoot it down?
Yeah.
No, but I'm saying like those personal drones.
Oh, you mean like video drones?
Yeah, the personal drones. Like, people that buy them and they want to fly it, like, they live in Iran, Iranian citizens.
Oh, you mean like for videography and pictures?
Yeah, video, whatever, just for a project or something. I think they would allow that. They don't have problem.
Okay, you needed to specify that, because when we're talking about drones, we're talking.
We're not talking about military-grade drones, bro. We're not talking about military-grade drones. You're talking about military-grade.
That's where my mind is at right now.
Yeah. I'm saying there's a lot of stuff.
I was like, okay, where are the air defenses?
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that's fucked up. Like in the West Bank, they can't even collect rainwater.
Yeah, it's like bad Muslim. This is my water. Promised to me 3,000 years ago by God.
Yeah.
Ilan Pape says that 90% of Zionists don't believe in God, but they all believe that God gave them the Holy Land.
Yeah. He's a historian, Ilan Pape. Benny Morris is another one. Benny Morris was actually defending the ethnic cleansing that happened during Nakba.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate.
Yeah. Are you Christian? Are you Jewish? Are you Muslim, Ahmed?
How about you guess?
I don't know. Are you Muslim? I mean, Iranian majority of them are Muslims.
Yeah, but look at, but I don't know, maybe you can guess from my last name.
What is it? Najatem? I don't know, bro. I don't know.
He's Christian. I think he's Armenian.
You're Christian?
No, I'm Jewish.
Oh, you're Jewish?
What?
Oh. I didn't know. So you're Persian Jew.
Yes.
So they call you Mizrahi, right? Or Sephardic?
Well, actually, Mizrahi really means from the east, right? In Hebrew means from the east.
Yeah, it means from the East, yeah.
And these ethnic groups of Jews like Ashkenazi and Sephardic, those were the really old. Like Ashkenazi is a term that was used way before the creation of the state of Israel. But
Yep.
and Sephardim refers to the Jews who were expelled from Spain. But Mizrahi was kind of coined after the state of Israel, and it was used to what is it called? Organize Jews into another subcategory, which was like Jews of the Arab world. Persian Jews typically themselves, although you will find a lot of Persian Jews who have the last name Mizrahi, but they would just go like, no, I'm a Persian Jew. I'm not Mizrahi. I'm not Sephardic, because Sephardic means Jews who were expelled from Spain, but Persian Jews are Jews who were expelled from Babylon and then stayed in the Persian Empire after Cyrus the Great.
So, are you anti-Zionist?
I mean, I really would take a wild guess. I mean, if I was,
I'm asking you.
You would have cursed me out by now a million times.
No, I know. And I think you know the talking points, right, for the Zion.
Yeah, I don't think he's the one to be
Look, I respect the anti-Zionist Jews, but the ones that are committing atrocities on that land, they're Zionist terrorist Jews, bro. They're killing babies and whatnot. The IDF is full of it. You know, I don't have a problem with the Judaism, right? I respect the religion, just like it says in my scripture, lakum dinakum waliyadin. What that means, you got your belief, I got my belief, right? And I don't have a problem with Judaism, but I like to call it spade a spade. I got tired of calling people Zionists because then people were confused. What type of Zionists are these? Are these Zionists Christians, Muslims, terrorists, or Jews? What type of Zionists are committing crimes on the land? So I've switched up. And after this so-called war with Lebanon and Iran or whatever, I start saying this because I have to call a spade a spade. These are Zionist terrorist Jews that are serving in the IDF, that are committing, against people.
Yeah, that's I agree, but I mean, I really just, I'll be really honest. I'm kind of I'm kind of done with the word, using the word terrorist, because it's just been overused by so many people on the right that they call anybody a terrorist. That's anybody who does sign of resistance a terrorist or whatever. And so I'm like, you know what? Terrorists are subjective. So you want to just say committing violence, yeah.
I got you, but look, I appreciate. I think you're anti-Zionist Jew. I really appreciate it. It's in minority.
I mean,
The numbers.
I will tell you this. Look, I'll tell you this. Zionism. People who identify Zionist, it's because they have an identity crisis. I think in the Jewish community, the overwhelming identity is to be a Zionist, because they never really were taught any other identity other than to be like, because you were a Jew and you were expelled from everywhere else in the world, the only place you have is the state of Israel. Therefore, your loyalty is to the state and nowhere else. And by default, you must be a Zionist. So it has taken the monopoly on what it means to be a Jew. So even if somebody wants to, especially if you're a Jew from the Arab world, it's like, there's no such thing as a Jew from the Arab. It's a fiction. It's a made-up name. Right, and so they just say like, I'm a Jew. They never considered me Arab. So, but that just that ignores like how people identify themselves. If your mother tongue is Arabic, you lived in an Arabic-speaking country, or you lived in a Persian, like Iran. Your mother tongue is Farsi, or your mother tongue is Persian. Then you're a Persian Jew, or you're an Arab Jew, or you're a Russian Jew. Nobody argues against somebody being a Russian Jew or a Persian Jew. So if you say you're an Arab Jew, they say like, oh, well, that doesn't make sense. You can't be. It's a contradiction. It's like trying to be left and right at the same time.
Well, does it really matter? If you're a Jew, you're a Jew. Doesn't matter where you're born. We had a lot of Jews in Iraq back in the day,
I
but
know, but
yeah.
I think, yeah, for the Zionists, it doesn't matter where you're born. A Jew is a Jew. I mean, okay, well, I think it's important because Jewish identity is shaped by all of these different cultures. A Jew from Iraq is very different from a Jew from Germany. A Jew
How do you
in
define
Iran is
identity?
Well, that depends on who you ask. I define identity through
I'm
language.
asking you.
And I identify identity through language and cultural upbringing. So I personally, as a Persian Jew, I feel I have much more in common with anybody who's Persian, even if they're not a Jew, because I have very little in common with other Jews who aren't of Persian origin, and other than the fact that we have the same religion, and even me, I'm not even that religious. So how much in common do I have with somebody who's a Jew from Germany? Unless maybe we get along, we like the same music, but just culturally, linguistically, I don't have much in common with them.
So the question is, I'm sure you've spoken to Zionist Jews, right? How do you engage with them? I mean, you have Jewish background. Do they call you like a self-hating Jew?
Listen, I live under censorship, extreme censorship. It's absolutely suicide for me to even open my mouth. So
Do you live in Iran?
I maybe
No, they live in America.
live in the U.S. If I lived in Iran, I could be openly anti-Zionist and not here from it. But I just feel like in the community, in my family, it's just not worth it. If I'm engaging with people who I'm not related to, who are in a different space, where I can express, then I choose to engage with them. Otherwise, engaging with other people, it's just a lost cause. I know it's gonna go nowhere, and it's just gonna cost me my relationships.
So you just have a very hardcore social bubble.
Yeah, unfortunately, and many other anti-Zionist Jews are like that. But with the whole point that I want to say, my whole reasoning for being anti-Zionist is not obviously of the human rights abuses that happen under the name of Zionism. It's inexcusable, and it's objective evil, right? It's a cruelty that I cannot support, and I'm actively against. But part of one of my biggest problems with Zionism, before even you talk about the human rights violations that it commits, it's the identity aspect. It basically says you are a Jew only, first and only, and therefore your any other identity is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. You are a Jew, and therefore you must only identify as a Jew and with the state of Israel, and your whole identity is based on the fact that you were kicked out of many countries for many thousands of years and were discriminated against, and now that discrimination is your identity. The fact that you were discriminated against by everyone, now you have to internalize that and make it part of your identity, which is why so many other Jews who grew up with this mentality, they feel that the whole world is against them. I mean, okay, yeah, there was anti-Semitism in the world for hundreds and thousands of years, but that we're living in the modern world, and you can't move forward as a society if you think the whole world just wants to kill you because you're Jewish. And I learned, just by making friends outside of my community and giving people the benefit of the doubt that, yeah, no, the whole world doesn't just hate you just for being Jewish. They just care about if you're a good person.
Yeah, that's true. And I actually was doing business with people in Los Angeles, prior to the 7th of October, but after that,
Listen, I made friends with Arabs from Khalij, from the Gulf, and these are people in LA. And I'm not gonna deny that I had these biases, as a kid, that anybody who's speaking Arabic or who clearly looks Arab, like, oh my God, I should be scared, or I should be worried. But I'm not gonna lie, like, I'm not kidding. Like, I was actually like, oh my God, I didn't know, because when you grow up in a bubble and you're told to be scared of a certain type of people, you don't know any better. And then, but through my experiences, is that I started talking to them. I just always gave the benefit of that. Okay, let's see if they're really violent. Let's see if they're really hateful, right? And all I did was just be friendly. And I just feel like a rule of life is, if you're respectful, people will be respectful in return to you.
I mean, you're a Persian and a Jew, and you're making friends with people from the Gulf? That's crazy.
I mean, that's... no, I wasn't... it just happened by accident. Yeah, that's like double enemy. Oh my God, that's funny. No, but I'm not kidding. Like, even when I first went to college, for the first time I saw, up close, like, women wearing hijab, and I went to college here in LA, and even looking at that would give me, like, would have some sort of fear inside me, right? And then it just took me a while to get used and adapt to talking to people of different religious backgrounds, like specifically from a Muslim background, and not feel threatened by it. It did take me time.
It's probably because when you were a kid, you learned that from since you were a kid. So yeah, it grows with you.
But that's the thing with Persian, Persian Jews. There's something that they don't really talk about. There's like the parents of these children. They experience some discrimination in Iran, right? Even at the time of the Shah. Give me one. So what I was saying, yeah, a lot of these parents of Iranian Jews, they experience some discrimination. Some of them more than others, and that discrimination, it stays with you, and then they pass it down to the children. Now the difference is that those parents who grew up in Iran, they know the difference between just a regular Iranian who comes from a Muslim background but doesn't give a fuck, and somebody who's a devout Shia who does hold some anti-Semitic beliefs. But the problem is, when you teach this to your children, and the only thing you teach them is like, oh, I was discriminated because I was a Jew and they were a Muslim, then the children, the only thing they know, the only thing that they learn is not nuance, that there's a difference. They in their mind, they categorize like, oh, so it's like all Iranians, it's like all Muslims who are like this. This is what goes into the subconscious of a child.
Well, yeah, but it's not just that. It's your social bubble. You never got to socialize with different people from different backgrounds, so all different families, which really engraved it in you.
Yeah.
Wait, Omar, have you ever lived in Iran?
I've been to Iran, but I haven't lived there.
Oh.
When I was a kid, I had like this Sega. It had a football game. I used to pick Israel because their flag was blue and I liked blue, bro.
Where from Iran are you originally from?
Tehran.
Oh, Tehran.
But I think on my dad's side, from Kashan. A lot of Jews in Iran, they came from Kashan.
Actually,
I think during the revolution, some of the Jews were kicked out of Iran. I think it was pretty big number.
So in the revolution, there was a Jewish businessman who was executed. His name was Habib El-Ghanyan, and he was a big Jewish, he's a millionaire, philanthropist. He built the Palaspol building, which burned down in 2017. And ever since his execution, so many Jews disappeared for their lives, so they just left. But, today, as you know, like a couple thousand, 10,000 to 20,000 Jews have stayed in the country, albeit, under restrictions, but also not living under the Nazi dictatorship.
Right. No, I think the Jews actually thrived under the Muslim kingship, right?
I mean, yeah, of course, compared to
Christian and
medieval.
Yeah. But the thing is, this is one of the talking points that they bring up. Like if you talk to the Zionist Jews from Israel, they bring up this point. Oh, it was a dhimmi system. It was this. If you look into it, actually, that dhimmi system, it wasn't all good, but it was really good in a sense where it provided protection.
Listen, it was a discriminatory system, but it was it was a second-class citizen system, but it wasn't like a straight up, what's the word?
But you didn't have to serve in the military, and they provided protection. If they could not provide protection, they'll refund you the money. You see what I'm saying?
So again, the dhimmi system, it basically meant you're a second-class citizen, but it also didn't mean like you were gonna get killed and what's the word? Like you could still live a life and not be scared for your life, but you were still a second-class citizen. That's the best way to describe it.
Yeah, but even right now, though, I'll give you some examples. So right now, they have this, what you call it? They actually, I lived in Saudi Arabia. I'm a Muslim, okay? And me as a Muslim, they put me under kafala system. Me, my family, my dad, and everybody, right? Now, the kafala system discriminates. It's like you get treated as a second or third class citizen. There's a lot of things you can't do when you're under kafala system, okay? So I can make the same argument. Coming from a Muslim background, I still get treated as second or third class citizen, you know what I'm saying, in those countries, in the GCC countries, when they put you in the kafala system. So, I don't know, and it's happening right now in today's world. So,
Hey, Amir, was that because you're not Arab?
Yep. No, it's not because you're not Arab. Even the Arabs, when they go to Saudi Arabia, right, and if they're from Egypt or whatever country, Iraq or whatever, they do not, what's the deal? But yeah, they'll put you in the kafala system, and the kafala system is everything needs to be, like back in the days when I lived over there, you couldn't even buy a car under your name. My dad had to find a Saudi citizen, and he would be like the primary person on there. And then my dad would be like a secondary or third person on there. And same thing with the businesses or whatever.
Yeah, no, I heard about the property, owning property or owning real estate and ownership over there. Okay, I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know about now, but back in the days it was very strict.
So does that limit down to where you're actually from now?
Yeah, you could find out. Anybody else? Oh, we have Dr. Crystal, Burrow. If you guys want to come up, I send you invites.
So what's the latest, by the way? What do you think is happening now?
Well, he tweeted about blocking State of Hormuz. Hey, what's up, Crystal? How you doing today? Alaikum salam. What you been up to?
Nothing. I don't want to interrupt. Go on.
Yeah. We were just talking about the Strait of Hormuz. Trump tweeted, like a retarded old man he is, he tweeted about that he wants to put a block on he wants to put a block on Strait of Hormuz. Now the big thing is we're going to have to see how he'll do it. Because so far there's been two carrier ships have been bombed or attacked by Iran. One was Gerald Ford. The other one was what's the name of the other one? Let me see. The other one was USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier.
So I guess the U.S. I mean, if there's no deal, which I still think is a possibility, right? You know, I'm still betting on that. But what I'm curious is if that doesn't happen, right, within a day or a couple of days, whatever, right, a week or so, do you think that they're just going to create their own choke point now to stop even everyone, which is what they're trying to do with the blockade? So they're going to basically create a choke point for everyone.
For Iran?
Yeah. No, U.S. for everyone. She's going to stop it all.
They can't.
Why?
Because on water, I was reading of this yesterday. I was going back and forth with Samoa, and I was able to
go in the straits. They can block everything on the core, everything leaving the straits. They can just literally.
That's what I'm saying. Gulf of Oman, wherever they block, Iran has access to.
No, they can block it from leaving, though. That's what I'm saying. They can literally put enough ships there where nothing leaves. And that's what they're going to do. It's not even about the strait anymore now.
So just like these two ships were bombed, and the Strait of Hormuz will affect Iranian economy, like inside Iran.
That's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, but you're not. So Iran has the capability to bomb the shit out of all these ships, and they're going to be below the seas.
I get it, but you're forgetting these ships that they're going to try to bomb. They have an insane amount of firepower that they're going to be able to retaliate back. It's not like Iran's going to throw some suicide. They have pretty good, sophisticated ships that they're going to put there.
Okay, let me tell you this. Okay, so no matter how hard the U.S. warships try. Do you know that how they were able to get through the defense system inside Israel?
They just swarmed many of them and they passed through.
There we go. So let's go with this idea. They have, let's say, 2 defense systems on these ships, or the warship, whatever, 2 or 3 defense systems. Do you know how you overwhelm the system?
I understand what you're saying, right? But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. They're not just going to rely on ships. They're going to do both air and they're going to have naval. Naval is just going to be the force that's blocking it, but that's not going to be the overarching. I mean, they're going to probably have a pretty hardcore air campaign. I mean, it's going to be, if the Iranians, which they're going to try to retaliate, this is pretty obvious, right?
And how much will this cost the American tax?
Doesn't matter at this point. It does matter. Trump, in Trump's eyes, it doesn't matter.
Trump is trying to get the bill approved for $1.5 trillion. I don't think it's true.
What I'm trying to say is, like, you're gonna go deeper in the rabbit hole. Like, I mean, at this point, right? If you think about it, right?
Okay. Let's go with your analogy. So they're gonna have fighter jets in the air. They're gonna be flying all 24 hours a day, right?
Yep.
24 hours a day. And those fighter jets, their focus is going to be only to shoot down drones.
They're not going to do. By the way, they're not going to do fighter jets. Like, I think you're missing. They're going to have big B-2 bombers that are going to be going in and dropping massive, heavy air campaigns. It's not going to be like flying like, you know, a low radar type shit. It's going to be heavy over that the Iranians will not be able to see or hit.
So these will be like invisible? Is that what you're saying?
No, these will be heavy, high-altitude B-2 bombers that will be dropping massive, heavy ordnance.
Where would they be dropping?
Wherever they're going to try to hit from. Wherever they have a military point, they're going to try to take it out. Wherever their air defense system is, they're going to try to take it out.
Okay. Which air defense? I don't think Iran has an air defense system.
I don't know what they have left. Whatever they have left. I mean,
I don't think Iran has an air defense. I know, but air defense. I don't think Iran has an air defense system, though. I mean,
I don't know. Whatever they have left, I'm sure they have expert military people that are going to strategize. They're going to look at every scenario possible, right? Whatever ground artillery launchers, you know, because they got that F-15 with like, you know, one of those old school Russian-made type launchers from the ground, heat-seeking type shit, right? So wherever they're going to try to have stuff, they're going to have a massive amount of aerial eyes on them, right? So they're going to have all sorts of drones watching, looking. I mean, it's going to be a very heavy military.
Okay, so the big question for you, will the Yemeni Houthis start shooting as well?
What are they going to do? Enter the war now?
I mean, They have shot down a whole bunch of ships before in the sea.
Yeah, how far away are they're going to come in with what?
You never know.
I mean, anything is possible, right? But let's just assume what we know on the table right now, right? Because this isn't a big assumption. Let's just,
And that's not an assumption. They will
it's an
jump.
assumption. Everything is an assumption until you see it happen.
They will jump in, bro. You know this.
Everything is an assumption until it actually plays out. Right? Mir, what am I missing here?
And no, I'm saying, look, the way I'm looking at things, I think, according to even the person that wrote a paper, he analyzed the situation with this whole thing. He's an expert. I believe he served in the military. I don't know, like 10 years or some shit.
Okay.
He said it's impossible. It's hard to do it because.
Look, and right now, Trump has his military guy, all the military people that told him no, him and Headsack fired him or got rid of him. Trump has the guy in place right now that will literally do what he wants him to do. And that's the kind of group he's putting together around him. People that he can point fingers and tell them to do regardless of whatever it is. And that's the type of craziness that's around his circle.
So, what I'm saying to you that there's a possibility that Trump is just bluffing. That's what he did before. He's just going to extend this time by 2 more days. And he's going to keep doing it. He's trying to play with the oil market.
Well, he has 2 weeks. The ceasefire was 2 weeks, so he can make up his mind, right? So it depends on...
According to the U.S. position is that ceasefire has already been violated by Iran.
Okay, whatever. I mean, these little things that you're looking at, until someone actually starts to go and starts to restart the war in a heavier way, which we don't know, right? You're looking really fine-tuned on things, right? I'm looking at things when they actually happen. How does it play out, right?
But
So,
are you looking at it from U.S. perspective or Iranian perspective?
all perspectives.
You can't. So the Iranian perspective is they're not going to shoot anything until America does a blockade, which would violate the ceasefire. This is the Iranian perspective.
I'm looking at it from the perspective of what happens when I see it. And everything is an assumption until then, because we're all guessing.
No, not guessing. This is a fact. Iran said they're not going to attack until if America does do the, does a blockade.
Okay?
That's a fact.
That's a fact, but it hasn't been proven yet, though. It's a fact, right? But it hasn't been proven yet.
I mean, that's what they said.
Why? But these things, the way like facts and all that, until it actually happens, it's all assumptions. It's all hearsay. Until they do it, until they move the ship, until a rocket goes back, it's all hearsay.
No, but from Iran, okay, put yourself in the Iranian situation. Right now, it's on ceasefire. If America does a blockade, which will food, oil, everything,
Yep.
right? And that would, according to the Iranian side, if you were Iranian, that would violate ceasefire, right?
Sure.
Okay. And then the American side is saying they've already violated ceasefire by charging fees, by not, abiding by the nuclear thing or whatever. They've already violated ceasefire. So according to American position, it's already in violation.
It depends on if look, everyone's going to violate. It depends on who's going to be the first one to blink and who's going to be the first one to actually do something. Right, so you're getting into the weeds of things, right? You're looking at the weeds here. I'm looking at the actions, like real actions that play out, right? So, yeah, they're going to say that. Oh, you think the Iranians are going to actually fire on a ship right away when it's parked there? Let's see that happen, and then see where it goes.
All right.
I mean, it's all going to play out. Either it's going to get very much more intense, like we're really going to go deeper in this, or it's going to simmer out slowly, depending on it's like a poker game. It's like watching 2 players at the table.
I don't know, there is a chance. I believe there is a chance Trump will do something stupid like that. Even when he invaded. When he went in there to rescue that we still don't know, was it a bogus mission or was it actually an actual mission?
Well,
because
it all sounds conspiracy until you really know about it, right? It's easy to come up with conspiracies. Sure, but what would that prove, anyways?
no, so he was testing the waters. He was testing the waters to see if he can reach the if he can reach.
I don't think the U.S., especially people around him, would put on such a big act just to test the waters to take that much a gamble. If he wanted to go ahead and do it, right, they have enough intelligence, they have enough training, and they have enough people around them, right, that when they'll just do a surprise attack and go, if Trump is going to invade, he's going to do it in a surprise attack. Just like he did with the Venezuelan, on a day, on a time, and no one fucking knows. He's not going to test the waters trying to go back and forth. That'd be suicide.
He was testing the waters when he went in there to rescue the U.S. pilot.
Well, I mean, that could have been a double-edged sword, two birds with one stone, if you really think of it from that perspective. But I don't think he's just going to all of a sudden say, "Oh, let's go do a dry run and see if we can go in and go out." That would be stupid.
That was a good move, though. To see if he could get closer to.
Yeah, I think the real thing is either they do a ceasefire, terms TBD, simmer down, still on the same position, haven't changed it. Either they have some kind of temporary skirmish back and forth, slowly escalate, right, which would then create this choke point, which would slow down reserves, which would stop all sorts of shit. The Chinese would get pissed off, and then they would start backing it and become like the freaking U.S. to the Ukrainians. You know, this thing slowly escalates where shit really hits the fan, and then we're talking all full-blown whatever, right? And then you don't worry about Clubhouse anymore if that happens.
We'll be here. I'll be here probably.
You'll be here like that guy with barely any internet if that happens.
Well, you want me to be gone? Is that what you want me to do?
No, I'm just saying, when shit really hits the fan, I mean, you're talking about a massive, escalation of every country in the world. And, I mean, it's at that point where it could get there.
I mean, if somebody was to offer me $1 million, I'd probably disappear.
Disappear where? Where we go?
I'll disappear in the bushes somewhere.
No, good luck with that.
In the bushes somewhere.
I mean,
podcast, bro. You know, I already do enough talking as it is on this stage, on this up here. I tried Twitter. Too many glitches on freaking Twitter.
I mean, you all are doing something very. You talk with confidence. You can start a podcast.
I know.
Dude, doing all that stuff requires...
I have to be good at bullshitting though, Zero. You know, sometimes I bullshit as well.
I think also there's name recognition, right? There's name recognition, and there's a lot of time. Like, look at Tucker Carlson. After so many years, after 20 years, he has so much name recognition, this image, name recognition. He can go out on his own and do it now. Same thing with Joe Rogan, right? They can go out and create these $100 million podcast because they're very well known now.
Yep, that's true. You said it right. So
I just don't think for a Joe Schmo is going to have the same success.
I'm a Joe Schmo. That's what he's calling me.
No, I'm just saying, if you think about it, right? I mean, you're from Clubhouse, not going to get a million views, views per episode, right?
I don't know. I think
Especially, well, maybe if Black Rabbi was one of your first guest appearances, right?
What's up, Shane? You want to come up? Shane, you just called me Joe Schmo. I can't believe this.
Your voice
Joe Schmo.
here.
Oh my God.
What did you call Schmo?
He's calling me Joe Schmo.
Okay. I want you to know that an attack on Amir is like an attack on all of us.
What are you, like a NATO here? You're like a...
Where's the UN?
No, this is the United States of America.
No. But the UN...
You're either with us or
Think
against us.
about it, right? The UN is so bogus, it never does anything. They just come up with paperwork and never do anything, right? So... I mean, honestly, the UN to me has been like an entire waste of time from the beginning. Like, it hasn't done anything.
Well, they're the ones who laid the second layered sanctions on Iran.
Yeah, who's the 90% of the reason for that? That's the U.S. 50% of it is all U.S. influence.
No, I don't agree with that at all.
Saul, are you sweating, bro? You almost lost the bet in this.
No, I'm still. Before you joined Shane, you should ask Amir. I still hold the same position. I think I told him right now. I said a couple of things. Either this thing goes deeper in the rabbit hole, which we're still it's the fan, right? Or it's like in a couple of days they'll just simmer out, and then this thing will just go like it's gonna get resolved. So same position doesn't change.
Oh, you're finished. Halas, you're done, man.
No, it's not finished, dude. It's not.
Let
Let
me be honest. He has a small chance.
What do you guys think about Iran saying they're opening up the Strait of Hormuz?
Dude.
Bro, what are you
That's
talking
like gossip. That's like gossip at this point. All of it's gossip.
What, the official statement saying that they're opening up the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, and
all
tomorrow they'll
civilian
probably say that the official statement changed in the U.S. Come on. When did this get out? When, it's all changing. It has to play out in like the next couple of days or so. Then
Yeah, this was the comment made yesterday in counter to the international
and right now the U.S. said, Trump just said I'm sending ships there to blockade them.
No, that's the exportation. That's not the Strait of Hormuz.
No, he wants to put ships there to block the Strait of Hormuz.
No, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. He's putting ships at the Gulf of Oman and the export ports of Iran specifically, and only that. They're not obstructing the Strait of Hormuz. They're allowing every country that's outside of Iran to get their shit across.
I mean, hopefully they do.
Yeah, that's what the official statement from CENTCOM was this morning at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
I forgot, Samoa, you're on that sit rep, right? So you probably get that in a classified briefing before all of us do.
Well, everybody got it. Just for some reason, you don't have it. Well, I mean, the reason why it was so consequential is because Donald Trump said something stupid. The fucking markets responded. And then the official statement came out.
I was literally looking at futures right now to see where they are in futures right now.
That's exactly what happened. This dumbass fucking...
Futures are down right now.
Yeah, because we're gonna blockade the Strait of Hormuz. That means absolutely nothing gets through. And then the CENTCOM comes in. No. We're only gonna stop Iran's exports. So...
Either way, the market's still going to go red tomorrow because there's no ceasefire yet. That's the problem.
There is a ceasefire.
No, there's no deal. I'm sorry. There's no real deal.
Yeah. There's reports that there's a lot of fueling tankers in the air in the Middle East. I wonder what's going on.
Samoa, you better get out there.
Hell no.
You better get out there with your boy Black Rabbi in one of those ships.
Dude, I've been sitting over here waiting for Bitcoin to hit 63 so I can freaking buy some.
So, Amir, what do you think is going to happen with the Israeli Hezbollah thing? Hezbollah. What's going to happen there?
They'll probably get bombed or something.
No, there's supposed to be peace talks coming up in 2 days.
We're gonna have a switcheroo. Iran and Israel are gonna go back to bombing each other, and Lebanon and Israel are gonna have a ceasefire, and they're gonna keep fucking around, switcheroo and switcheroo and switcheroo.
So they're going to become a shapeshifter, right?
Bro, they wish they can shift like me, bro. I perfected this shit.
This dude Trump says, hey, China, you guys can buy oil from us. It's like, oh shit. If America becomes the primary exporter of energy, let's just say in the next like 3 to 4 years, who the hell needs the petrodollar anymore?
Well, how are they going to be able to buy from the U.S.? Because I don't think they even have plants out there, right? They have to where their refineries. I mean, how would that work exactly?
That we export up to 3 to 4 million barrels a day.
Isn't that a long haul distance to get it from the U.S.?
No, they would just go through the Pacific.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
Yeah, they just go through the Pacific.
Big question is the block going to happen or not?
They said 10 a.m.
That's what he said. That's what she said.
Samoa's going to be out there at
Look, like there's a difference between like when there's an official statement made by the military, Admiral Cooper, and Donald Trump. Like obviously, I would believe Admiral Cooper.
So the statement cannot be changed. There's infallibility here.
No, like when the military says we're going to do this, of course Donald Trump can say, "Hey, we reached a deal."
Yeah, Samoa. So I still think, and Shapeshifter, this goes back to you, I still think give it a day, 2, 3, maybe max, that this whole thing is resolved. I'm still in that same position.
I was laughing out loud on mute. If you like, I can laugh again unmuted.
Sure.
Right.
How many times did this Trump has come out with his statements, say that he's going to do this, and do this, and do this, and then he always walks back on his statement.
The problem is China. China. So everything has to go through China. Like if you look at him postponing the meeting, the summit, the China summit, it was supposed to be right now. Actually, yeah, it's supposed to be like right now.
Exactly. That's why I was like waiting this out, because he's got to fly to China. He's not going to fly over when this whole shit's happening. So he's going to make sure this thing is done and deal and resolved or whatever at the end of the negotiation comes out to be who's ever on the top and however this thing is brokered. But yeah. He's going to fly there before this is all. He's going to only fly there when this is cooked and done.
I mean, you can clearly see that if they're trying to damage Iran's export revenue, 80 to 90% of oil is received to China from Iran. So obviously we know who's going to be hit first, right?
Yeah, 90% of oil goes to cheap energy goes to China, right?
Yeah. Either China is going to have to buy more from the other countries, the other GCC countries, right? I don't know. Or maybe China might just fly over and bomb one of the naval ships, right, Amir?
No, me and Sol, we were going back and forth as well, just like I went back and forth with you. If he was to do a blockade, there's a chance that Yemeni Houthis will join as well. And,
I don't think of that.
And the type of missiles they're going to use. So, you want to take a guess?
It doesn't matter, dude, because I just don't think they're going to jump in at this point.
I want you to guess. What type of missile are they going to use?
You're going to tell me that they have something that's so high tech out there. What is it?
They did. There's one that has able to travel 4,000 kilometers. It's unnamed. We don't know the name of it. Do you know? But I'm not even talking about that particular missile. I'm talking about guess the name. What type of missile are they going to use?
I don't know. I'm not an expert on this stuff, so I don't know.
I think they would use cluster missile.
Okay.
The reason why, the defense system can shoot down the ballistic missile. Okay. But the problem is where the cluster thing opens up and shoots about 10 or 20 of them. And that's what Israel is having a hard time with.
Yeah, but Iran can't use that against the naval ships. It's too close.
Oh, you can.
No, it's too close. Like the way that thing gets delivered is it has to go up like hella high.
Yeah.
And these things have to travel like 1,000, pretty close to 800 to 1,000.
So Samoa, can't they fly it from the other side of Iran all the way to the fucking ship? I think so.
I guess.
Just to fuck with the warships, because those are more fucking scary than the actual ballistic missile. Ballistic missile is like kaboom, one attack. But those fucking cluster things, it's like all over the fucking place. It's like 10, 20 of them all over the place. You can't protect everybody, and there's going to be a lot more damage with cluster versus, the actual one missile. And the good thing with cluster is when it gets shot at, the defense system gets used, and defense system shoots at the cluster missile, and the cluster opens up and fucking shoots like 10 or 20 of them out of the little hole. And that's when it gets crazy. Then even Israel was having a hard time with the cluster bombs. And America is definitely going to have a hard time. I don't support it. I don't support fucking America going to war. But at the same time, Iran has the right to do whatever the fuck they're going to do.
Well, they said we had to pay more for gas.
What did you say?
You guys are going to be way more now.
Chief, where do you live? Canada or where?
Yeah.
Have you heard of Canada before? We haven't heard of Canada. Where is Canada located?
All I know is Canada might be the next part of the U.S., right?
Where's Canada?
You mean Diet US? Diet US, right?
No, I mean he means the northern part of U.S.
Yeah. Let me remind you guys, we're the country that recognizes the Palestinian people. We're the country Israel for their murderous attacks. So
but it's still Canada.
I think we're doing okay.
Demonstration.
I think we're doing okay, bro. We're the country that doesn't have a president that sharts on national TV.
No, because Justin Trudeau is out there on the yacht with Katy Perry.
Guys, our head of state is getting standing ovations, and yours is sharting on TV. Like, what are you talking about, right? Like, are we seriously?
Shape, are you Montreal or where you at?
These are very specific personal questions.
Yeah, man.
No, because I'm coming out there. Bro.
Toronto, bro. Toronto. Or you go to Montreal?
I did Toronto a couple months ago. I'm doing Montreal in the fall.
I'll support the cause. I'll buy some concert tickets.
Yalla.
Shape today in the Bathurst Street, they had the kind of Palestinian. They take the flags, and then it was full of the police station over there. Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, it was kind of supporting the Palestine in Bathurst Street, the Jew area.
Yeah.
What Sheikh says is Canada is the only country supports the Palestine.
No shade, but I don't know, man. I just sometimes I feel disappointed in shit. One time he says, no, it needs to be dismantled, and then all of a sudden you have a Zionist up here, he changes his fucking view. Just I don't know, man. Sometimes I feel disappointed in him. One day,
Maybe he doesn't watch the pills, huh?
No, he knows that this two-state was a bullshit from the jump. He knows all of this. This two-state thing was a bullshit from the jump. It goes against the Charter. He knows Netanyahu does not want two-state. Even that Yitzhak Rabin was a genocidal maniac, by the way. If you look into the history, the shit that he has done to the Palestinians. It is what it is. We could have difference of opinion, I guess.
I'm the only thing that's keeping this from being an echo chamber.
I know.
I have to be true to my name, bro. What do you want me to do?
That is true.
You want me to be consistent in my position?
Shep, let me ask you this. Does your family have a similar position as yours?
Oh, that's spicy. That's a 5 chili pepper question.
I know. I'm sure. And
oh my goodness.
the Irish blood. Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
And then your parents' Lebanese blood.
let's just say my family sees things a little more black and white than I do. I'll let you guess which side they're on.
I believe they're on the Hezbollah side.
No comment.
I don't think so. I think they're on Donald Trump's daughter's father-in-law side.
Bro, they're okay. You wanted to be cute, huh?
Do you know who he is?
I know. He's
He's
a
a pretty,
Lebanese.
he's a pretty rich Lebanese dude.
I know. But he's actually he supports Israel, by the way.
I think
He's,
he supports Lebanon.
No, he supports Lebanon, and he's what's that? What type of Christians are those shaped in Lebanon? There's the one that are like Zionists, Maronites. He's a Maronite Christian.
Damn, Maronites are Zionists? I never knew that.
You finally taught me something. I've never heard of a Maronite.
Partially. They're not all.
partially.
Some of them are pretty.
Hardcore.
Maronites are like they really like go really far back to the old scriptures, right? They're more root Christians, right? Am I getting insane?
No. They're like they're a bit confused. Like Amir said, they're confused souls. Quote Amir.
They're not Jews.
This is how they work, right?
They're Seminole evangelicals.
I think they follow the Catholic Church. So they kind of they have their alliance to the Western Church. This is why they're confused. You know, they're in the East, but they follow the Western Church. It's very confused. They have Saint Maroon, who was a monk in Syria. So they just got all caught up in Western values. Is the problem.
Oh, they're Catholic, bro.
Lebanese or they are from the Syria?
It says Lebanon.
They're Lebanese. They're
Yeah.
Lebanese. Yeah,
Eastern Catholic.
they're basically Catholic, and they follow. They come from Saint Maroon, who was a guy in a priest or some kind of Jesuit that was in the caves in Syria practicing, I think, a solitary lifestyle, if I'm not mistaken. So, but they're very nouveau. They're very new. They're very modern. They're not the old school Christians. At least not culturally. Not culturally. But you know, we accept all Christians.
At the end, do they pay money to the church or they don't? That's the main question.
Yeah, they pay.
Okay, so they are not that much modern. Thank you.
Yeah, they're not like Protestants.
Yes.
But the problem is some of them are very confused, and they think that the Muslims are their enemies. It's a very stupid idea to think that the Muslims are your enemies.
Stupid.
Stupid idea. While your Israelis are your friends. This is like the dumbest idea I've ever heard. So they're very confused. There's not too many of them on Clubhouse. One or two confused ones. They're not as confused as Pahlavis, though. Pahlavis are the most confused.
We have Pahlavi in the audience. Reza is here. Reza, you want to come up? Did you change your position? Go on, Mazi.
No, I was just saying, can you be more confused than a Pahlavis? I don't think it's possible.
Maybe like some of these, what are they called?
Maybe a Shionist. Maybe a Shionist is a little confused.
Who are the ones in India that are hardcore and they hate Palestinians and they don't even know anything about them. What the hell? What are they called? I mean,
They're Sikh.
The Sangis, they're called Sangis.
Sangis. Yeah, those are the most Muslims I've ever met.
Because they've been colonized.
Bro, like they come in these rooms. They have so much hate to Palestinians. If you try and have a serious conversation, just to figure out how
They're
much
pretty vicious. They're pretty vicious.
they're brutal, but you try and like kind of get them to get their defenses down. Because I've done this, right? Because I'm a shapeshifter, right? I come in all coy and smooth. I just want to know how much they know.
Smooth operator.
Exactly, operator. And bro, they don't know anything. Like they don't know anything about the region. Zero.
They just
Just
hate
hate Muslims.
No, shoot.
Chico hates Palestinians.
Mr. Chico. Mr. Chico. Mr. Chico. Sarna Zaman. Machara.
He believes Israel is a beautiful country, has a beautiful army. He's from Egypt. He wants to be. He wants to be buddy with Israel, right, Chico?
No, Mr.
The guy seems to know me. I don't know who is this, but no.
This is Amir. This is Amir.
Who's this guy?
No,
This
I
guy,
know.
I mean,
Figure out stage.
Chill,
I don't know who the shapeshifter is.
Oh, yeah, okay. He agrees what I said.
Do you guys think that Mr. Chico sounds like the male version of Fatima? I think so.
I just I didn't hear you, but I'm just like calling for peace. This is all. But I'm just here to check with you guys for all of you who supported war and wanted all of this to happen. So what do you think?
Supported
would
war?
happen now?
We did not support war.
Why, Mr. Chico?
Because the more you would support Khamenei agenda, you're asking for war.
لا يا
I never
شيكو.
supported Khamenei. I don't support
يا
Khamenei.
شيكو. We don't care about this. Stupid.
It's a very stupid.
What?
We don't care about this. The war and the people. We care about the people.
Mr. Chico, you could say is this, or you could say is that.
This or that.
You could say this, or you could say is that. You could say is this, or you could
You
say
can
is
say
that.
with that. I think you get with this because this is where it's at.
I think you guys are in love with Adil Imam.
أنا مصري يا معلم.
I would ignore this. So, what do you think would happen now?
Why? Why you ignore this? What happened? You left? Damn, man, I was getting my Egyptian on, bro. How'd I do, Shape?
That was really good.
Thanks for that.
That's very. That didn't sound stupid.
I go to skill.
Do you think it sounded smart?
Nobody's.
It sounded smart. Why you say the super? I'm just kidding, man. But anyways, Shape, do you believe in victory? Are you win against Seoul?
I like my odds. I really do.
What was your bet that if they keep on attacking Lebanon, Iran's gonna go back to war?
Yeah, but given that
That's
it hasn't even been 24 hours and they've already walked away from the table, bro. I like where I stand right now.
Yeah, the war has started already.
But did you want it to ceasefire though, Shape?
Of course, I want ceasefire.
So some people they disagree with you.
Is-
So
Like Mr. Chico.
Mr. Chico.
Yeah.
So
To achieve what? So you want the ceasefire to achieve what?
لا, we don't care about this, Chico. يا Chico.
you gotta say yes.
يا شيكو مش كده.
That's
No,
another
يا
one.
زلمة is Lebanese people. It's not the Egyptian.
مش كده يا سعادة بيه.
Hey,
I'm okay.
Anyways, so Mr. Chico, do you still support? Do you support Israel? Do you support Israel? Chico, or you changed?
When did I support Israel, Amir? I never supported
Does
Israel.
Israel have a right to exist?
Yes.
Okay, why? Can you get?
يا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله.
They earned it. They earned it.
Oh, they earned it by ethnically cleansing Palestinians. Okay. By
No,
genociding.
by
them.
existing, by making a
By
country,
existing.
making a society. You cannot deny them that. Like I hate
Okay,
them. I hate them.
let me ask.
everyone.
Let me ask you this: when you went to war, when your country went to war in '67, did you lose the war or did you win the war?
We lost the war in '67, but we won.
During the Yom Kippur, did you win the war or did you lose the war?
We won the war.
How did you win the war in '73?
We took back Sinai.
Okay, what was promised in return? What did you promise in return?
Nothing, just the Camp David Accord.
The recognition of Israel. You don't mention the big part. Recognition of Israel.
Recognition of Israel, yes, okay. So
That was part of it.
Yeah, which is okay.
That was part of it.
Yes. Yes, which is okay because they managed to fight. They managed to occupy our land. Yes, you're speaking to
You didn't kick them out. They gave it back to you. You didn't kick them out. They had it under their control. Yes. They had it under their control.
I can't hear you.
I said, yes, they had it under their control. Oh, wow, Chico left. He's been stealing neighbors' Wi-Fi. You gotta go to a different McDonald's location, bro.
I'm not stealing Wi-Fi now.
Are you sitting at McDonald's?
It
Go to
was a
Starbucks.
war and we won. It was a brilliant plan with the Saad Shazli. He was a major at the army. He put it in, like everything was done brilliantly until Sadat ordered to advance without a this is why our situation got weakened. But this was somehow some people are suggesting that this was orchestrated because Egypt was not supposed to do more than that because that's what some of the Americans. Yes.
Chico, if they captured your piece of land, who won the war? During the Yom Kippur War, they captured Sinai. Okay?
No,
so who won the war?
The exact opposite happened.
No, they captured it. They captured Sinai.
They captured it in '67. But then in the Yom Kippur War, we took it back.
You didn't take it back in '73. You didn't take it back. You got it back in about '79 or something, or '78.
No, we took the other side of the Suez Canal on '73. The last part we took on the 24th of April. Yes, that was '81, I believe.
Yeah. So I'm talking about later. Even after the Yom Kippur War, even after the Yom Kippur War, Israel had the Sinai.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was a lose-lose. You didn't win the war.
We did win the war because
they still had the Sinai captured.
The whole thing. But of course, there was some areas occupied by them. We took it back by negotiation.
But that's later. But '73, you didn't win. You lost.
Oh my God! Just think about it.
Think about what? What should I think about?
We took Sinai back. If we lost the war, they had Sinai.
You did not take the Sinai back. They gave it to you. That was in return for recognition of Israel.
There's no such thing. You cannot give back a piece of land like Sinai just
yes. You did it during the Yom Kippur. You did not get it back in the Yom Kippur War. You didn't get it back in '73.
We took the major part.
Did you get the Sinai in '73?
The major part of it, yes.
Major part of it. You didn't take shit back, bro.
Our army took back the Suez Canal. This was the whole problem. This was our greatest achievement within this war. But I'm still not understanding why this is relevant here. The world is gonna end because of stupid agendas for people who are.
Hey, Chico, you said that Anwar Sadat advancing. Why?
What?
Why Anwar? like you said something about Anwar Sadat border advancing because what was the reason? I agree with you up to the time that you were winning up to the time Anwar Sadat's border.
Yes, Sadat ordered to
Why
advance
did
the
Anwar
troops.
Sadat order advancing? Why did
The reason that they published back then that they were supporting Syria because Syria was part of this war on the other side, but this was stupid. And Sadat Shazli, he told him, this is stupid, do not do this, but still they did that. And Sadat wasn't stupid, he was a military man, so he knew what he's doing. So what people think, what historians think, that he did that not to advance too much, because too much would have summoned the Americans and other superpowers, and that would have burned the whole region. No one would want this. The same case as what was happening with Gaza, but no one is getting it. People are so stupid.
No, I
If you can
didn't
hear
get
me.
it.
Well,
Why
fan,
did-
don't
why
be
did-
stupid. Give respect to the Anwar Sadat, stupid.
No, why did Anwar Sadat order advancing? So the way I understood it, Egypt like win, and they had a strong presence, and because of the missiles they had, the Israeli airplane could not hit their tank, so it was over. Then Anwar Sadat ordered tanks go inside the Israeli airplane could hit them, and they didn't have missiles to shoot down the airplane. So that was
Yes.
the biggest mistake he did. So why did he
It
go
wasn't a
there?
mistake, he did it on purpose. He meant
Why
to
did
do
he
it like
that?
that.
He wanted to lose the war?
Not wanted to lose the war, but wanted to open a back door because he didn't want to push too much because that would have got the Americans. And without that, if he didn't push too much, the left side in Egypt or the opposition would have said, "Oh, how would you dare not advancing, not wiping out the Israeli people?" So there has to be a reason because after all, the Sadat is not working for the Americans. But things are more complicated than they seem. There are many things to be considered.
So you think Anwar Sadat was a good guy, was not a traitor, that did this on purpose for Egypt to lose?
Of course he was.
Sadat, good guy, you give him respect.
No, Marty, wait, why you are raising discussion? I mean,
He's a good guy.
I'm having a serious discussion. Why you are a clown?
Yeah, seriously. Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
عيب
Calm
عليك.
down.
عيب عليك.
So I'm just curious from an Egyptian.
Ignore him.
Anwar
Ignore
Sadat.
Nazi. Ignore him.
I know,
Just
that's
ignore
why
him.
I want him to calm down. So Anwar Sadat, from an Egyptian point of view, this act, which ended up losing the war, was not a betrayal, was a stupid mistake, or was not a stupid mistake. What do you think?
It didn't cause us to lose the war. We didn't lose the war. And it was an
You
orchestrated
lost all your
mistake.
tanks, you lost everything. After this, they came or took all the Sinites away. What do you mean? This mistake
No,
was
we
the
didn't
whole
lose.
that
We didn't lose all of our tanks. We didn't send all of our tanks to that part of the war.
Okay, read
We
your
didn't
history
advance.
again. Yeah, read your history.
The full tank troops. No. This is
So
not
this
true.
is the way that it happened. So Egypt attacked, got them by surprise, destroyed everything they had, and Egypt had missiles. They could not hit anything. The airplane could not come and hit the tanks. Then Anwar
I'm telling you, it was done on purpose. This was done on purpose because otherwise, if you would push too much, you would get other powers into this war. And we didn't
Too
want
much.
that.
They pushed further. He pushed too much. He pushed enough, and Egypt was winning. Then he pushed too much, and Egypt lost. It's not that he pushed too much. He did. Anwar Sadat pushed too
No,
much.
that wasn't pushing. That stupid advance, that wasn't pushing. That was
What
stupid.
was it?
Pushing would mean advancing slowly. According to that plan, the air defense didn't move with the tanks because it was slow. It wasn't move and air defense. So advancing slowly would have wiped out Israel, but no one would want that. Why do you think America's
So why
doing
did
all
they
this?
even want you to advance? You got signed up back and you were lower good. So why did you even want to advance further? So you are saying
Because
that
that
you
was
just
the
wanted
mentality
to
back
make
then.
an act
That was right after Abdel Nasser wave and that era was just after Gamal Abdel Nasser, and people were thinking like that. This was the mentality back then. Let's wipe out the Zionist people. Let's eliminate them and all of this shit. So yeah, this is why I'm saying they earned it. Like they survived all of this and
You
they pushed
don't make
through and
sense.
they
I have a
advanced.
lot
Let
of
us support
respect
the
for
Americans, yes.
Egyptians, but you don't make sense.
What?
I have a lot of respect for Egyptians, but you don't make sense. You are in a position to win the war. Israel doesn't have any military, and you are saying that we didn't act. We lost all our tanks. We lost all our military.
We didn't lose all of our tanks. I'm not saying this. You're saying this.
I mean, that's
No,
what
you're
happened.
saying
After
this.
they advanced, their airplane ruined all your
We advanced part of the tanks. Of
And then
course,
they
we wouldn't do a
resized
full tank
their
advance. It was calculated. You cannot understand it because you cannot understand that we won the war. What?
You didn't win the war. You lost the war.
We won the war. In Egypt, we do have this day as a national holiday every year, 6th of October. We do have a whole city named after that day, 6th of October. I know what I'm telling you. Like, we won the war. I'm an Egyptian. I'm telling you, we won the war. This is not propaganda because I'm not that stupid.
Once the war finished, Israel agreed to pull back. So the shuttle diplomacy, at the end, it was Israeli army who pulled back. It was not Egyptian army who pulled back. So you kind of lost the war.
Theoretically, if you want to think of it like this, okay, think of it like this. But we took control over Sinai, and we took it all back after that. So I would call that a winning. Wouldn't you?
No, I mean, at the beginning you were winning. I mean, it was all like they couldn't do anything. But Anwar saw that.
You just can't get the full picture.
I mean,
You know, as a teenager,
and I
for me, as a teenager,
I thought
wait,
that
man.
you are agreeing that Anwar saw
I get you.
But God
Yeah, I get you
spy
completely.
and then betrayed the
As a
military.
teenager, I was considering Anwar Sadat to be a spy. I was despising him, and I was saying like, how the fuck would a president do this?
So that's
But
what
I'm
I
telling you
heard.
that-
That's why I came to the stage to make sure I heard it
Yeah,
correctly.
if
Because that was the
you would
first time I heard
research
it.
more, yeah, do more research. What happened? Listen to the people who fought this war. Like, you know, the general who has like put this army, Sadat Shazli, he hates Sadat so much, and he died hating him.
I know.
Because-
That was a stupid thing. Everybody agrees. So, but you are justifying it, which is weird.
I'm not justifying it, but I understand why Sadat Shazli would hate this, because this was his plan, this was his life achievement, and it was a huge one. So Sadat ruined it by doing this stupid shit. But from a like unbiased point of view, from a neutral point of view, there was like some kind of reasoning for what Sadat has done. It wasn't out of nowhere. It wasn't just a random move. No. Because if you would really understand what's happening right now, like why America is so serious about Iran not having nuclear bomb. Yes, the Iranian regime is unexpected and dangerous, and it's a theological regime, but it's all about Israel. They don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon, not to threaten Israel. So, with any real threat to Israel, you would summon the Americans. Then the Iranian people are fighting the Americans, and they are doing sort of good. But why? Like, you would go into a fight to accomplish something for your country, for your people. Such fight, why would you have it? What would you get out of it? You know?
I mean, you are talking about Iran. That's. I don't want to go that path with you, but
No, I'm thinking it's the same logic. So what's happening with Iran right now is because of Israel. The move that
Iran
Sadat
right
did
now is
was
Iran
because of
is-
Israel.
Iran right now as Israel, but Iran will do it in the case of we won the war and we recognize you. That's what's gonna happen, right? On the 48th
No, I'm not speaking about
Iran
theoretical
lost the war and
terminology.
it's a
Wait,
completely
man.
different thing
No.
here.
I speak. Iran is being bombed because of Israel. All of this is happening because, really because of Israel.
No, all of this is happening because Trump is an orangutan which doesn't understand anything. This is nothing to do with Israel or anything. This is just a stupid president of the United States. This is kind of American people's fault to put this monkey in the commander of. This is why this is happening. There is no other reason. There is no. Did you guys see tweet that he is now attacking the Pope?
Maybe he would attack anyone. Is funny. And this is happening not because Trump is stupid, but because Iran has become a real threat to Israel. So
this is happening because Trump is stupid. That's the only reason that this is happening.
Let's add some respect to the Donald Trump. He's the president of America, Lefa. Let's not go down that path. He's a beautiful orange man. He's a beautiful orange man. Let's not. Some people might call him a pedophile, but let's not go down that path. Let's be respectful. We can still be respectful and call him pedophile. It's okay. You know, respectfully. You got to keep it respectfully.
As long as you say respectfully before.
Yep. Oh, we have Alan down in the audience. Wow. Alan's probably triggered. Alan, why do you defend fucking Trump, man, in other spaces? Somebody sent me a clip of you. Why do you do that, Alan?
Okay.
You're just an old man. Like, seriously, you want to debate on this?
I don't like people sending clips of me. Second, I'm so triggered. I'm so upset what you said about Trump. I'm gonna cry. I need to go to my Trump safe space.
Alan, calm down, Alan, please. This is a therapy. Amir's therapy room. It's safe space. Don't cry, bro. It's okay for a man to cry, by the way, but don't.
I just saw, you know, the comedian, if you have time, the comedian Bill Burr. He said,
Bill Burr, yeah, he's funny.
Yeah, he said, I just saw a clip, I don't know where it's from. He said, men have two emotions. They can either be mad or they can be fine. If you're any other emotion, if you express any other emotion, those are all gay. So it's like, he went to, one time his wife came in and she said with her, he said, well, I'm sad. She looked at him like, what the hell? And said, oh, I'm sorry, and walked out the door. She didn't know what to do. So, yeah, he's great. Yeah, but no, Amir, I get it. I don't, I seriously, I don't get triggered by any of that. I expect people are going to be throwing shit at everybody else.
Yeah.
Right?
That is true. Take it like a man.
Yeah, let's just hope the whole world doesn't blow up. Let's just hope for that.
Oh, we're doomed. Kiss your ass goodbye.
Oh, your glass is half full, clearly.
Jeez, yeah. No.
Alan, are you a good troll? I think you are.
No,
he came in here crying, so he is a good troll.
Yeah, he's a good troll.
Yeah, but I know Amir and I've been in Amir's rooms plenty of times.
Amir and I, good English, good grammar.
Is that what I said? I don't remember. Anyways, no, I just look. Yeah, sometimes I do, but the problem is when you're sarcastic on the internet, nobody gets it. And there's it's called Poe's Law or something that says no matter how ridiculous you make your troll sound, there's always somebody on the internet who will think you're serious and take it seriously. So I
mean, these are the consequences of smartphones being operated by dumb people,
Yeah, well, but this was even before smartphones, Mazi. I mean, I remember this from 20 years ago. Like, I was the first guy on my friends who got like high speed modem.
Oh, you had the
Before that,
dial-up
it was
shit
all-
where it made the crazy screeching nails on the chalkboard sound when you
Yeah.
dial-up.
And guess how much you paid for?
I couldn't afford it, bro. I was in the hood, broke. I couldn't afford it.
Oh yeah, I mean,
My
it was
friend
like-
had it though. My friend, I used to go over to his house and use it.
Yeah, and it was like $200. $200 for the box. I mean, it was crazy, you know. So, anyways, yeah, I know. I get it. Nobody likes Trump. So, but hey, what are you gonna do? Let me put it this: the Democrat would have to be really good in order for me to not vote for Trump. You know, and the Democrats don't have anybody. That's the first problem. The second problem is because I live in California and I'm aware of how corrupt the Democrat machine is. Even if a Democrat candidate said, yeah, I'm not going to do any of the, transgender stuff, none of this, none of that, whatever. That's out because I don't know if you knew, Samir. I voted Democrat most of my life up until about 2019.
How you got tired of Democrats?
So wait, how far back did you vote Democrat?
You've been here for like 100 years.
No, like did you vote for like Mondale, like people like that?
When was Mondale?
Walter Mondale. He was
yeah,
in the '80s, second term of Reagan.
I voted for Mondale. The only time
You like how I remember that, huh, Amir?
You're an old man just like Adam.
The only other time I voted for a Republican was Bush Jr. And the reason why I did is because I don't want to open up a can of worms with that.
Oh, the worms are open. The can's wide open.
Yeah, I'm afraid of that. It's because right after people don't remember. I remember.
I remembered Mondale. You think I'm not gonna remember what you're about to say? Go ahead.
No. Well, maybe you'll remember this. Right after 9/11, the Democrats collectively came out and said it's our fault that they bombed the towers.
Some truth in that.
There may be, but you don't freaking say it. It's like when right after it. It's like your friend telling you, "Well, geez, I have heart disease." The first thing you say isn't, "Well, you've been eating
cheeseburgers, right?"
You say, "Oh, geez, I'm sorry, that's horrible news," right? So, that's the issue. It was just, and then it was just that kind of, and that kind of, blind and automatic, we got to blame ourselves. And since they brought it up, or since he brought it up, yes, one can always look at what you did in any kind of interaction that may have contributed to the problem. But once it comes to war, you got to pick a side. And they picked the enemy's side. And that I didn't forgive him for, So, but still, after Bush Jr., who I forget who came after, then I voted for a Democrat again. So, and it wasn't until, more recently that I said, okay, I've had enough. This is enough, But,
So
anyway.
I kind of respect, especially because you have this Armenian roots. But if talking about Democrat and Republican, like correct my history. So during Vietnam War, the Democrat president is talking to Viet Cong for a peace deal, and the Republican candidate does treason and goes talk to Viet Cong and says, do not accept peace, let me become president and I will give you a better deal. Move forward, during Iranian Revolution, Carter is talking to Iranians to release hostages. Again, Carter is a Democrat. A Republican candidate does a treason, fucking treason. This is treason. Pay attention. Goes on the back of US government, talk to the Iranians, do not release hostages, let me become the president, and I will give you a better deal.
I hadn't heard of that. Who was the person for the Vietnam?
Nixon was the president of the Republican, and Reagan was the Republican candidate.
Yeah, and they're claiming that both of them went, like that Nixon went to the Viet Cong.
Yes, and Nixon went to Viet Cong. He was a candidate. He was not allowed to talk to enemy in the middle of a war when the U.S. government is dealing with the peace treaty. The same with the Iranian situation. So when you are like doing this, you are a traitor to your country.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that.
Yes, please read your history when you are so much Republican.
But wait,
see
Sam.
how traitor you are.
If that's true, it's still not going to change my mind. You know, I respect that.
Important. Abortion is more important than the traitor in your country and national.
No.
These are higher values.
Because the problem let me see, hold on a sec.
I'm still trying to figure out why an Iranian is teaching an American history.
Yeah, that I looked it up. The thing about Nixon was not true.
They're both American, by the way.
Yeah, but Amir, let me give you a gift. You know Daniel, who that is?
Yes, you mean from the Israeli gay side?
The Israeli what?
Israeli gay side.
No, just call it Blue Day.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because I was in a room, and you know Sig too, right? Who that is or no? Anyways, I'm in a room.
Who was it?
Sig.
Oh, Sig, I might have seen him.
Yeah, anyways, I was in a room, and it's like the typical way that, you know, the arguments are going back and forth. So at a certain point, I said, look, my point is Iran and Israel are fighting. And it's like two little kids, and your big brother is telling you now to calm down. I was arguing over what the ceasefire meant, and he's like, well, they did this. Yeah, I don't care about that. But I kept, at a certain point, I just kept saying, we're your big brother. You need to do what we say. And he completely lost it. It was beautiful. It really was.
That's a good one.
Yeah, because, I mean, look, I don't want to insult anybody here, but America is one of the big superpowers. And it's like, yes, there were strong nations in the Middle East. I don't want to offend anybody's ego here or anything else, but America's the big dog. Period. And so if America tells Israel, sit down and shut up, they're supposed strong, whatever. But yeah, he lost his, he lost.
Daniel lost it.
Yeah. It was hilarious. So.
What about Abby? She works for Ethan.
Here's the thing, and I've said it before. Abby, as a conservative, is helpful to the Republican Party. So she does the exact same thing. I hate it, but I give her leeway because she's influential and she's helping as far as American politics. She's very helpful, but yeah, it's the exact same thing. And you know what it is? And look, we know, I mean, in the Middle East, people love to argue. We argue all the time. I think the difference is there's a certain style of arguing that a certain group of people engage in, which involves interrupting all the time, arguing the tiniest little point, etc., etc. And the point is that if you do that, you may win the argument, but you haven't changed anybody's mind. You've pissed them off, and you've only made them more, set in their opinion. And it's, you know what I mean, Amir? Amir?
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Yeah. I mean, because you've heard them argue before, right? Yeah. See, and let me say, I mean, I appreciate the way you run your rooms as well. I mean, I know everybody can hop off their mic if somebody's going on and on about bullshit, but it really, you're not going to gain any friends by that kind of arguing. And that's what and it's like, I'm sorry.
No, 100%. I agree. It just, even my rooms, they get heated as well, especially with Zionists and even those Raza Pahlavi supporters, the ones that they support the Raza Pahlavi, they want to see the countries getting bombed, Iran getting bombed. It does get heated. But,
well, everybody's scared. That's him. I mean, we're all scared. And the thing, let me tell you though, being more, the left is especially scared because the left is always scared. I mean, when you look at the politics of this country, the politics that the left is engaged in has been, oh my God, people are at risk. If we're not inclusive, if we don't support them, there's going to be murders and suicides. And then black people are at risk. We're going to lose them. It's a crisis situation. Pick any group that they support, and then there's some sort of hyperbolic emergency that they are in the way they speak. So it's, and at a certain point, like from my perspective, I remember in Trump's first term, I was like, oh God, I just want, why is Trump causing so much chaos? And then what I came to realize is that Biden became president and the chaos continued. And it wasn't coming from Trump. It was coming from the Democrats. I mean, the Democrats elected Trump this time. You understand that what they should have done is thank you, Mr. Trump, for your presidency. Have a nice life, and never mentioned his name again. Instead, they went on for 4 years about how terrible he was, and people were like, yeah, I don't think he's so terrible. And we're sick of you guys crying and complaining. And that's how Trump got elected. The Democrats gave him billions of free publicity. You know, and so that's why now, I mean, the Democrats are beside themselves, you know, because Trump, you know, goes to war with Iran. Now this is actual death. This is not made up, you know, oh my God, some trans person might be might be killed or might get beaten up. This is actual war where people are dying. You know, I think they're overloaded. They are miserable. Miserable.
I agree with you that Democrats are, yes, yes. But why you guys defend Trump? This is the problem I have. You can say that Trump is the president. We pick Trump because we don't want Hillary, the Kamala. That I can understand. They are right. Democrats are like much worse for United States than right now Trump. But why defending Trump's action? This is what I don't understand. He is a disaster. Like, why we cannot agree, at least as an American, that he is really a disaster? Why are you defending him?
Well, look, here's the thing. Trump may, I'll say this, Trump may not be as smart as you think, but he's a lot smarter than the Democrats say he is. Let me just put it that way. And I think the left in the United States has been effective as portraying him as a dummy and an idiot and a loose cannon and not thinking things through, all of that. The problem is he's not those things. Now, here's the thing to remember about Trump, okay? Wayfan, I don't know, are you in the United States? It doesn't matter if you are.
I was, and I ran away because of Trump currently.
Okay, all right. But you know how vicious and cutthroat New York City can be, right?
I mean, I lived upstate New York, but I can't.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. And you know that the mafia is there too.
Right.
Remember, Trump built a high-rise building in New York City. He had to deal with a lot of nasty people. He had to deal with the mafia. People forget that Trump was a builder, so what? No, that's
the hand of God? I mean, come on, give me a break.
Yeah, I know, but see, look, we could go back and forth on this, and maybe Trump is too nasty, but the Democrats are too weak. And I think what happens is, and look, we are all familiar with the Middle East and Middle Eastern culture. And what the Americans, and especially the Democrats, they assume when they go to the Middle East that everybody is using Western European culture and Western European ideas and philosophy. And they don't understand that the Middle East is a different culture. I'm not saying it's better, I'm not saying it's worse. It's different. And they go there thinking that the people they're negotiating view the world the same way they do. And that's their downfall, and they get taken advantage of. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I was on one stage, and there was a woman whose family is all in Iran, She said when Obama made the nuclear deal and gave them all that money, that the IRGC just took that money and didn't give anything to the people and used it to fund themselves and other terrorist groups. Now, that may or may not be true, but it sounds like it could be. And to me, it's just the perfect example of, of the Democrats just not getting it, So,
I mean, your claim is this, basically, the way I understand it, that Democrats are weak. Obama was weak. Obama went to Iran and gave them whatever they want, not understanding that what kind of nasty people they are. This is kind of your argument. And Trump is a nasty, strong person, and he's just, he's going there and make sure that they do not treat Americans as weak. Is that your claim?
well, I wouldn't use the word nasty. You can use that as you want. My better word is it's different. And let me just say, let's use the word playing hardball. I can't think of a better expression right now.
Right, like it's strong. Let's move.
Yeah, strong. Yeah.
Yes, he knows the deal of negotiation. Now, Obama came to power, united the whole nations of the whole planet to put the toughest sanctions of Iran and force them to come to the table, sign a deal, completely neutralize their nuclear capability. They put cement inside their nuclear reactors. Irreversibly force them to give up their nuclear capabilities. Trump came to power. Right now, the whole world is on Iranian side. They have not only given up their nuclear capability, they are saying that they're gonna make nuclear bomb. They have taken the Strait of Hormuz, and the world is accepting it. Right now, they are thinking about how legally can give it to them. And you are telling me Trump has won and Obama was weak? That's my counter argument.
And that's a good one. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's not a good one. I mean, that's a good one. My only counter would be that that I think my perspective would be, and what I suspect is they took the deal, but they knew they were going to rebuild. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I suspect.
No, they rebuilt Allen. The truth is that they were completely up to the time that Trump came out of it, then they started rebuilding. But before that, they were not
what's up,
really.
Lula?
Hello, lovelies. How you doing?
Good, how you guys?
Assalamu alaikum, sorry. Yeah, pretty good, thank you. Pretty good. What have I missed? Anything exciting?
No, we're just talking to Ellen. Ellen is a Trump supporter.
Oh, God. Okay. I'll steel myself then.
Hey, Joe, is that the same Joe that I know? Joe? Is that the Palestinian Joe? Oh, he left.
So tell me why you like Trump then, Alan.
Well, I just spent 10 minutes talking about it. I don't want to repeat myself.
Okay.
Alan, your position is really questioned in every room.
Well, of course.
It's very controversial to support, what's his name, Donald Trump nowadays.
Wait, say that again. It cut out.
So, at this moment, majority of Americans are anti-war with Iran, right?
Yeah.
So everyone that they find out you're a Trump supporter, they're gonna question your position.
Well, look, here's where, as far as I know, here's where we're at. First of all, as far as this action, Trump is on record in the 80s saying, if I was president, I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear bomb and never allow them to develop it. He's been consistent with that. So this is not something he suddenly pulled out of his hat to say, oh gee whiz, I want this. What he said, I saw an interview for him, and he said, look, the sticking point, the negotiation that just failed, the sticking point, the United States said, our main objective, you cannot have nuclear weapons and you cannot develop them. And he's saying that on Iran's side, they said, no, we are going to get a bomb and we are going to develop weapons. And that was, aside from anything else, that was the sticking point where they failed.
Alan, do you think that you can trust the American government? I'll give you an article. Before this war started, the foreign minister of Oman said they agreed to 0% stockpile? Iran agreed to it?
When was this?
This was prior to the attack, I think 3 or 4 days prior to it. I'll put the article, it's from Al Jazeera. The foreign minister of Oman said this, right? And even there was even an official in the U.S. government said, we're very close to it. This is the first time we have a breakthrough, or whatever, because we had Brother Fayaz in here. He's a co-mod of this room, so he shared it. I forgot the guy's name. You have to chat GPT or something. I'll see if I can find the name. So what I'm saying is, Alan, what we hear from Trump's mouth or Vance's mouth, it cannot be trusted.
Well, it's interesting, Amir, because what we also hear is we can't trust what comes out of Iran's mouth.
Yeah, that's fine. We can't trust either party, but what I'm saying is you have to read between the lines, right?
So what do you think that meant? What?
So if you pick up both sides sources, you pick up American source, CNN or whatever Fox or whatever bullshit, and then you pick up the Iranian state media source. What you do is you try to connect the dots, and then you read between the lines, which one's on the truth, and try to understand it for your side, for your from your perspective, and then get other people to understand it as well. Because when I look at both these sides, right, I have to sort of analyze that. Look, this is actually logical. This is logical to me, and this makes sense to me. That it is true. There's some truth to it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I see the way I view it is Iran knew what was coming down the road. So they're saying, yeah, we agree as a stall tactic to try and, okay, we'll tell them we'll agree, then they'll call it off, and then we'll go back to doing what we were going to do. That's the way I see it. I mean, so, I don't know what else.
Because I don't trust the American government, and you agree, right? We went to war with Iran because of Israel. You agree on that, right, Alan?
We had enough reasons to go to war with Iran without Israel.
Let me put the Oman's
Put it in the link. But yeah. But look, would you want the if the IRGC and he's made clear he doesn't care about the regime change. His main goal is no nuclear weapons.
I put the article in the chat for anybody that's home from Al Jazeera.
Yeah. If the IRGC lost power, what is your opinion about that?
So look, from American perspective, we don't give two fucks for the regime change. We agree on that, right? We agreement on that. What we do care is maybe if America was to normalize shit, and it happened twice already. Every time they came to the table, Israel wants to come in the middle, wants to be the fucking attention whore, right? That Israel is, and wants to go on attack mode. Happened twice, right? And this right here, this third time is going to happen again, and I'm sure it's going to be violated by Israel again. Israel already violated the ceasefire by killing 300 people in one day in Lebanon, and they've injured over 1,000 people. You know, that was part of the ceasefire deal, because Hezbollah is financed by who? By Iran. So this is where I have a problem. You know, why does America? This is why when you look at the surveys, even Tucker Carlson talked about this. Majority of Americans, more than 70 to 80%, they're anti-war with Iran, anti-boots on the ground inside Iran, and even the recent rescue mission, the one pilot. Do you remember the rescue mission they did? Do you know how fucking it sounded pretty fishy? I'll tell you how it was fishy. Over 150 jets in Iranian airspace. The soldier happened to be near the uranium enrichment program, right? What was he working? And there's a report, I think he traveled 100 miles in one day on foot. And the Iranian side, they offered, what was it? I think $80,000 to grab him.
I heard it was 60, but yeah.
60 or 80, whatever it was, right? But what I'm saying is, this was all bogus. Because why would you have 150 jets just to rescue one person? Usually the rescue mission is a secret in and out. Nobody knows about it. I don't know. It's not so fishy.
Yeah, that I'm not. That I'm not buying. That because rescue missions can be quite extensive. Because remember, the Iran was looking for him too. So there was a whole deception campaign that they mounted to make it look like they were looking in one area when they were actually looking in another area, and there was a misdirect there that they did. So
150 jets to go there just to rescue one pilot. That wasn't fishy.
No, not at all, Amir. Because look, Amir, if Iran had found him first,
Iran did find him. The besieged forces did find him. I actually received a video. But guess what happened? On the ground, there was a fire exchange. And Trump is not telling us there was exchange of fire. Even the Iranian side is not telling us this. There were some videos that were released on Telegram.
Yeah, but if they had captured him and if Iran had captured him and secured him, the political PR, it would have been a PR nightmare. So that's why, and that, again, Iran holding an American hostage again, it would have been you know, and then the left would be saying, oh, this is the Iranian hostage crisis again. Trump led us into this. So, that it wasn't going to happen. That's my thing.
Iran is good at grabbing hostages.
Exactly. Oh. Well, so that's why I completely, if it was 100 jets or 100, whatever it was, they were going to get that guy back. There was no question. And then if they had beheaded him or something, they would have taken him.
I don't think, in my opinion, I think they would have used him as a bargaining chip.
You know what? I think you're right.
They just want the deal, Alan. You see what I'm saying? The Iranians, they just want the deal. They want to do this. But the problem with Americans is they just don't want to accept the deal. The American regime that we have, it just, I don't know what the deal is. Israel can have nuclear weapon, right? At the same time, Iran cannot have it, even though Israel actually did threaten in 1973 during Yom Kippur War to ban Egypt.
Well, look. Let me ask you this, and then
Sure.
and then you're making my brain work, which is a very bad thing. I try to avoid that as much as possible. You know, that's why I like watching Married with Children. I can just veg out and watch him be tortured.
What, you watch Married with Children? That's an old show, classic.
Oh, every married man should watch that. And every man who isn't married should watch it so they know what they're getting into. It is the most accurate representation of marriage on the planet. Peg says, he comes home and Peg says, Al, did you miss me? And he says, with every shotgun blast so far, honey. So, okay. So first I'm in a room. The first I heard, that after the ceasefire, first I heard, well, Israel bombed Lebanon and they killed 100, however, 30, whatever it was. And I'm thinking, fuck, okay, there they go again. Then I hear from in another room, well, Iran, then I heard in another room that they said, well, they were trying to do a coup in Lebanon, and so that's why Israel bombed them to kill them, right? And I thought, okay, fine. But then I heard, and I kept going on the internet, the fact that, first of all, saying that the first thing, as it finally came out, that someone said, well, they bombed us and that the IRGC bombed Israel with cluster bombs, et cetera, et cetera. All the other stuff that I couldn't verify, according to what I looked up, there was no coup attempt in Lebanon. So I thought, okay, Israel is full of shit. They just took advantage of it. But then I heard that the IRGC, et cetera, in Israel a few hours after the ceasefire was announced, and that was true. Okay? My comment, and this is what really pissed off Daniel in the other room, was I said, look, a ceasefire means both sides stop firing weapons. And even if the IRGC did shoot missiles into Israel, that means you don't get to retaliate. And that's when I brought up that we're the big brother, you gotta do what we say. Now, that's what I know. Do you know something different about that order? I'm sorry that took so long. But as far as I understand it, we declared the ceasefire. We said, okay, we got a ceasefire at the last moment. Then a few hours later, IRGC bombs Israel. And then a few hours after that, Israel bombs Lebanon. Is that incorrect, or is there something else going on?
No, it sounds about correct, but what I'm saying is this entity is known to violate ceasefire, and that's the problem we have. How do you control it? I don't think Trump can control it. Because if Trump tries to control it, I believe, in my opinion, there's a chance of him getting, what? I'm outside, so I don't want to say much.
Oh, okay. As in bye-bye Trump.
Yep, there you
And you know what? That I don't think that's unreasonable. There's a former CIA guy. He was the one who like, you know, revealed that the government was using waterboarding, et cetera, et cetera. John Krakow or something like that. And there's a bunch of interviews of him on YouTube, and he said, yeah, nobody in the CIA, everyone in the CIA talks about how whenever they interact with Mossad, it's always unpleasant. That it's just, they will, that Mossad is not America's ally.
They're not allowed to come into the CIA building, right? I saw that video there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, they portray themselves, you know, look, Amir, here's the thing. That's why I said America's like the big brother. I don't think the IRGC and Israel are ever going to get along. And I understand Iran's position that if Israel has nuclear weapons, we should have nuclear weapons too. I understand that.
They never even said that, bro.
So no, it's not Iran's position, by the way. And I was saying this in my own opinion, but Iranian scholars, the people that running the show in Iran, they passed a fatwa. Fatwa is like a scholarly opinion or ruling, Islamic ruling, that they're against the nuclear bomb because just like we have international law that protects all the civilians. So from the Islamic paradigm, we have rules of engagement, which means you can't kill innocent civilians, women, children. You can't kill rabbis, priests. So there's a lot of these things, and that's why they're like, if we do have a nuke, that's going to end up killing a lot of civilians, which actually goes against Islam.
Yeah. Well, look. I think. Well, look. For right now, this is where I'm at, and this is where we're all at. For right now, we have a ceasefire. Trump is now going to take control of the Strait of Hormuz, and their tankers are going to the Gulf of America to get oil, and we'll see. In the end, if everybody stops fighting, that will be good.
Wait, but I mean, Alan, how do you think Trump is going to take over the Straits?
Well, they've already sent 2 cruisers up the strait, and I forget how far up they went. They turned around and they came back.
They were warned to get lost, get out of that Strait of Hormuz.
But I mean, that doesn't answer the question. Like, what do you think
Well, through military means.
But they keep their carriers 1,000 kilometers off the coast of Iran.
Yeah.
So if they're too scared to get close, how are they going to open it?
With other ships. The carriers aren't the only military ships they have in that region. And how are they going to do it?
Really, you heard about
they'll figure it out.
Starmer and a whole bunch of these other people connected to NATO. They said that we're looking into militarily as well.
Yeah, I heard NATO is trying to cook something up to open the streets.
Yeah, but if they do open it, my whole thing is, let's say America takes like warships over there, 5 or 6 warships, whatever. We know that Iran had attacked Abraham Lincoln carrier, right? And then they've attacked another Gerald Ford. That's another carrier ship. It was caught on fire. We have pictures and stuff, right? Now, if there's cases like this, who's to say they're not able to bomb the other 5 ships? And these ships are pretty expensive.
It's not even about the ships. It's like it's the cargo. Like, how are they gonna get the cargo through without having Iran hit the cargo ships?
No, but it's not cargo. America wants to do a blockade. No, America wants to do a blockade.
You're talking about the blockade now. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's a different story.
Well, that's the point. With Iran threatening any ships that go through, America will be guaranteeing. The point is, they will.
Alan, it's not like they're saying that they're not going to allow Iranian ships to pretty much leave the straits or whatever, do their thing. So I don't even get that. That's like counterintuitive. The whole point was to like open up the streets of Hormuz.
Yes, so America's America. What he's saying is he is going. It essentially, as I see it, is securing safe passage for the cargo ships through the Strait of Hormuz.
But they can't do that. So
why can't they do that?
Alan, that would violate. So I mean, look, Iran. But America would violate international law as well by putting a blockade, because that's where they get majority of stuff for the people that live on that land.
But Trump calls it a blockade. What he's going to do is he's going to do to Iran what Iran wants to do to America.
So do you think that the U.S. would fire at Chinese or Russian ships?
No, you mean military ships or cargo ships?
Cargo or oil?
No, he said he's going to let everyone through.
No, he's doing a blockade.
Yes, I said he called it a blockade.
Off the Iranian ones.
Yes, but what he has said, he called. See, you're taking Trump literally in a case in which he doesn't mean it literally. He said, Iran said we're blockade, or Iran has has implemented a blockade on the strait. So Trump responds and says, well, we're going to do a blockade. But he has also said in one of his, it was either X or Truth Social, he said, we are going to let everybody through. All ships will be allowed to pass. Now, he may block Iran's ships, but as far as China and he's called out Russia as well. I mean, China as well. He said ships from Europe and China, everywhere, they'll all go through. So what I interpret that as is that he is going to use the U.S. military to ensure, and Navy to ensure safe passage for those cargo ships. And we can all be sure that Iran is going to try and not allow that.
Those cargo ships, they're already safe. The Chinese and the Russians.
Of course they are, but what about the rest of them?
You mean the countries that are hostile to Iran? Those are not safe.
So there you go. So since Iran is playing that game, Trump has now engaged them in that skirmish.
I looked into the sea mines. I looked into the sea mine sweepers. Do you know how long it takes to clean up like 1,000 sea mines?
It takes exactly 36 hours, 24 minutes, and 17 seconds. Thank you.
So the sea mine, I looked into it. It takes about an hour to 2 hours, I believe, or about 3 hours, depends on the sea mine. You know, how long would it take? For each one. So let's say they got about 1,000 of these, okay? And they got 1,000 of these. It says it would take up to about 5-6 months 4 months to clean up all. So let's say Iran, let's say America is not allowing the Iranian ship to go through, but America wants the other ship to go through that are not allowed on Strait of Hormuz by Iran, which are connected to Israel and America. Well, all they have to do is put about 1,000 sea mines in the water, and it will take about 5 months for America to sweep all these up.
Yeah, but do they have the ships to do that?
America, I don't think that has the sea mine sweepers, but I think the Europe has.
Yeah, but does Iran have the ships to play mines?
Yeah, they do. They're placed in the.
Yeah, well, look. We're all trying to predict the future here right now. The point is, and I think we all recognize, this is where the next battle is. Okay? It's now, we've got a ceasefire. He's not bombing the targets inside country. And now it's okay. Iran said, well, we're gonna take control. We'll let Russia and China through, but the rest of you're screwed. So this is the next battle. Let's see. Let's come back in a week, and either it'll be, that idiot Trump, whatever, or it'll be, the shipping is resumed. I think that's where we're at.
I think he's gonna extend it. Just like every time he's gonna extend it.
You think he's gonna extend the ceasefire, Amir?
Yeah, he does it all the time to play with global market prices.
Yeah, but look it. Would you rather he cut it short? Think about what you're arguing for. It's like.
No, I never said that. I was just asking.
No, not you, Rio. I was actually talking to Amir, but this was the funny thing. And this is where it turns it, as far as American politics, it turns into such bullshit. Because Trump is saying, a civilization will end overnight. Okay, that's it. But Tuesday, it's now or never. You better do what So the Tuesday night comes, and he announces the ceasefire, and I think, to his credit, he announces a ceasefire in a way that allows everybody to save face.
He's egoistic.
I know, but that's not the point. The point is the Democrats then start screaming that, he chickened out, he's such a chicken, he always changes his mind. It's like, geez, if he had started bombing, they would have said he was a madman for bombing
the finer couscous.
No, the pearl is called Israeli couscous, not North African.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm just saying that's what it says on the box.
Yeah, it depends which mark. You're right. Technically, the history was invented in Israel, but it was invented in Israel and called Moroccan couscous. So
that's funny. In Israel, it says Moroccan couscous. In the States, it says Israeli couscous. In Europe, it says pearl couscous. And it's really actually looks like pastina. So it must have come from Italy because it looks like pastina.
here, I sent you a picture of the spread.
Okay. On Insta or on WhatsApp?
WhatsApp, but everybody in the room is a foodie, so I may as well just put it as my PTR.
Nice. Oh, I see the pearl one. It's strawberries. Or it's strawberry cranberries that they used.
I think it was Cranberries, not so rushed.
Okay, yeah, it looks like cranberries. Nice. Is that tahini on the table too? Yeah.
Hummus.
No, it's Smucker's. Smucker's has hummus?
Oh, no, that's caramel.
Caramel, okay. I was like, See, I'm very nosy. I zoom in to see it all. And baklava, nice. Nice fruit salad.
Yum, yum.
In front of him.
Yeah, I don't think so.
What?
I think.
Wait, Alan, are you Christian? Aren't you Armenian Christian?
Yes.
Interesting. Disgrace, honestly, to all Armenian Christians.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well,
Let's be gentle with Alan. He's an old man. I don't want him to get a.
I've heard him in the President Trump room. He doesn't need anyone to be gentle.
Are you from Abaransi?
You're really retarded.
Yeah, no, sorry. And if you claim to be Armenian, are you Armenian?
No, but I love my Armenian friends, and they would not stand with whatever you're saying.
And Armenians and Persians, we get along great.
Yeah.
So I have nothing against Persians, and I've made that very clear.
So let me draw you this picture. I'll make the case, right, and then let's see what your take is. So let's say we know, according to the reports, he became a witness. He told he told on Epstein. He got him arrested, right? Now he was friends with Epstein for 15 years. Okay, he was friends with Epstein for 15 years. He knew Trump knew Epstein since 1980. And went on up to 2003, 4, whatever. And Epstein even to a small publication, he told some deep dark secrets of Donald Trump. That he likes to sleep with best friends, wives, and a whole bunch of other shit. So now, for 15 years, you don't think Trump was he into? They were getting invited to each other's parties and whatnot. You don't think Trump knew about this?
Well, here's the thing. It's on record. First, he didn't know. And guess what? When he found out, he's the one who called the state of New York and said, you got to deal with this guy because he's a pedophile. And that's why they started the investigation into him.
Okay. I'm going to give you
Second of all, I'm sorry, Slow-Ember, but those pictures of him have been debunked as fake.
Okay, what about the interview when he said if
hang on a second.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Those all have been debunked.
So this another thing is when a drug bust happens in America, right? When a drug bust happens, let's say they pick up somebody off the street, right? That's selling maybe small time drugs or whatever. How does he get away with it?
You mean how does he get it? Oh, you mean if he turns in like he
there we go.
Yeah. Yeah,
For 15 years, he knew.
that isn't what happened.
No, I know, but I see. I tell a lot of people that you have to read between the lines. If you're friends with a pedophile for 15 years, coming to each other's parties and whatnot, you're literally in each other's parties every week or whatever, and both of you guys are big ballers, people, whatever.
Yeah, first of all, it's not that often, but
So for 15 years.
Nation.
by the Iranians.
Yeah, so are we at
Why is not
quickly as they can, and so they're basically even the shit with I don't know if it's true, but I saw like something with Lebanon. They're not going to allow people, I forget south of where, to return. It's like 20% of their fucking population. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? It's just really, Israel's doing way too fucking much right now. But this, I think, is going to backfire on them, really. I mean, global support for them is absolutely fucking tanking. The U.S. is getting sick of them. You know, I'm talking about people in the U.S. Europe is fucking sick of them. So basically, all of the people that
well, and Iran
can help protect them.
Iran just finally put a wedge in between the U.S. and Israel with this Lebanon thing, because Trump is such a narcissist. He doesn't want to be looked at as a new war president. So he is. I mean, Iran. It really did kind of a checkmate there. He doesn't want to be looked at as bad. He wants to get out. And Bibi's, in my mind, Bibi's like, no, it's not over. So he pulls this shit with Lebanon. So now there's no talks. JD flew back home with nothing. I mean, here's the fact, dude, is we don't have anything now that we didn't before. As a matter of fact, the one thing that we can guarantee out of the war is that now the gayness of Hormuz will always have a tax. That's one thing. That'll be an effect that wasn't before. That's one thing we actually got out of it.
And I think this is just naive, though. Like, I don't think we can do what without, you know, like a 2003 style invasion. I don't see us taking out the IRGC.
No, it's not happening.
And the U.S. does not want it. So what is Trump going to do? But Israel wants us to remain there and put pressure on them for whatever fucking reason. And but still, it's like, okay, so you're just going to create all of this animosity towards Israel and Zionists in America.
Well, right now the whole world is kind of pissed at him, including Trump, because of this whole Lebanon thing. He's like, son of a bitch, baby. Why did you have to do that when we're going and sitting down with these crazy? Because Israel doesn't want it to end.
I get the same feeling. They don't want it to end, and that's the other part is that like they've already been talking about was it Naftali Bennett? He was saying how, you know, they need to put their sights on Turkey, and I'm thinking to myself like, oh, so now your next fight is going to be against like what it was like the fourth largest military in the world that's NATO trained. Oh, and they're a part of NATO, which obviously that's going to really put us in a fucked up situation. And it's just like, does it ever stop with these people? And I don't know that it does, and that's why I think you have to put your foot down and just say, no, we're not doing this. We're gonna have to obviously set a lot of boundaries, but that's going to be including on them. I mean, we do not fight for them, period. That's that. We would not ask Israelis to die for us. We're not doing it for them. We're not going to fuck up the world's economy or our economy for them. We wouldn't, I don't think it'd be fair for us to ask them to do it for us. But they don't seem to really give a shit. And that's the problem. They're like a spoiled brat. You have to tell them no. And people will say that's anti-Semitic. I don't really give a shit. I mean, I have zero justice. What?
Can I tell you something afterwards? Like, finish it off. Like, I want to tell you something about the same thing you're talking about right now.
Sure. You know, I was just going to wrap it up and say, like, there is no country we have to talk about like this and have this quote-unquote duty to support. That is incessantly, it's put out there in the open where it's just like, constantly we talk about Israel. Why am I talking about Israel? Because that's all that's like, what has everything been centered around since Trump has been president? Why the fuck do we have to focus on Israel? Like, I'm getting really sick and fucking tired of this shit. But they center themselves.
camouflage right now. Both America and Israel have mutual benefits taking Iran and I don't know, free it from IRGC and Islamic Republic because of all these fucking I don't know. Like, I mean, Islamic Republic played a terrible role closing Strait of Hormuz, putting the world's economy in danger. And as we see, like the, I don't know, gas prices going up, like everything, though they have both mutual benefits. And when you see like BB is telling Donald Trump why you're stopping it, why you're, I don't know, sitting down for a negotiation, is just a camouflage to make Islamic Republic believe that these guys are fighting. They did this 3 to 4 times. They tricked Islamic Republic, IGC, by now with the same tactic. They show like, oh, they have some problems or they have like, I don't know, disagreements with each other, like Bibi and Trump, but they both want Iran. It's just not about Israel right now. They're just playing the role that sometimes they might have conflicts, Bibi and Trump, to just make Islamic Republic and IGC believe that these guys have some, I don't know, small problem. But the main goal is the, I don't know, the main goal is to trick them. They did, and they took Ghalibaf to Pakistan to do negotiations with them. With 87 people from the government, which they don't, I don't know, trust each other, they went all together to Pakistan to see like if they want to make sure it's not for the other person. And that's how they took out Ghalibaf, like the second most important decision maker in the Islamic Republic, which he went to, I don't know, God knows where. He was hidden. Nobody knew like where this guy is. And right now they draw him out of the fucking rat hole that he was hid himself in. He went to the Pakistan right now and he gave all the information to Mossad or CIA or whoever. And now they're tracking him. I'm gonna tell you, he's a dead man walking. It was like one of the tricks to get him out. And now, with this ceasefire that happened, already inside of Islamic Republic, we see like the biggest fights, even worse than what United States and Israel did with the war. This ceasefire is killing IRGC better than war. They want war. They like war.
Poria, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Poria, this is Rich. Hey, can you click the... Yeah, there, Poria. You're in the Matrix.
No.
Matrix. Oh, Poria's... Hold on, John. I was going to ask Poria a favor. Hey, next to the lead button, there's that up arrow. Can you click on that and then click invite people and click all the Iranians in? Invite all the Iranians in here. And any of the Iranians, can you all do the same thing? Thank you.
Well, so you're saying there's internal fighting. Who is this internal fighting happening between in Iran?
You're in the Matrix, Poria.
Yeah, you're in the Matrix, dude.
Guys,
you're still in the Matrix.
You're still in the Matrix.
Go get you some more Boost Mobile data.
Just trying to get his phone fixed.
Try to reboot it.
So everybody in the audience, click the up arrow, click invite people, and click anybody that has a green dot next to their name.
In chat, you'll see a link to the history of the Ottoman Empire and their secret sign language amongst the silent eunuchs that served the Ottoman king and emperor, and the inner courts and the different gardens and inner sanctuaries within Topkapi Palace. And so what I'm trying to say is a Muslim caliphate, such as the Turkish or the Iranian, they all operate on this principle of silence and inner chamber. But because we took out that Ayatollah, I don't understand why you're so pessimistic and why you complain so much. This isn't the layaway department at Walmart.
Were you agree on that, Pepe? Did you listen to me, or I was bugged the whole time?
No, I was saying I don't know about the internal fighting happening in Iran, so there's no way I don't know.
There are a lot of internal fightings because none of them trust the other one. Because think that, this Ghalibaf is going to go to Pakistan, is going to deal with Vance, he's going to sell all of these rats out. And nobody, trusts each other. So they went 87 members of, the government to Pakistan to just make sure, nobody is trying to rat on the other one.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, perfect. BB's here and he's going to be chill, but we're just mostly, I brought BB in so we control the Iranians.
Yeah, so BB, I think...
Yeah, I already told him.
He explained. I don't have a problem with you at all.
Yeah, Yasmin was running her mouth, and Pepe was being chill. He just came up and said, "Hey, what's up?" And she started crashing out. And we were having a really productive conversation.
Persian making trouble?
Oh, yeah. Hey, Poria, hit the up arrow and then hit invite and click everybody. Iranians with a green dot.
Well, so you have these people who don't trust each other. So how is that playing out on the ground? Is it just causing tension amongst the members of the IRGC?
Yeah, actually, we have a terrible, the highest percentage supports war inside of Islamic Republic and the decision makers, right? The leaders, right? They want some war, but they're realistic. They're seeing their missiles as their missile facilities is fucked up. They cannot launch any. They don't have any ship to fight. Realistic percentage is trying to convince the radical lunatic Muslims that, hey, we have to fucking chill. We don't have anything to fight.
Hey, Pat, can I ask him a question? Hey, Korea, are you guys still waiting for Trump, Bibi, and Reza Pahlavi to tell you to come out of your homes?
I do believe right now it's not the time for that. They're making everybody ready for the ground invasion. As their Navy SEALs, come into the Middle East, as we're following it, they need some times to get their troops settled in the Middle East to get ready for taking the southern stripes, or the.
So how many American and Israeli, or the Iranian men will come out of their house to take over back their country? I'm just curious. And I'm not insulting. I'm not insulting. Don't take it personal. Because I've been hearing for the past 2 months that they're waiting for them to be called out of their house.
I'm trying to be realistic, and I can tell you 100% there is going to be at least 70% of the current society, Trump and Reza Pahlavi and whatever they would say, I'm not trying to be fucking lunatic. I'm trying to be realistic.
No, I get what you're saying. The U.S. has been telling them to stay indoors, not do anything yet. So they are basically following the U.S.'s direction, which obviously Pahlavi he's echoing the same sentiment, so that they're not doing anything, to be honest. Last time they tried to do something, they just got gunned down by the tens of thousands, and nothing really came of it. So why wouldn't you just wait until you feel like the IRGC is in a compromised position to do your revolt?
Can I tell you a fact? I gotta do a confession.
You want to confess something? Did you commit a crime?
No. I gotta confess to something. So I don't want to fucking dick riding my compatriots, I just said. But we Persian people, we never thought that people would come outside after they got massacred about a month and a half ago, right? But yet, in the 40th days of the martyrs that they got killed in the massacre, they went outside again. I personally think that with this massacre that happened, IRGC made people their lives, that people were not going to come out within 10 next years, right? I personally thought that people were never going to go back to the street. They're scared as shit, right? But yet, in the 40th they came out and upped on in I don't know few other cities. It was like, you know, you could I don't know, count it with 5 fingers of one hand, but still they went outside. And now, still Donald Trump and Crown Prince is telling them to just stay inside. Don't do anything till we tell you. That's the only reason I'm seeing like people inside of Iran didn't do, I don't know, a noticeable kind of action for you.
I agree, and so I think that's I think that's smart. And like, look, I think the people that a month and a half ago that had all of the courage to go out and revolt and protest, I think that they were being brave. It's just that they were out. They didn't have guns. I mean, and they were in a predicament. Most nations are not going to have their military fire on protesters, but the IRGC will absolutely do that. And so they, and of course, once if they caught people alive, they're fucking hanging them and do it. It's what at this point it's playing. In my opinion, it's playing fool's poker to try to do any kind of revolt at this time. You want the U.S. To come in and cause a lot of damage, and when the IRGC is on one leg, then perhaps then you can do your revolt. But you have to wait for that to happen.
But I don't know.
You're in the Matrix.
He said maybe I will come inside of your one.
You're in the Matrix. We can't hear you.
Republic falling down. So
you were in the Matrix. We couldn't hear you.
Just maybe United States trying to take the southern parts of Iran, especially free the Karg Island, and as we see, like they sent some, mint disposable. What would you call it? Like, I'll find it. I'll flip into the Strait of Hormuz to just, disarm the mines that they just into the as we were speaking, and this energy didn't even fire a single missile to the American ships. So that's, as far as we see, we're seeing like negotiation between J.D. Vance and also Volleyball actually happen behind closed doors that nobody is aware of them. But I think personally Trump is doing a smart thing because J.D. Vance was apparently the only person in the Congress who was against the war, right? So he sent this specific guy because even Islamic Republic believe that since JD is like against the war, that's the only person that they're willing to talk to, right? And yet he went there, and what we saw him be, he said, I don't know, agree on negotiation, United States with an agreement or whatever. That makes the only person against the war rooting for them. Just like Rubio. Like,
I would say this.
With the opinion. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I would say this. So like they're like when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, they can hold it captive not because they don't have a fucking navy anymore. They can hold it captive with basically the mines that they dumped in the strait and basically drones and that kind of shit. But they can't. Okay, so it's not. And apparently, the French and the British are getting involved to at least try to secure the Strait of Hormuz. They're bringing a lot of equipment that can I supposedly find the mines. I don't know how that works. It's not my. I have zero experience with that. But in terms of like them having any teeth to actually enforce a holding the Strait of Hormuz hostage, they can't. I don't think they can really do anything about it once you have large, powerful first world militaries with all of their technological advancements there. And so you know, it's. I think this part is up for them. I mean, I don't think they. And this was known. I mean, if Trump was briefed on this, at least if you believe the New York Times, that them seizing the Strait of Hormuz was one of the main concerns, and of course they did it. But what can they do once you have our Navy and France's Navy and the UK's Navy there? Not really anything. They can try to attack one of the ships, but they know what will happen. If they attack one of our naval vessels or the UK's or the French's, I mean, they can dish it back times 100. They can't. You know, it's a losing proposition for them.
But personally, I think United States is winning, bro. This ceasefire was needed, and it's even better than the war itself. Islamic Republic doesn't. I mean, they like war to be happen. They like children gets killed, or I don't know, people gets killed, or I don't know. Seeing people as the human shield, as everybody knows, right? But the only thing that makes them apart from the inside is to just put some of them into the negotiation table and promise them like a lot of fucking fairy fantasy, I don't know, fake fugazi deals to just make them fucking understand who's the daddy, who's the boss, who's telling you what to do, which is Trump, realistically. And the other percentage, they don't like that realistic group, like Ghalibaf or that fucking guy, Zarif or Rouhani, those kind of people. Which they're against the war, they're saying like we have to make a negotiation with the United States, we should end the war. But the vast majority of, I don't know, Islamic supporters, like Islamic Republic supporters, they're telling that Ghalibaf, you're traitor. You're traitor to the leader, and you know you're fucking pissing on his fucking blood. You know he got killed for nothing. You become this person because of Ali Khamenei, or I don't know, threatening him to death or whatever inside the streets. Already, we're seeing the biggest fights in 45 days.
So basically, the hardliners are shitting on everybody else that don't have the same that are not worshippers of.
I think, you know, in this 40 days, Islamic Republic did great at propaganda with the global leftists around the world, especially the United States. They turned public opinion into a fucked up narrative that is not even understandable. Like you cannot understand.
But I don't think they even did it. I don't even think but I don't think it was Iran that was even doing it. I think it was more the. I'm going to be quite frank here. The Arabs that are on the side of Palestine and hate Israel that have been far more effective at doing it. And you have people that otherwise would hate fucking Iran. They hate Shia Muslims. But they are cheering for Iran to win because they fucking hate Israel more. And, you know, it's...
Just objection, Pepe. Just objection. It's your opinion.
It's not projection. Projection how I feel and playing it, you know, to somebody else.
I see. Okay, then I guess it's not projection.
Amazing. I guess
honestly, what's it like being the only albino?
Wait, John, is it anti-Semitic to say that you don't want to be in endless wars forever?
I just want to know how many albinos are there out there for you in your community. Meaning, like, are you targeted by?
I'm not even albino, bro. Trust me. It's just a filter on this picture. I'm not albino, bro.
Like, and even if you look at Persians, they look at their fucking generals, the people that are in the news. Like, some of them, there's like a percentage of them that passes European. It's not, doesn't make you fucking albino.
Based off of appearances. Sorry about that, Poria. I take it back. You're a beautiful, handsome non-albino.
So retarded.
So, Rich here just said that we're sick of these forever wars, and we voted MAGA thinking we weren't going to be involved in a forever war. But see, this isn't a forever war. This is what I don't understand about the complaint.
Different level than Afghanistan.
Where are you getting this Turkey thing from? Where are you getting this from? That there's going to be a war with Turkey, bro? Where do you think this is fucking coming?
Okay, look, I think Erdogan, he's a piece of shit. He's a Muslim fundamentalist. He's not, I think he's driving what was a secular Turkey backwards. I'm not a fan of his, but they are, it's just like you guys name your enemies, and it's just almost like, oh, you guys are on our side, right? You guys are on our side, right? Otherwise, you're bad. So you're on our side, right? And we have to become enemies with all of their enemies, and it's just like, look, and that it's going to be in the interest, if not, at the detriment of our fucking country. And no, the Israel does need to. They need to be protected in terms of like
about the conflict, which isn't going to happen.
Oh my god. Hold on a second.
I'll take care of him.
I love you, man.
What did you say? Oh shit! It's the tag team.
I said,
We're back together.
I said, give me the take.
That's fine. Daniel will fix you up real good. Daniel will tweak both of you perfect. Daniel, have at it.
Okay, so if you look at one of the biggest complaints when it comes to Israel, at least from a United States perspective, only a United States perspective, is that, well, we're allies with, and we were allies with Israel for much different reasons. If we look back decades ago, and that was because during the Cold War, they were the one holdout in that area that would align with not with the Soviet Union, but with us, and so that was invaluable. Really, truly was. It's like, holy shit! If they were aligned with the Soviet Union, that would have made everything very complicated in that region of the world.
The Soviets tried. The Soviets tried.
Oh, of course they did. And so that was where, like, our original allyship, I would say, largely was. After that,
it's more complicated than that. I mean, the American alliance with Israel really only started after 1973. Did America, provide some supplies to Israel prior to 1973? Yes. But it was really like the first real big, sort of formal alliance began after 1973. There was too much of the traditional sort of realpolitik saying these guys are never going to win. They're this tiny country, and they're surrounded by hundreds of millions of people who hate them. And the odds were certainly not in the nation state's favor, except to say that the Arab states are pretty incompetent, and so.
But one of the biggest critiques, though, whether it was Nixon, we obviously put him on the right. Carter, one of the worst presidents, but he's on the left, obviously. We can talk about Clinton. We can talk about a lot of presidents since the Yom Kippur War in '73. There was a very real realization that us backing Israel and the level of loyalty they'd want to show to us, or for us to show to them, was absolutely hurting any possible relationship we could have with countries like Egypt, and
So let's go there. So let's talk about, go back in time, to the previous war, which is 1967. Okay, the Egyptians went to war with Israel when 40% of Egyptians were on American food aid in 1967. And that was an American attempt to carry favor with the Egyptian. And that was during which the Soviets were not only training the Arabs, but basically giving them billions of dollars of free military equipment. They just kept resupplying them, right? And the logic of all of that was there was this sort of natural anti-Americanism which existed in the Arab states post, breakup of the post 1945, right? Which is the breakup of the empires, the disintegration of all of European empires. The Arabs saw America as, a colonial power, even though it wasn't a colonial power, and that their culture trended towards more sort of tribal and dictatorial forms of government, which is exactly what the Soviets were, so they could cut deals with each other in the same ways that they wanted. And back then, I mean, there was still very much, and going back much farther than that, an American fantasy that you could have conversations with them and say, you guys should really have elections, and and Arabs resent being told that they should be told anything about how to run anything that they do, and socially and culturally speaking, they are very internally incapable of criticizing their own environments. So, that definitely meant that they couldn't see that, an alliance with America was what was in their interest. All the dictators in the Middle East, wanted to hang with the Soviets. And the Soviets were going to give them a lot more free shit. So, I mean, that's what it was like for decades. And that was just one phase.
Yeah, but obviously the Soviets were playing them. They didn't want, they would only give them, they would make promises and give them free shit, but obviously if they could take the power and control from them, they would stomp out any remnant of Islam. They were going to make you a very good citizen.
I mean, look,
it's kind of how they,
all of the Soviet sort of, the Soviet foreign policy was basically all about a game of divide and conquer and revolution, wherever they could foment revolution. And
exactly.
I'm
talking about post-revolution, that they're drastically after the revolution.
But the Arab states were never really socialists, right? The dictators are too greedy, right? It's the Islamists, and have much more in common with Soviet ideology, communist ideology, than the dictatorial regimes did. And we've seen a lot of those regimes fall over time. And things did not improve, right, in those countries.
But can I ask you a question? So
sure.
So we can look at, these are all bad actors. I think you agree Saddam Hussein was bad. I think you agree that Muammar Gaddafi was bad. I think you agree that Assad was bad. Now, we end up deposing these rulers. Now they're basically what are the countries now? They're still shitholes. They're still horrible places. They don't have a strong leader with the I guess you could say the type of I don't know, national unity that you would have seen before, which obviously having that intact would be more of a threat to Israel. But I do not see like what we're doing in the Middle East. I actually think we're causing far more problems.
Well, if we look at, American interventions, right? Certainly Libya was not only an American intervention. I mean, it was an American and European intervention, and they bombed Libya for 7 months. I'm not sure exactly what they thought was going to happen, but that was, I think, very typically, really based on a Western fantasy that that there's going to be some sort of that the future could be better than the past, right? Now, no one liked Gaddafi, right? Most other Arab states really didn't like Gaddafi either because he was crazy, and all of these guys were competing with each other depending on the states. But there was like a long-term historical bone to pick with Gaddafi in particular. The so-called Arab Spring, where there were all these, did not yield any positive results for any of the countries that had these the Arab Spring. And what happened in Tunisia, what happened in Egypt, what happened in Syria, really didn't have anything to do with the United States. What happened in Libya did not have anything to do with the United States. The United States...
It did have a lot to do with the United States. It had to do with... I mean, the UN did tell him that he had to restore basic human rights and civil rights, which is more of an American term, but basically the freedom to protest, all of that shit, to... And which was his downfall, because that's exactly what his population needed, and they killed him.
Yeah, what I'm saying is they saw it opportunistically as maybe there was some sort of win there. Had I been a fly on the wall in the room where these conversations were happening, I think I probably would have laughed in their face. But there's just a significant and common, very misunderstanding among Westerners about what Middle Eastern culture is like.
Oh, no, I think one of the biggest misunderstandings is that we look at Middle Eastern cultures, they almost always need whether they have a king that's ruling them, a dictator like Saddam or Assad, they need, those are actually the countries they prefer to live in.
I don't know about prefer. The alternative, what ends up being, there's always one,
like, for sure.
Well, there's always one tribe which ends up being the more powerful tribe, right? Like in Syria, the Alawites were the most powerful tribe because they imposed their power on everyone else.
They were a minority, but they were a minority that protected the Christians and the fuck do you call those people, the Druze. And what happened after Assad was imposed and he ended up fleeing to Russia, Jolani, literally, a first-class piece of shit ISIS terrorist, which this is what rubbed me the wrong way about Israel is they were excited that this fucking ISIS asshole ended up coming into power, deposing Assad. And then what are some of the first things that his people started doing? And he came in with like...
The enemy is my friend? The enemy is my friend? Shut up!
So there's a couple of things. First of all...
hold on, let me finish my point. So they ended up deposing Assad. Then you have this guy with a bunch, tens of thousands of Turkic people from a different region of the fucking world that come in there. They get rid of Assad. Then they immediately start targeting the fucking Druze and the Christians. And I see Israel celebrating, because they got rid of Assad. But I'm looking at, like, dude, like, they barely have Christians left there, and the Jews been put through shit all throughout the
So
Middle East.
let me shed light on that. So Assad became sort of a client state of Iran as a result of the Syrian civil war.
Well, yeah,
right?
No, absolutely.
So
technically,
Hezbollah was,
but not technically the Alawite or Shia.
No,
Alawites believe in reincarnation. They may not be.
No, but they fall under Shia.
But
Most Muslims are considered Muslim.
Correct. Yes, that's right. They when you look at Alawite sort of religious ornamentation, it's probably not the right word. It's like not considered Islam, right? So, I think it's not a question of section. I think first of all, the Israelis in that particular moment were observing in awe at the fact that the massive success of the beeper operation in Lebanon basically made it so that Hezbollah could not respond to what was going on in Syria. And so through an operation, which was a very incredible operation, right? It had really wide-ranging impacts. The positives that they saw as they were the first thing they did is this was happening. So they bombed all of the military assets all over Syria so that Jelani get them. So it's not so much about them being in favor of Jelani as it is that the guys in Syria who were taking over were extremely anti-Hezbollah and which meant that it was a reduction of Iranian power, further reduction of Iranian power. The Israelis subsequently bombed Syria a whole bunch of times after Jelani went to
after a couple of the atrocities, they did bomb. I forget there was one. Right. I don't know. Is there Ministry of Defense building? Which was
they bombed the Ministry of Defense building. But but I'll say, I don't know if this is true, right? But I have heard it on a podcast from a guy who was former Al Qaeda, who turned and started CIA, or he was British intelligence or something like that. And he was on Haviv Rettig-Gor's podcast, Ask Haviv Anything. They had this long discussion, and he said that Jelani actually works for the CIA. Now, I don't know if that's true. He said it on the podcast. And I can't, it's very, I have a friend, a former employer who's a Syrian guy, a really good guy. He's Christian, and we've had a conversation going back and forth about the things that have been happening in Syria because we're seeing, these crazy Islamists there, and they are absolutely interested in turning Syria into an Islamist state. How much power those guys have versus the current government is unknown, and whether or not it's at the behest of the current government is unknown. I should say, I may have a bit more information on that soon, but no one seems to have a clear idea of whether or not, it's a good thing or a bad thing. However, the general consensus I can tell you among my crowd of people is disappointment in the Middle East. And, the Alawite revenge killings were unsurprising. They killed a bunch of Alawites when they took power. It was really unsurprising that everyone, there were a lot of people who hated the Alawites. The Alawites benefited from Assad's power. Assad was a very brutal ruler, right? We heard all that stuff that happened at that prison. There are guys who'd been locked up there for decades. And Assad also is the reason that ISIS became a thing, because when the civil war started, they let out all the crazy Islamists out of the Syrian jails. So, so look, when you have a situation where you have nothing but bad decisions, you you take the small wins where you can and you deal with the rest, right? And I know for a fact that there has been constant IDF activity in Syria. A lot of it we don't hear about. Since Giuliani took power, so there are Israeli military units in Syria all the time. So I think so, and I should say, the Israelis have an absolute interest in protecting the Druze in Syria, because the Druze in Israel are extremely highly regarded, and they serve in the IDF at an even higher per capita rate.
You're some of the most patriotic people in Israel, from what I've heard. Maybe that's wrong.
Yeah. So it's complicated. Like the way Druze society works. Like you're loyal to the state that you live in, right? So that means that there's a bunch of Druze who were in the IDF, and there were a bunch of Druze who were loyal to Syria, not really involved in any significant level in the Syrian state, but I met this guy who was a Druze guy. Not all of the Druze were necessarily pro-Israel, right? And so there's this town called Majd al-Shams in northern Israel. And I said, I thought that. He said, it's in Syria. I was like, Majd al-Shams is in Syria. I was like, no, that's Israel. He's like, no, it's in Syria. And the reason why he was saying that is because they have this sort of loyalty to the state that they were a part of. In any case, they are very well regarded in Israel, and they are a very important part of the IDF. And so the Israelis have an absolute sort of ironclad requirement to protect the Druze there, because for one, they really care about the Druze, but also it would be a strategic disaster if Israel didn't do it, because the Druze in the IDF would leave the army, and that would really cause a big problem in terms of the operations of the army. But back over to you.
Yeah, it's complicated. All of this tribal bullshit when it comes to the Middle East, I don't have an answer for it. I don't know that I've ever heard anybody have an answer for it.
So, a couple of comments. First, kind of good analysis of the situation. I appreciate that. I want to start with the last, and this is just my prediction, that Syria probably will become Afghanistan incarnate, probably 2 or 3 or 5 years down the road. Given the leadership and what we have done so far, and so that's a good possibility for them. But I wanted to go back to we kind of talk about this, the Arab Spring. What was the impetus and germane to this milestone movement in a region which is culturally, we don't expect such a movement to come about? And so what was the reason, or what the impetus for the movement to come about? And second, why is that it did not work? So on the first one, I would say in terms of the genesis, the reason it operated, I think it seems to me, I might be correct on it, that kind of an appreciation of a secular representative democracy and the results of those types of governing bodies in Europe and US probably provided a template for the Arab Spring to say, look, this is not a bad thing. This is what we wish it to happen to us, to our government, to basic freedoms, and the rest of the stuff that it's common in the secular representative democracy, separation of church and state, and basic human rights, checks and system of checks and balances, and the rest of it. So I think that has probably, I'm not sure, I cannot tell you for sure, But I think that would have a lot to do with uprising, and then maybe some other. So we'll talk about that a little bit, and then we can go back and how is it that how come that uprising actually what we say failed miserably with the exception of one or two countries. And so that would be a good question to ask. I don't know enough that it didn't work out, so maybe we can talk about it. Daniel or Pepe, you can educate me on it.
Well, I'll tell you something really quick. So the first event related to the Arab Spring was this event in Tunisia, right, where this guy lit himself on fire to protest the government. What a lot of people don't know was that a female police officer accosted the man and humiliated him, and that's why he burned himself alive. And that was the impetus moment that actually, set this movement on fire, because there was this man being humiliated by a woman. So whatever there may be in terms of ideas about the fact that they may want a different government because their governments are shitty, and I'm sure, a lot of people feel that way, the motivations for doing so I don't know, are as simple as what we want is democracy. I mean, I see no evidence of that. They kind of had a democracy for like 15 minutes in Tunisia. It's now not really that anymore. In Egypt they elected Islamists. In Syria we got the Syrian civil war. I mean, in Libya's basically a failed state. Like, none of these things have really worked out. And it's really, to me, just comes down to the fact that you have clan warfare in all of these places, right? Which is just not really well understood. Is clans really do matter in the Middle East? I mean, they matter in Palestinian society as well. It's clan first, always. So, you think of like, there's the Palestinian territories, but really the way people associate themselves first is to their clan. And there's inter-clan warfare all the time. This just doesn't make the news. Right? They're constantly fighting each other, and there is violence all of the time. So, the only people who've been able to make it work in the clan system is the UAE. Each clan runs an emirate, and they came together and they formed the United Arab Emirates. That is a clan-based structure, right? Which is autocracy, but let's call it somewhat benign autocracy, right? They are interested in actually building a society that works. No one needs to believe that it's perfect, but we can see some of the results. None of the other ones have really gone down that road. I think it's also there are other cultural impediments which makes it very difficult. And I think one of the big differences with the UAE is they have a lot of money, right? And that generates stability. It's true with Saudi Arabia too. The money, right? These other countries don't have a lot of that, right? Yes, there's some oil in Libya, right? And there's oil in Algeria as well, and natural gas, and those things are good. But, we don't really see a lot of improvements there. And right now, there is kind of a cold war in the Middle East between Egypt and Turkey for vying for control and power in these states, which is happening in the background, which just doesn't get a lot of airplay, but it is happening. So, I mean, people are trying to make plays for power all over the place, all over the Middle East, backing one faction or another. It's happening in Yemen as well, right? Where the Saudis back one faction and the UAE backs another faction, and both those factions are against the Houthis. It's a fucking mess. And I don't see it really changing. The only thing that you can say is that in places like the UAE and in Saudi Arabia, there was a relatively sophisticated state. And all of those guys were educated in the West. And so maybe they don't want to live exactly like the West, but they know that the life's pretty good in the West, right?
They're pretty proud of.
And, you know, they want to, you know, copy the things that work. And I think it's clear at this point that most of the states in the Middle East, they don't want to be really under the umbrella of the Chinese. They want to be under the umbrella of the United States in terms of security. You know, and they've sort of figured out that that's what they want to do. So they've thrown their lot in with the West. And let's say these are the more powerful, stable states in the Middle East, so the Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, right, Oman, and apparently now Qatar, although while the Qatar showers money into America, into American politics and all sorts of other things, and there's a giant military base there, they also finance all sorts of anti-American stuff all over the United States. And now all of a sudden, you know, what happened to them is the same thing that happened to the Saudis, which is you fund all this stuff and eventually it comes back and bites you. Well, the Iranians have now bitten the Qataris. And we don't fully understand exactly all of the damage that has been done by what the Iranians have done to oil and gas facilities. But I have it on good authority that in Qatar in particular, there are contracts that are 5 years out that are going to be broken because the damage is so severe, which means, you know, pretty bad shit, right, for those guys, because they're not going to be able to make any money. So I don't know, but they're now saying, oh, America, please protect us, you know, or now we're against Iran. I mean, the Qataris were like really close with the Iranians, and this isn't very well known, but the ruling family in Qatar is Persian, not Arab.
Wait, the Qatari ruling family, they're Persian. They're literally, they were Shia Muslims.
Are Persians and they are Shia Muslim, yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
As long as it's intelligible.
So, do y'all think that Trump is wrong with what he's doing?
Nope.
Okay. Okay.
I want to plant an idea in everybody's minds, okay? I want you to think for a second that there's no way that the U.S. government didn't know, okay, that the Iranians were going to do what they did in the Strait of Hormuz, okay? And that they expected this, and they have let it go on. And I think you should ask yourselves, why did they let it go on? Like, why didn't they, you know, create a whole bunch of specific troop deployments specifically set up to prevent the Iranians from doing that ahead of time before the war even started?
Because we wanted it to happen.
Because they wanted it to happen. So what are the reasons for that?
Power over mainland China, power over the Gulf states, controlling the Strait of Hormuz eventually. Backing up the U.S. petrodollar.
My answer would be rather
appeasing Israel.
It would be they just don't want, you know. First of all, like I'm so against the IRGC. They're pieces of fucking shit. If we can find a way to easily eliminate them, like I would say, yeah, absolutely, do it. I will never defend those fucking people. But it's like this war, like, I think it's as cut and dry and as easy as Trump may, and of course the people, the talking puppets, to say like, oh yeah, we're just gonna go in, we're just gonna like, bomb them and kill Khomeini, and then, you know, there'd be a change. Obviously that wasn't the case, and So here, you have these same assholes in power. The question of the day is, if we leave while still allowing the IRGC to have power, we lost.
Yep.
And so, the problem though is that Americans, I think, they're so apathetic towards us doing a regime change in Iran. They would never buy into a mass military operation like what we saw in 2003 in Iraq. That I don't know what are we going to actually do about it? Nothing really. And that's where I
those are all interesting questions. Those are all interesting questions, but you didn't answer my question, which was why. Okay, so my question is why would the United States watch the closure of the Strait of Hormuz? Right, because there are significant political costs because in the short term, right, the oil price has gone up significantly, and that is an issue among voters, right? That if costs go up by 30%, it's a big deal, right? Now Jashan, I think it was who spoke, said it provides leverage over China.
Yeah, I would say that World War III, the after effect will put us so far ahead of China that we won't have to fucking worry about them.
Right. Okay. So let's say. Let's put World War III aside. But let's just say
World War III.
Okay. Well, let's just leave that aside just for a moment. Okay. It absolutely creates a situation where there is a cost to China that they cannot control. That is
73% of their gas and oil.
Right.
55 from the Gulf States and 18% from Europe.
There are other reasons that I think we should point to, okay? The United States has $39 trillion of debt, and it has a ton of oil and gas.
Yep.
And right now...
Japan.
Sure, fine, but now, whether it's Japan or China or South Korea or any of these countries, all of the empty VLCC tankers are all headed to the United States to go pick up oil and gas.
I'm going to go to bed in a few minutes, so I'm just going to go ahead. So
make me a mod.
Oh, hold on. Oh, goddamn, did I move him? Jesus Christ. I meant to...
Yeah, make Daniel mod.
Yeah, I was going to make Daniel mod. God damn it, I accidentally pushed you. Jesus.
Yeah,
I said my Lord's name in vain, so I'm so angry.
Shut up, you dirty mouth atheist.
Okay,
got this account that I got like 600.
I'll make, I'll make Howard a mod. And then, amazing. I just, and you make me a mod. Jews as mods.
Galaxy, shut the fuck up.
They can moderate.
Make me a mod, my nigga.
Yeah, shut up. And so, they can moderate. I'll listen while I'm sleeping, or about to go to sleep, but that's what I'm going to do. And I truly don't really give a shit what happens to this room, because I'm no longer taking part in it. So, but, I'm going to be listening.
So, Daniel, let me just answer a good question. So, you're making the assumption that Americans knew in their calculus of what this war could entail. One of the risk of the Strait of Hormuz being closed and causing devastation in terms of the energy supply and the rest of the stuff. Maybe they actually thought about it. And it's not possible to think that they were not aware of the political risk in terms of the stuff that you mentioned, actually. The oil price.
Yeah, but Ollie, you gotta think about the way they think about it. They don't think is like, oh, we're gonna, like, it's not some conspiratorial thing where they're like, oh, we're gonna intentionally do this. I think when they're sitting around, they look at it and they go, okay, well, what if it goes this way? Okay, well, we win. Well, what if it goes this way? Okay, well, we win. So it's just a win-win situation. We either get the Strait of Hormuz open and we overthrow the IRGC, destroy the Ayatollah, kill him and shit, and we implement a new regime in Iran, or they shut down the fucking strait and then we sell it at $140 a barrel.
Right. Actually, we're going to the scenario. Yeah, we're going to actually talk about the scenario we just talked about, but maybe taking one at a time. One assumption is they fully calculated this ahead of time. And the calculation in terms of the Strait of Hormuz is going to be closed by the Iranians. And then what that would entail X and Y and Z. The price is going up, inflation is going up, and also putting some pressure on our allies to participate in this activity not in a material way or substantially. And midterm elections is also coming up. So those are kind of the risks that one assumes that they have calculated, but maybe not. We're just making an assumption. The other is the one Josh, and exactly what you mentioned is, as we all know, U.S. is energy self-sufficient, although we do have many pockets of import and exporting oil and LNG, natural gas in the form of LNG, liquefied natural gas. We, at the minimum, at least, there are about 6 or 8 terminals in construction right now to export natural gas in the form of LNG to various places. So with this Strait of Hormuz being closed for some time, who knows for how long, then of course that provided boost to energy production in the United States and also exporting that. And also the price of oil, as somebody mentioned, going up to maybe 130, 140. And so these are possible scenarios, but one could not say for any level of certainty that the Americans really, maybe they thought after they have caused devastating damage to all sectors in Iran, military and the rest of it, as you know, and also assassination, killing all of the leaders, that perhaps the Iranians would not even last that long. So maybe they had the closure of the Strait of Hormuz on the risk list, but probably it was not on the top of the list. I don't know for sure fact. I don't know. But I think it is possible what could have been some major miscalculation, actually. So we go from, I'm going to land with this, from the absolutely calculating the level of the risk at the highest and the benefits could entail from that, with some political kind of impact, particularly in the midterm election, and then all the way to the upside of it, which is making U.S. Producing a lot more natural gas and oil and exporting it. That's another kind of scenario would be the opposite of what I just mentioned. Anyway, comments are welcome. I just wanted to kind of talk about it.
By the way, I chose all of my mods based on merit. I'm just saying.
Howard.
That's okay. I was just messing with you.
Fuck you, rap Mexican.
Howard, are you AI? There's no way that's a real photo.
Obviously, it's an AI photo.
Why, Arafat, you want to suck his dick or something?
Yeah, okay. We're not going to talk about that. Let's go back to the conversation.
Let's not talk about how gorgeous Howard is.
Yeah, okay. Let's go back to the conversation. Let's go back.
I'm sure that they.
Okay, I'm on mic on Jason.
I'm sure that they hoped that Iran would just collapse, but I'm not sure that it was actually something they thought was very likely. I mean, I'm not sure why they would think that, right? I mean, the U.S. has tried this a bunch of times, and usually that doesn't happen. When it does happen, it is a surprise to everybody. Like the situation in Iraq. Okay, I don't think that the U.S. anticipated that the first invasion of Iraq was going to go nearly as well as it did. So yeah, then they had a backup plan, right? And maybe it does have something to do with energy inflows to China, energy availability in the world today. Yeah, it does reshape how Europe and Asia now think about their reliance on that trade route, and on those energy partners. And this is, I would say, especially for Europe, this is a big problem with European policy in the last, 30 years. Their approach to energy has made them friends with people they shouldn't be, has made them dependents on people they shouldn't be dependents on.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild how Saddam in '98 switched over the petrodollar to the euro. And then the day we took Baghdad, we switched it immediately back over to the US petrodollar. Well, they have free elections in Iraq.
Just wanted to ask, the recent post on Trump, is this, can we dissect this as a heresy?
Are you talking about the Christian one?
Yeah.
So Trump crashed out. That's what my room title was about. So first of all, he went in and like, you know, I was raised Catholic. I'm not a religious person, but the amount of disrespect that he showed was jaw dropping. I just like such a lack of fucking class that he has, and then he
to the Muslims or the Christians.
Towards
both of
us,
because
we were first Catholics, but then.
Oh no, he said praise be to Allah.
Oh, shut up! Hold on. So, but then afterwards, he showed a picture of him as Jesus, and I posted at the top. This was something he posted. I went back to his Truth Social account, and to me, it's just like, really, like, what on God's green earth do you think that even if it was you're trying to be funny, that is even appropriate? Like that is fucking is so bizarre.
It's the savior to the Iranians.
I mean, you were like, why not just fucking? Why not just put the happy virgin?
You would faggots that are going to sit here.
Shut up. Okay, I don't want to.
I'm not against you.
Okay. Do I have to put people to the audience?
Yes, please. Put see Mike in the audience. This Mr. Raya.
Okay, shut the fuck up. I don't care what either of you have to say. Shut the fuck up. By the way, the people I made moderators, you guys can move people whenever you want because I'm about to go to bed. The fact is, though, is that you showing your face as Jesus and after what you said to the Pope, like that is the level of disrespect there is
it's called gerontocracy. It's when you have old people running the country. No effect.
No.
It's called what?
Gerontocracy.
I don't understand.
But I believe he said Jew-ontocracy.
He sounded like I'm thinking English may be his second language, and he most certainly pronounced.
Isn't it obvious?
He certainly pronounced Jew-ontocracy as if it were government by Jews, but in fact, I do believe he tried to say gerontocracy.
Yeah, no, obviously he didn't.
I think
but
one, you know.
I'm just really amazed that
English is not commonly taught in the Arab world.
Okay, but when has a fucking Jew been this overtly disrespectful in America?
The only time
I'm being serious. Where they post a picture where you have some Jew motherfucker that has a picture of his fucking face as Jesus. Okay, after he trashes our fucking Pope. I can't recall such an instance. But here you have this guy who's not religious that has done it.
Netanyahu did say Jesus was weak.
No, he said he was insignificant. He added like a layer on top of it.
No, he said he was weak. He said we don't need to be peaceful
Yeah,
like Christ.
Okay, we get it. But where do we have an American? Okay, fuck Netanyahu. He's not one of us. He's not American.
He's playing a big part, eh?
No, he's not. But with that being said, okay, where do you get a Jew or a Muslim openly? I'm going to say Muslim even. Where you see them mocking Jesus in the way, in the fashion that Trump did. That is kind of like unprecedented. That is so funny.
That's for you, Eric.
Trump has no morality at all. He's there to simply have power and
Wait, I thought you were going to bed.
gaining power.
I thought you were going to bed.
If anyone thinks
Galaxy,
he
you're gonna
has
get
any sort of morality or Christianity or religious intonations in his mind or his body or his soul, I think you're sorely mistaken. Like he does things purely to gain his own power, purely for his own effective purposes, and he just has a good sense of what's popular and what isn't. Sometimes he gets it wrong, and if he's wrong, he just moves onto the. So I wouldn't even be offended by it. It's like children. It's like watching children, say this, say that, say this, say that. It's not grounded in.
Sure, this is a real.
I love when Jews get into like Taoism, Buddhism, and Hinduism.
This is a realist theory of Trump. Sure, that's good. We could certainly talk about that for a long time.
Well, I don't think he cares about Christ one way or the other. Like it doesn't have a ground.
I think if any of these politicians ever cared about Christ, they wouldn't be politicians.
Wait, we couldn't hear you really low.
I said if any of these politicians ever
A
cared about
little
Christ.
louder.
Louder enough?
Yeah, like put your mouth right by the mic.
I can hear it fine, just Sean.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Maybe it's yours. It might be mine.
You're coming on to her, Jashawn, because
ew, gross.
You're like,
it's Nargis.
now Nargis was saying something serious. She's like, these politicians, they don't care about Christ, so what do you expect from Donald Trump? I mean, what you shouldn't expect any more from him than you expect from other politicians. And that's maybe not unfair, right? I mean, they're politicians. They're not priests. They're not saints. They're not, there's a whole lot of things they're not. So what do you expect from them? I mean, they're a kind of dog or, animalistic human being, just trapped in the struggle for power. They've made the struggle for power their life. Okay. And that's what they choose. That's what they choose to do. That's how they end up in a role like that because of a kind of barbarism, of their character, of their soul.
See when Jason went on mute, Arafat. That's your time to speak. Go ahead.
Well, Nargis, what do you say to that? Was that a fair summary? Was that unfair?
I mean, they're essentially car salesmen, right? Like they'll tell you whatever they need to get you to buy the car, and they try to determine what the public opinion is, their constituents' opinion, and they try to say things that, like, they lead the constituents in a way, try to say things that reverberate back to the constituents to increase their power and their influence. I think Trump's a little more unhinged and untethered than that, but at the end of the day, I don't think he has a moral grounding in Christ or a belief of that beyond his own power and
Lama, do you think we should have that then?
Well, I don't really think there's a way to prevent it, because that's the nature of politicians. Like they have to find a popular cause, unless you elect someone based on their religious beliefs and you make sure that they have a thorough religious background. But obviously, that often doesn't end well.
What about right wing? Because it's more attached to cultural roots, maybe religion too.
The party that happens to be aligned in a basket of various values, and one of them is Christianity.
Yeah, I mean, if Donald Trump is the right wing, or if Donald Trump is the right wing.
So we're all abiding his own morals, huh? He's the man at the top.
He's the man with the top job in the government. He's not the man at the top of the society.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
That's why you should be very concerned about electing a leader, regardless of how much they align with your views or how competent of a manager you think they are, if they don't have a good moral grounding and ethical standards, because they'll ultimately end up using the power for their own purposes in an unethical.
You know, I've lost my confidence in democracy after this. Like, it's really sad. Like, what is that system then?
Who lives in a democracy?
Say that again?
Who lives in a democracy?
That's what, yeah, exactly. Like, it's such a...
Oh no, you said you lost faith in it. I said who actually lives on Earth?
I got your point. I'm just saying, like, as an ideal, it's so lofty. But it's quite disappointing.
Why we don't live under one?
Well, look, Narjas, I'm sure you're familiar with the Winston Churchill quote on this particular point. You know that democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others. I mean, yeah, like democracy disappoints in some ways relative to heaven, relative to the ideal form of government. But think about what Arafat was saying earlier. You have a government where, you have religious figures who are picked, or people who have, undergone some selection for their background and whatever. We had those governments for a long time. They were even worse. The government, the democracy in the U.S. managed to get the Democrats out of power. Okay, and the Democrats had become basically completely corrupt in their own. They were basically trying to handpick a president. Okay, they were trying to make Kamala be president, even though Kamala could win their primary. They were trying to engineer this. Okay, and they got booted out. And that's that's democracy doing what it can do, which is democracy is not a good way to select policy. And which is why we don't have, democracy is not like everybody voting on the best shoe size or everybody voting on whether we can smoke or not or whatever. But democracy is a good way to remove a manifestly illegitimate government, to remove a government that is unacceptable to the people. That's its only job. And when Trump was unacceptable to the people, guess what? They removed him.
Wait, did I parallel shift to like a different alternate dimension?
Maybe.
What is there? Keep calling America democracy.
So it's kind of interesting. I mean, we expect in principle, we expect in principle that our leaders to be person of character, with good moral compass and good, wise, and good sense of judgment and knowledge. But if you look at the Constitution, there are only 3 conditions for being a candidate for the presidency. Number 1, 35 years and older. Number 2, born in the United States. Number 3, has resided in the United States for 15 years, I think. Those are the 3 conditions. Nobody, the founding fathers, they would not have qualifications or attributes in terms of the morality in the Constitution. Otherwise, they would have said something. So it seems to me there was an assumption, and perhaps not a good one, that a man who rises to level of presidency, vice presidency, or a senator, or a representative of the people would have shown a character that is admirable, again, as I mentioned, wise, good people, but certainly in recent times, and maybe perhaps in the past, we've seen horrible people actually, get elected. So it's interesting. The question is why these attributes were not in the Constitution. So it seems to me there was an assumption of, again, I'm repeating myself, I want to be clear. The assumption was made, I'll be finished really quick here. The assumption probably was made in the founding fathers that the person rising to this level would have some of really good attributes, that qualifies them without a question to lead us, the rest of us. And it turns out this is more often not the case.
Well,
Monroe was 18.
I don't think it should, right? I mean, a democracy shouldn't be presuming a moral standard or an intelligence standard or anything like that. It should be open-ended as possible. In fact, some in the country would even argue, not me, but some might argue that even a citizen standard shouldn't exist. That it should just be of the people, by the people, regardless of the so-called qualifications or moral standing of those people, and it's a representative of the people, for good or bad.
Shit, some people would argue that we don't actually live under a democracy at all.
Well, I think it's just a level of degree of democracy, right? I mean, if you're in a real democracy, if we were serious about democracy, we'd already be employing, and probably could have been employing for the last 10 years, an electronic voting system where you just download an app, you put in your social security, and it records everyone's vote and with a unique identifier, so there can't be voter fraud. Or
It is
voter
a
fraud is much harder.
constitutional federal republic. That's what we lived under.
I mean, technically.
Yeah, but not a democracy.
Otherwise,
Not a direct democracy.
I forget the term.
Direct democracy is a kind of democracy, and what we have is also a kind of democracy. And so when Ali is talking about democracy, I understand what he means. Okay?
Well, who's Ali?
And I'm not going to try to pick apart what he's saying, or what other people are saying. Okay, what Narjas was saying. Okay? And that is, I don't think, a productive direction to go down. But Ali, I think your point maybe could be interpreted another way, which is that the founding fathers did not assume any of this. They did not believe that our elected representatives should have good moral character, or that they would. Maybe they believe that they should, but they didn't think that they would. And that's why they built a system of checks and balances. And what they had seen in the preceding several centuries of the English system was that efforts to limit the franchise in some way like you're talking about, to try to have moral qualifications or other qualifications, are so readily abused, you just can't govern that way. You just can't make a just system doing that. It would be nice, but it's like passing a law against lying. How could you possibly enforce such a law? The kind of government that would enforce it would be incredibly draconian, right? And the judgments would ultimately be pretty arbitrary, And so it's nice if we don't lie, but we can't make a law about that. And it's nice if we have good leaders, but I don't think the founding fathers saw them, A, as our leaders, or B, as necessarily good. They understood that there would be bad people that would get in there. And checks and balances are how it's supposed to work, to limit and focus the energies of those bad people. And by talking about the character or whatever of the elected representatives, we are, I think, just missing the point entirely.
No, I agree with you actually fully. I was actually responding to someone, they were questioning the characters of our leaders, and particularly in this case with President Trump. I do agree with you fully. And they were selecting, or the requirements were set to elect a leader through representative democracy. And whatever that the outcome might be, it may entail somebody very clever, good politician, maybe a wise man, but immoral guy, in terms of, let's say, what is immorality? Not having, some could say, not having any kind of a religious underpinning, number one, who could be having affairs, or it could have, marrying and divorcing many times. It could be so many other things, which I think in U.S., for some reason, people put too much value on these types of behaviors, which in Europe, and other places, in Latin America, other countries, the leaders are well-liked when they are a little bit, how can I say, playful or mischievous, particularly in the realm of sexuality and having affairs and doing stuff like that. So in this country, in the U.S., we put high value. I don't know why. I don't think it should not be the case, but we put a lot of high rewarders a high value somewhere on people not have done drugs, no extramarital affairs, no abuses, and the rest of it. Again, in summary, Jason, I do agree with you, and I think it's a wise thing actually in the Constitution. There is not much explanation. In the First Amendment, basically not abridging the freedom of the speech and the press. There is no further explanation about what is the freedom of speech and what is the freedom of the press. You just leave it at that, and you're better off for it.
Pepe, are you awake?
That's simple. Try to keep it as simple as possible. Yeah,
Pepe, Howard, are you all awake? Earth to Pepe, Earth to Howard.
Ollie, I think though you were onto something, because I think in the last 20, 30 years, maybe slightly longer in the United States, there has been, I think, a moral righteousness of the president, right? Like, we think they're of a moral, righteous character. And I think that's been, not fully, there's a lot of carelessness and personal greed and power grab reasons for this, but it's probably part of the reason why the executive power has expanded as much as it has over the last 30 years. And now we can just executive order like a dictator pretty much anything. And now that's being, I think anyone who's argued this is kind of delusional, frankly. That's being used by Trump to expand his own personal executive power. And I highly doubt whoever gets in after Trump will slow that down. That'd be kind of a...
If only the moderators were awake, they could bring people on stage, but now they're both asleep.
Go ahead, Nargis.
I do agree with Jason's posit, right, and Ali too. So there is this, I think, quite a brilliant system of checks and balances, which either zeroes out eventually, or it has at least a bit of outcome, right? More positives, less negatives. Like Ali says, lesser naughty, but more good, right? However, what happens if the reverse happens, where we have more negative outcomes and less positive outcomes? And I don't mean to be saying this in a moral judgment value. Just the way, does the system really cater to the well-being of the collective, right? So we forgave Bill Clinton with Monica Lewinsky and the blowjob. Can we forgive the Epstein files? I think that would be a good question.
Pepe, there's a black man breaking into your apartment right now. He's there to murder you.
So,
It didn't work.
Nargis, I think if the system really ceases to be functional at all, then we have to become pretty resourceful. Okay, then the government's going to break down. Okay, the system doesn't really have a story for what to do about that, right? There's going to be like a level of out of spec-ness that the system gets into that it cannot get back in spec from it. But in terms of how do we get back in spec? How do we get back in spec from where we are? That really just has to do with reinforcing the power and the role of the legislature, which no one really pays all that much attention to.
Jason, do you think we're at a place of no return? Because I think we're
I do not.
Pretty fucking close.
No, I do not, because the legislature has plenty of power. They just don't exercise.
Well, no, I know. Yeah, right. I agree. But the problem is the way
that's just a social. But that's just a social norm. That's just a social.
It's hard to imagine the polarization diminishing.
But that's just a social norm. That's not something where structurally the system can't. You can't imagine a social pressure that brings it back.
What social pressure do you think would bring it back?
And this has to do with what the electorate focuses on. And the electorate is just focused on the wrong stuff. And it really has a lot to do with our norms and how we engage in public dialogue. And Educated people can make a big difference here, okay? Because educated people can coordinate around a message, and they do. And right now, they are spending all of their time talking about the president they do not like, right? Which is missing the point entirely of how the government is supposed to work.
It seems the educated people are the most polarized.
Well, the educated people are often the most polarized. The question is, what are they polarized about? Another group that can make a big difference is women. Women can get very organized and very socially coordinated, aligned, very rapidly, okay? This is also an avenue, okay? And unfortunately, many women are just spending all of their time talking about the president who's funny or words, verbiage they don't appreciate. And as long as that's what focus is on the personality of the president as like the celebrity in chief, okay, then we won't push the system back into balance. We won't pay any attention to the legislature. But this is a social problem. And if the people start to pay any attention to the legislature at all and say, okay, well, here we have a problem, and we don't expect the president to fix a problem the president cannot fix, okay, by making some executive order that will just be thrown out 2 years from now or 4 years from now. We expect the legislature to solve the problem by passing laws, which is what they're supposed to do. And we've got to ask them to do that, and that's what we have to shift to. So all of you people who hate Trump, never bring it up again. That's all you have to do. Don't bring it up again. Talk about the legislature, which is supposed to check and balance Trump. It's their job. Okay, you didn't elect Trump. He's not your representative. Your actual representative's job is to do something about Trump. And you got to ask, what are those guys doing?
Do you think the average Republican is anti-Trump? But do you think there's a substantial mass of Republicans that are anti-Trump? The reason I ask is because if there's not, I mean, they're just going to continue to align with their representatives that then align to Trump, and it's a functional dictatorship.
You know, I think you've got a point here, and Jason also has a point as well. There is, I would say, substantial failure in terms of the policymakers, as the Senate and the Congress, in terms of coming up with, policies, for example, immigration, which has been on hold for decades. So what will happen then? Naturally, there's a shift of power to the executive branch, and then consequently to the Supreme Court. So in a sense, the Supreme Court actually making the decision, legal ruling, in the area that actually would have been the responsibility of the legislative branch. So now we end up, to your point, Lama, hopefully I'm pronouncing it correctly, that the three branches of government, now we are in a situation, we actually have a super branch, which is the Supreme Court. So that is the problem. And I'm not suggesting that we break our structure as a secular representative democracy, republic, but certainly it puts a stress on the system. That what we see right now, an ineffective legislative branch, a highly powerful, executive and Supreme Court, and particularly the Supreme Court, and particularly given the situation that 6 of them, these are the chief, associate justices, that are by far are highly conservative politically and appears to be highly religious. So when you have that kind of outlook on life, then your ruling at times is going to be kind of tarnished by your belief system and your political kind of way of thinking. And no human being is immune from that. We all are impacted by the way we think, our upbringing politically and religiously, and so on and so forth. So I'm not expecting people to go with a completely blank, kind of way of looking at things. We do expect, in principle, from our justices to actually act that way. but that's far too ambitious to expect any human being either consciously or subconsciously, not bring in some of those underpinning concepts into their way of life. But the last thing I wanted to say, people when think about systems of checks and balances, we're talking about the checks and balances between the three branches of government. But actually, the checks and balances are more thorough than that. There are checks and balances between the state responsibility and the federal government. And then we have checks and balances between the Senate and the Congress and the House of Representatives. And there's checks and balances there, as you know, how they pass the policy. And there are other checks and balances, at least 3 or 4 of them, which in principle they should be effectively control or manage the situation so it does not kill, it does not destroy itself. So hopefully that would be the case.
Well,
wait. Sorry for interrupting. Do you guys believe in? Have you ever taken a break in just overall political conversations? Like, would you say like that was less stressful?
We are taking a break from our regular conversations to have these conversations, Arafat.
Actually, I don't think anybody is distressed.
I just turned 17, and I think it's really stressful. I think it's a lot.
This sounds terrible. Ali, I don't think though this is like. So one way I've heard the government described is in terms of a separation of powers and the duplication of functions. So all the parts of the government have the capacity to stand in informally when the part of the government that is supposed to do a certain job is not doing it. So, the Congress can set up all kinds of committees to figure out how certain things should be done, even though notionally the executive is supposed to figure out how to do what Congress wants. But Congress can and does set up committees, and they come up with recommendations for basically how they want the executive branch to do certain things. They're like, well, you're not going to figure it out. We're going to figure it. And this is more broadly like part of how the system is supposed to work. So if the legislature is not doing its job, it only makes sense that the court and the executive branch fill in the vacancy. It only makes sense. It's not a permanent situation, okay, that they do that. It's like if you have an airplane and it has 4 engines, 2 on the left, 2 on the right, and you also have the control surfaces, you have the rudder. And when the rudder is not working, you can use the engines to steer the plane. That's not good for the engines, okay? It makes the way the plane flies very weird, and the way it gains speed and all that kind of stuff. But it does mean the plane is able to get home. And that's not a bad thing. And this is where I think that so many people are making a mistake, is what the healthy response of the system, they're treating it like it's sickness, but it's not sickness. This is the healthy response to this in the system.
But Jason, what if, I think Lama was saying this, what if the legislature morphs into the soft dictatorial system, right? That we're calling out, for example, the negative in the checks and balances. Doesn't that become, because we're putting all our eggs in that basket of legislature, and rightfully so, right? I think that starts to be concerning, maybe.
The legislature, if it becomes a soft dictatorship, it can be voted out. It's very hard to coordinate control of the legislature. And what has happened here is not that we have a soft dictatorship in the legislature, okay? It's that we have a relatively inactive legislature. And we have an inactive legislature because people don't pay attention to the legislature. And they're spending all of this time writing about, I don't know, a shift into dictatorship when a number of institutions have changed. I mean, if we're a dictatorship now, we were a dictatorship 120 years ago or more.
Hypothetical, Jason, I agree with you. It hasn't moved into it yet, but in circumstances by which such an event might take place, then wouldn't that be like a downfall of democracy itself? What constitutes a downfall of democracy? Maybe that's the question I'm asking.
Well, I don't think, I'm not sure what it means, if we're real definite about it, for the legislature to turn into a soft dictatorship. But I could imagine I'm going to imagine two things along those lines, okay? And then I think you'll see how different they are from anything that anybody is talking about today, even considering it. Okay, one is that the legislature simply strips the executive branch of all of its powers and starts to administer the government itself. And so, if something doesn't go the way they want to in terms of law enforcement or whatever else, they, pass a law right there. They can pass a law before case even comes to court. They have that feedback loop, okay? And they just get in there and maybe they become judges as well, right? And so they unify the branches, okay? And that's one way that the legislature becomes a dictatorship, and this is what happened. This happened at some point in England's history. The other direction could be if the legislature just gives up all of its powers formally, in a way that they can't take them back. Okay? Like, they have given up their powers now, de facto, but every session they could pass something and it would limit what the president is able to do. They could. But they don't. But they could give away their powers forever. Then that's another way you get a dictatorship. And yes, then democracy would have failed, right?
Yeah.
At that point, they could never pass the law again that says, no, the president can't do this.
Yeah.
Okay, once they say, yeah, that would be it failed. Okay, another would be if they undermine the courts, right? They got rid of the courts, so they shut them down, or they made the courts part of the legislature, right? So that's another way, right? But if the legislature insists that people have to show an American ID in order to vote in an American election, I'm sorry, this is not tyranny. Okay.
Yeah, agreed. I actually do like the way you think, because I think it's grateful, right? Because we have complained a bit much. However, I know this is really bad equivalence when we start with whataboutery, right? And we start to see, well, there are other governments who also call themselves democratic. And we've done fine. Comparatively, we've not been the best. But we're not there yet. So in that sense, I think I do appreciate that, the silver lining that you're presenting.
I think that the silver lining is important, just because it actually helps you to focus, right? If the way you evaluate the U.S. government is you say, well, the United States is very bad compared to what I imagine heaven is like, then, and there are variations of this that they don't sound that way, but they are that way, okay? then you have a big problem, and you start to come up with, you have the problem basically that life on Earth is not that great. And then you try to solve that problem. You think you're trying to improve the government, but you're actually trying to solve a problem that is just beyond the capability of people to solve. And that is the kind of lack of focus that leads either to getting nothing done or leads to terror. Actually, it leads to people trying to impose all kinds of solutions on people that are completely unnecessary, you know, and yeah, so that's why you want to really ground things out against other kinds of governments and other achievable political arrangements, and say, you know, and ask yourself what is good, right, in the context of the world we actually live in.
Jason, can I say something? You may not agree with me on this. I don't think in the recent past we've conducted ourselves very ethically outside of ourselves. Like, I really don't think we have done that. And I'm being very generous here. We have really been quite a bit of quite tyrannical outside of ourselves to certain people and certain places. I think perhaps because of maybe just leadership or ignorance of these regions, not understanding that perhaps democracies do not work in every system, right? For example, much of the Middle East, minus Iran, works well with tribalism and always has, right? They've conducted themselves in such a way within tribes that a lot of progress and well-being sort of comes out of it. And that word is not a negative within the context. However, we think because democracy is such an ideal, right? We need to sort of impose that on these systems, which find it pretty much alien so far as governance of a system goes. Maybe we need to think about these things also.
Yeah, I think you will find many thoughtful, not many, but you'll find a few thoughtful analysts in the U.S. government saying the same thing, or analysts who were formerly in the U.S. government saying the same thing. And I think that's basically right. There's no reason to impose our ideas about good government too narrowly, about the ideal form of government too narrowly on people, and certainly no reason to impose them too quickly. You know, I firmly believe, I think you know the scene in Apocalypse Now where the man says, inside every gook is an American waiting to get out. Are you familiar with this scene?
I don't, I forget.
This is a famous scene where they're asking the commander or whatever, why are we in Vietnam? Why are we fighting this war in this jungle place that is, you know, so far from America, and it just has no impact on them, right? And the commander says, inside every gook is an American waiting to get out. That's why we're fighting, okay? Because inside everyone is an American waiting to get out. And I believe that's true. But I don't think that needs to happen, you know, this year, right? And I do think that there are timeless lessons. I guess a less comical way to say what that man was saying is that there are timeless lessons embedded in the system of government, and everyone has to come to the realization of those, you know, and we'll live in a better world if they do. But the way that has approached bringing that about has basically not worked. Basically it's not functional. In many cases, the countries that we invaded and tried to impose governments on, we get along better with them since we left, you know, and we get along really well with countries that we didn't invade and that we didn't impose governments on. and that have their own very distinct form of government. You know, like some of our best allies in the Middle East are like Saudi Arabia, okay, which is a monarchy, right? Like an Islamic monarchy or something like that, okay? And Israel, which we have very little to say about the way the Israeli government is structured. If Israel had been like our other allies, we probably, the leftists would have been killed a long time ago. Okay, we would have gotten the right to exterminate the leftists, I don't know, in the 70s or the 80s maybe. And we have never done it, okay? And it's full of leftists. I still think Netanyahu should kill all of them. But, you know, it's not going to happen. And there are, and Vietnam, okay? We actually get along very well with Vietnam and have good trade relations.
Why don't you like the leftists? Why?
But the leftists are very bad for your country. They are very disloyal, okay? They weaken the defense establishment. They weaken security and law enforcement. Okay, they bring in drugs. They bring in foreign saboteurs. Leftists just don't have any common sense. And frequently, to have a secure society at all, you have to kill all of them. Sometimes more than once.
Oh yeah.
But that's what Taiwan had to do. That's what South Korea had to do. Okay, and after you get to a secure state of society and law and order, okay, fine, you don't have to kill them anymore. But
do you think?
And maybe Israel got there. Okay. But I was just going to say the other example is Vietnam, which we got defeated by Vietnam, and now we get along with Vietnam. You know. So there you go.
Jason, do you think morals change over time?
No. America has the best morals, and we always did, and we always will.
I have a big counter argument for that, but I think I'm not gonna present it. It's really big. It's that big, but I'm just gonna say, can we link that to gerontocracy? Because if you think about it, these people are influencing their own past, because I believe morals change over time, right? Example, like the age of consent, example in Delaware, I think it was 7, but now, of course, morals change, times change, we adjust to society. So my stance is that throughout time, when we have people in power, gerontocracy, do you think they could be influenced with the past and couldn't be aligned with us? Do you think we should maybe put a limit on these people?
That's just a form of discrimination. It's a very disappointing form of discrimination. The reality is that old people are not the majority of the population. Younger people are voting for these old people. If younger people want old people to represent them, maybe that doesn't make sense, but that's what they choose. And we get the government that we deserve in a democracy, Arafat. We can't get a government that's much better than the government we deserve. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, I'm gonna emphasize, I totally understand that, but when we have, I think we should have maybe a system, maybe a age limit, I guess. Because there's actually serious things to discuss about this, like cognitive decline, lower reactions time, medical issues. I saw a video, this is real, by the way. Donald Trump, out of the helicopter, couldn't even walk straight on a red carpet. And these people are in power.
Look, Arafat, I can't tell you more than once that I disagree with you. And I'm just going to be repetitive. The people voted for this person. They have a right to do it. They have a right to the representative that they want.
Yeah.
And if the people make a bad choice, the people should face the consequences for it. That's another part of accountable government, right? Is you get the leader you chose.
Exactly.
You choose a bad one. then you get bad results. Okay, otherwise, you can't. Democracy's not going to work if no one has to face the consequence of their vote. So
we can agree right now the trend with Donald Trump is massive. There's a lot of contradictions he made, the things he promised or the things he said as now. But end of story, you're right. We chose.
So 2 points. Quickly, you do not have to be an old person actually to make bad decisions and do crazy things. I mean, there are younger politicians that they do horribly a bad job. That's number one. Number two, again, in order what you're suggesting to happen, an age limitation, upper age, for selecting a leader, let's say the president or senators, and that's requires absolutely a constitutional amendment for this to happen. I'm not suggesting this is really bad, but it requires a constitutional amendment, so there's no way around it. And there are requirements for the senators, congressmen, and the president in the Constitution, which has something to do with their age and their place of birth, and for how many years they have resided in certain states and the United States. And that's it. There are no other restrictions at all for that. I wanted to say something else, Jason. I kind of forgot an arrogance, but I'll come to it. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about this potentially. Now I guess we're talking about the soft democracy. Soft dictatorship in the Congress, the policy making, and also Jason was saying, well, the Congress can make a whole bunch of policies to diminish substantially the power of the executive branch, and I am not quite sure that's in principle. All policies that are passed by the president, by the Congress, by the legislative branch requires presidential signature for approval. And if he signs, as you all know, then the policy goes into effect. If not, it goes back to the legislative branch with probably some recommendations from the executive branch that what else should be added or taken out of the policy for the president to sign it. If the legislative branch do not agree, they have the supermajority, 2/3, I think, they could veto of the president and pass, the policy. So in a sense, there are pretty robust, checks and balances that are in place to kind of, and on the other side, the president is responsible for electing all of the cabinet members, the Supreme Court justices, and then they go through the process, confirmation process through Senate for the president's nominees to be confirmed or rejected by the Senate. So these are pretty good checks and balances in place. There are, for example, and I'm just not going to talk about that right now. But the reason, well, let me just give an example. For example, in Minnesota, I'm not going to talk about my position on ICE or anything like that, but I'm going to talk about when there is an intrusion of checks and balances. So 2 Minnesotan citizens were killed by ICE, and their case is being investigated entirely by the federal government. In cases like this, almost always, there is a collaboration, a teamwork between the federal government and the state to investigate the case, to see exactly what happened. And so the reason the federal government is involved in the case because an ICE person killed a Minnesotan citizen. And the reason the state is involved is because a Minnesotan citizen was killed. So they have every right to say, look, what happened? So in this particular case, we see a breach of the checks and balances in the federal government, either entirely, substantially says, look, this is not your business, you being the state, we will handle this. And the state has repeatedly asked to either get involved or get some information from the federal government in terms of their knowledge about the case and not being passed on to the state. So here we see the break of the checks and balances between the state and the federal government in a kind of a glaring way, I mean, a pretty obvious way. Now, he's taken to the court now. I mean, the case has been, Minnesota actually has filed the case either with the federal, just with the district, or probably it will go to the Supreme Court in terms of the kind of establishing, here's the intrusion of the, or bypassing or not respecting the system of checks and balances. So I'm going to land with this. In principle, there are just fantastic, great, checks and balances are in place. And because of that, I do agree with Jason early on. I cannot find a scenario under which that the system is stressed in a way that is going to tear, is going to break. Because constitutionally, our structure is fairly robust in principle, and it will withstand the challenges coming from any direction, actually, and in terms of the branches of government.
Agreed. When I was younger, I was more feisty and would find every little thing to point a finger at any system, especially one that is democratic, like the US. The older I'm getting, I'm like, it's not that bad, for God's sake. What is this Westophobia? What the fuck is that? What are you putting out there? And we don't act well outside of our freaking little home called America. We are brutal. We are ruthless, right? However, we're also clearly saying we're capitalists. I mean, the system is built on it, right? So I don't think we do the whole, we are, basked in the freaking sun of morality anymore. I mean, at least we have a president now who doesn't care to do such a thing. I mean, it's being more and more transparent, right? With capitalism comes greed. With greed comes self-interest, and that's exactly what we're doing. It is what it is, unless you want to change that system to some moral code. Sure, I mean, bring it on. Bring a better system so that we can apply it. Other than that, this is the entailment of such a system. Can we be better than this? Absolutely. Can we call it out? Absolutely. But can we also be grateful maybe sometimes? Yeah, we can.
Jason, please go ahead. I wanted to make just a very quick comment. Just a comment. So you mentioned that capitalism breeds greed. Maybe it's the other way around. The greed is the germane or impetus actually to capitalism. Anyway, just a comment.
I'm a random, Ayn Rand objectivist. For me, selfish is the virtue. So there's no, you don't have to convince me of that.
So I would say, one thing I would ask you to consider, Nargis, is the pivotal role of property in, the theory of democracy. And so actually, I don't think we can have another system. We can't have a system that is not rooted in property rights, strong property rights. The English theoreticians, some of them said more or less, there is no freedom without property. Every right is rooted in property. All liberty is rooted in property. And there is a way to make that argument. That's pretty robust. So actually, if you try to find an alternate foundation for a just society, you won't be able to. And the intuition here is if I have freedom of speech, but the government can just take my food because I don't have any entitlement to property, then what good is my freedom of speech? And this argument does extend in certain lines of thinking to our arms. And so I hope you will consider buying a gun, Nargis, and carrying it for the founding fathers' sake, to do your duty like everyone else needs to do. And if you have any questions about guns, I'm happy to answer them. But be that as it may, I'm not sure that we can do without property. And that actually has to be integrated into your fundamental understanding of democracy. What kind of society is America? It's a society with several elements, okay? One of them is representative government, But the other one is rule of law. And that rule of law is attached to strong property rights. We are a market democracy. And those strong property rights are also, another way to think about them is like, your property rights are your exclusive domain that the public cannot intrude on. So the mass cannot vote to impose things on you in certain ways. The mass just does not have the power to do that. They can't decide what shoes you're going to wear or what shoe size or many other things. And that's a big part of being free. A big part of being free is the domain that is carved out from the public's control. You know, and like if you just had democracy in the sense that everyone can vote on anything and what the people vote for goes, this would not be a very free society. It would be what is called a consensus-based society, actually. And those are not very free societies. So I would say, yeah, you really got to integrate the property rights, not capitalism really, but property rights into your fundamental understanding of democracy and freedom.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct. And the Fourth Amendment actually directly addresses the importance of the property. And I'm just going to read it to emphasize. So this Amendment 4 says the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the person or things to be seized. So in a sense, that requires extraordinary action in terms of being able to intrusion into the private property of people, either in terms of their belongings, their homes, and the people themselves.
And this is something where we have seen some drift in recent years. I think maybe you guys are familiar with the cash seizures, the contraband seizures that the government frequently conducts. You know, someone is speeding and the police find a reason to search their car, and those people have cash in their car. They just take the cash. They never give it back to them. They never accuse them of a crime. They say, you know, well, we took the cash because it might have been due to drug trafficking, right? But often these people are not able to get their money back, not after many years of looking. And this is an area where something that very clearly is spelled out in the Constitution, while the practices around it are drifting. And these, I think, are things that we should be more concerned about than, you know, I don't know, Donald Trump tweeted something that sounds very dumb, but we don't really talk about those things very much. You know? I think, Ali, I wonder about the thing that you highlighted. It is something that is the norm. It is the usual practice, right? But maybe it's one of those things that needs to find its way into law and hasn't yet. Maybe the Supreme Court, or there is a court case that will actually formalize this, right?
I'm sorry, which one are you talking about? The Fourth Amendment?
Yeah, because the Minneapolis thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah, does the federal government have to should the government do it? The federal government do it? Yes. Do they generally do it? Yes. Do they have an option under current law to just kick them out and say, no, this is not your business? The truth is, I don't know. I've never seen it decided. I don't know what law would say one way or the other. Is there a constitutional amendment that says, is there something in U.S. code that says, maybe this is a gray area, you know? And maybe it's
it's something where the legislature should have acted a long time ago to preserve the rights of the states.
Yeah, that is actually a good case. As I mentioned, I think the lawsuit, something has been filed by the state of Minnesota in terms of challenging the federal government's approach to this case, and probably will go all the way to the Supreme Court. And I was just looking for this as you were talking. I'm looking actually, I have the Constitution in my hand here. It talks about, here's the amendment number 10, which is really, actually two of them are, the 9th and 10th are important. Here's amendment number 10 that exactly talks about what we're talking about. It says, the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. So if there's something in the Constitution that the power is not given to the United States and is not prohibited by it to the states, United States and states, then they're reserved to the states respectively or to the people. So in a sense that goes back to this. So I think is this now in the case of Minnesota, is this the authority of the power of the state of Minnesota? So they're saying, look, 2 of our citizens were killed, and we are responsible. We have constitutional responsibility and authority to actually look into this matter and decide and investigate whether these individuals were guilty of this and having a grand jury on it, and this ought to be a case or not. So that is kind of a serious matter in here. I don't know if it's been challenged, because in the past, almost every time the federal government and the states actually collaborate investigating these types of problems, when a federal government or federal individual or federal officers, agents acts in a given state, then it gets always a team investigation. So that's really interesting to see what's going to come out of it. But what I wanted to also mention just briefly, not completely related, but maybe it is somehow. The Madison actually was very concerned when the Bill of Rights, the first amendments were written, that it might come misconstrued actually, that these are the only rights people have and no more. They had to pass the Constitution, ratify it, the Bill of Rights as soon as they could, so they get the 13 colonies on board and move on. So in the Amendment 9th, Madison being very concerned about this in terms of these are not the only rights people have. So here is what it says. It says the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. So in a sense, it provides a bridge for other amendments, other rights to be recognized as society progresses. So basically saying these are 10 that we can think of, but this provides a bridge, a venue to be able to, if other rights being challenged, then they could become part of, amendments to the Constitution, or they could be challenged in the court, which I think is an extremely forward-looking amendment number 9. And that was written by Madison himself, with the entire verbiage on it.
Yeah, so Ali, the thing about the powers not reserved by the Constitution is interpreted so broadly in practice, right? So broadly. And this is actually an area where some argue the Constitution has become very weak. Or the practice of the Constitution has become very weak. Because now the federal government can say all kinds of stuff, like what you can do inside of a post office, okay, even though the post offices are all in the states, what you can do on a public bus or public train in many parts of the country, right? Because they provide some funding for it or something like that.
there's a huge amount of federal control of commerce, not necessarily commerce that occurred within states, but commerce that, as long as it could have been interstate, then that government controls it. Yeah, there's many domains where the federal government has exclusive jurisdiction or primary decision making, even though it's in total. And that is something that has occurred relatively recently, probably the last 100 years, right? This vast expansion of what the federal government decides in our daily lives. So the 10th Amendment, unfortunately, doesn't, or at least that reading of it, or a reasonable, a straightforward reading of it, doesn't really help us to know what the federal government can and can't get away with in a situation like this. I'm wondering how to research that.
Yeah, maybe, but I think in this case, I would say for sure the way I read it, the power is not delegated to the United States by the Constitution. So it is written within the Constitution, and you can look at Article 1, 2, 3, and the other 4 as part of the first one of the Constitution, which basically is very specific about the roles and responsibility, the authorities. But I do agree with you. It could. Well, let me just make one comment here. These are principles in the Constitution in terms of the template that the government is instructed to run the business of the government. But these are principles, both in all domains of activities, including the legal system. But every time there is about anything, could be ideology in politics, economics, in religious, and all kinds of human activities, the execution of those principles is always would fall short of the full intent of the principle itself. So it is expected that when these things are executed, for example, the understanding, recognition of the powers of the government, United States federal government, and what are those? And in principle, there are they may not be clear at times or stepped over, and it's difficult to. But again, the powers are in the Constitution. Actually, they're written there in terms of which branches of government, what are their powers.
Well, it may be helpful to think of some examples, like in the Constitution, does it say anything about regulating the airspace above certain altitudes?
No, of course it doesn't. And
right.
Sure,
and,
yes.
But it would be very hard for states in practice to assert any control over this thing, right? And this is where you get, and there's a wide range of examples like that. A huge wide range, okay?
But before you go, Jason, let's just take that one example, which actually is a good example. The authority or the control over the space of a given state, the altitude, in, let's say, California or whatever the state is. Now, I'm just wondering if there would be any challenge, hypothetically, from the states saying, look, if the federal government planes or the commercial planes are going to go over our states, we have a say about that. And that would be kind of, hypothetically, in a kind of really unserious way, could be a case, an example of what you're talking about. There's nothing in it, in the Constitution, about it. And so it seems to me that falls along the categories of, as society progresses, technologies, ideas, human rights, and the rest of it, then people, the Supreme Court and the justices and the legal system make an attempt to kind of to see exactly what the Constitution has to say about it in a very broad sense, and then we'll interpret their understanding of the ruling. And at the end of the day, everything has to comply, be within it has to be constitutionally correct or interpreted according to the Constitution. Now, people may interpret it differently, but certainly it has to have the constitutional authority for it. Otherwise, it's just not going to stand.
I know that's what it sounds like, right? But I'm saying, as a practical matter, there are domains of federal authority,
I agree with you.
that scope way beyond what you would see there. So, like, if we try to find, like, so for example, in this situation with Minnesota and the federal government at DHS, it's not even clear this question has been asked before, right? So it's not even clear there is a legal answer. Generally, the federal government cooperates with the states on things like this. So it doesn't come up, So a lot of these kinds of things are like, we don't know the answer really until there is a case about it. But there is definitely a broader trend of the federal government having more and more power, far more power than appears to be delegated by the Constitution, at least at first glance. But there are ways that the courts have historically interpreted, delegated by the Constitution to mean basically any power directly delegated, but also any power which the government obviously needs to do the job that the legislature asks it to do. Now, the power that it obviously needs is what do you mean obviously? And they have a different way of framing it to try to make obviously a little more robust than obviously. Okay, obvious is not the operative standard there. But, and that's really where you get into the fuzziness of this. And this is where I think, the way that I look at this is that there have been a lot of changes in society, and the legislature has been very uncreative in responding to those changes and done a very poor job of remodeling the house, as it were, to keep it up to date, to keep things ship-shape, right? Putting in a new roof when you need a new roof, changing the way the plumbing is when the plumbing systems change, So, the house keeps its character and charm, but, is a fully functional house which you can easily get repaired. And they have not really been doing that. And that's what I think is the real problem we face, is the legislature has not been working that preservation effort in a sincere and thoughtful way. And that's what we kind of need to be pressuring them to do. And and then the Supreme Court and the President, they do have to pick up the slack. They have to get work done. They have to decide cases. They have to do something, right? The legislature doesn't have to do anything if they don't want to. It's kind of sad, but they don't.
So here's a question, I think I may know the answer. Let's say the legislative branch, just hypothetically, would pass a federal policy and says, look, abortion is left to the individual and government has no say about it. We're talking hypothetically here. It's passed with the majority of in the the Congress and the senators and becomes the law of the land. I don't know if that could be challenged, the policy that passed by the legislative branch could be challenged by any individual or group of people or even a state to the Supreme Court. Or maybe an immigration policy. I mean, a broad immigration policy addressing all of the immigration issues, which is Congress has failed miserably in the last 50 years to address it, or maybe 40 years. And it's been taken predominantly by the legislative, by the federal government, by the executive branch, which immigration is the business of the federal government. But in terms of immigration policy and things like that. So, and it was just going back to the first example, if the Congress passes, the law that I talked about the abortion, could any individual or agency actually challenge the law and take it to the Supreme Court? I'm not sure. I got to look it up.
Well, I don't know that they could challenge the law.
I didn't think so. Yeah, go ahead.
But what you would see instead is they would pass laws, and then those laws would be challenged, right? So states would pass laws, and the states would try to pass laws that do not run afoul of this law. Okay. And then the question is like, okay, well, what is the appetite for challenging that? And what does that process look like? And that process is not necessarily going to get satisfaction right away, okay? Because the first thing that needs to happen, let's say that a law is passed preventing abortion, de facto preventing it, in a circuit that is sympathetic to the prevention of abortion. Then the case will go before a judge, and that judge will find in favor of the state. They will say, well, this is not against the universal abortion law because, we don't find that this law prevents good faith efforts on the part of the legislature to protect the health of the mother. And, okay, so they could say that, okay? Or they could say, well, no, it does go against it. But then the state will say, okay, well, we want a panel of 3 judges. And the 3 judges will look at it, and it's a jurisdiction that is favorable to this law. It's a circuit that is favorable to this law. So they will say, the 3 judges will tend to say, no, it's fine, okay. But okay, let's say, all right, then another case comes up, another law, and another challenge is raised, okay, in a different state in the same circuit does the same thing. And by this time, the legal scholarship is somewhat different. The case is somewhat different. Okay, maybe it makes it past the first judge, and it makes it past the panel. And, they can ask for another panel, I think. But then they decide, okay, we're going to do an en banc hearing. Okay, everybody is going to decide. And then they will generally say, no, it's fine. It doesn't violate this or that law because of this, that, or this other reason, okay? And in other circuits where they are fine with the abortion law, these cases never happen, okay? They don't happen, so you never get what is called a circuit split. You never get the First Circuit saying a law against a medical abortion at any place that is not, this specific place in the state that is in a remote location, okay, that law is unconstitutional. You never get that in the First Circuit, and then in the Second Circuit they say it's constitutional. You never get the circuit split. So the Supreme Court is very unlikely to take the case. because the places where they accept that constitutional right, they don't pass laws against it. And the places where they don't accept that constitutional right, well, their circuit supports them, right? So you never get the circuit split. So, or it takes a very long time to get the circuit split, okay? It takes 10 years, 20, 30, okay? So then what you will see is a huge range of laws that are passed to hobble this right. And you might say, Ali, how do I know this? And, so I'll pause here. Maybe you can guess how I know this.
How?
Because this is exactly what liberal states have done to try to undermine the right to bear arms. And this is exactly why there are so few Supreme Court decisions about it. Because in the circuits where they care about the right to bear arms, they don't pass these laws in those states. So there never is any ruling about it. And in the circuits where they have a problem with the right to bear arms, well, the judges agree with them.
Jason, you're not concerned about children, like smaller children, teenagers, because of the arms. Like that. When I was very, very young, my dad took me to the range. I learned the pistol, I learned the air gun. So it's not new. It's not that I'm afraid of it. It's just that I think when parents school shootings in America, where the freaking eyebrows rise, the big question of safety sort of pops up. You see what I'm saying?
But that's a different. Okay, if you read the Constitution, the obvious reading of the Second Amendment is like everything California has done is illegal. There can't be magazine limitations, limiting pistols to this roster, whatever else. Okay, the assault weapons ban. Okay, and the thing is, once in a while, you get a judge in the Ninth Circuit who says it's illegal, but you get one. And then there's an en banc hearing, or there's a panel of 3 judges, and they decide, no, it's fine. Okay. And what I'm trying to describe here is the way that you have a constitutional right on paper, but as a practical matter, the states have a lot of capacity, or localities, okay, really the circuits have a lot of capacity to be down on that right and make it impossible to exercise. Okay? So I'm not trying to persuade you about the right to bear arms. I'm just trying to describe a mechanism to you. Like the way that it works. Okay? And because even if you feel like the right to bear arms is a bad idea, I think you will agree it's still in the Constitution.
Yeah, right.
Okay? And the way that some states interpret that, it's actually almost impossible to bear arms. Like Massachusetts, and for some time, Massachusetts, and one or two, Hawaii, okay? And the way it was interpreted in New York City for a long time, it was basically impossible to bear arms. And, and then you have like a rainbow of options in between that and Texas, okay? Where, if you read it doesn't really make any sense that the way you read the Constitution, that like the policies you have in Massachusetts are the way that they are, or in New Jersey, or whatever it is. So to come back to your example, Ali, I think that could be done, but then what you would see is, for example, in whatever circuit Missouri is in, it would just be massively much more difficult to get an abortion. And the constitutional challenges needed to get that straightened out would eventually, it might be like 150 years from now before all of them get settled,
Well, I would say Dick in hand. Jason. That's your screen name, sir? Are you responsive?
Lester, are you here?
He is responsive.
Are you here?
Lester, are you here? Pepe,
I'm here.
are you
I'm here.
Bro, what's going on, bro? We're having a good
I'm good. I'm just trying to see what Jason was talking.
So, Brooke, if you don't mind, let me just.
Oh God, here we go. Here we go.
We'd like to hear what you have to say, but
I don't give it. What do you want, Ollie?
I don't want anything from you. I'm talking to Jason.
Okay, well then,
just
let's
quickly
do
going back
this.
to
Hold on.
No, I'm not holding up. I'm not for you. If you
Okay,
wait a
well,
little
we
bit.
should hold on.
Did you notice that Jason?
Oh my God, you're so in control. Okay, well then if you are in control,
I'm not
then
in
you
control.
should know how to calm people down.
Well,
do that.
There was no calmness on the stage. People were talking.
All right, so let's do that. All right, let's do that together.
Until you came on.
Can you do that together?
Can you calm down a little bit, maybe?
Yeah, I'm right here, brother. Can you hear me?
Take a deep
My
breath.
voice?
You'll be fine.
You feel my voice.
We know how to treat
I'm
children.
right here, man.
Don't worry.
Right here.
So yeah, good. So
Okay,
thank you.
so let's do it. So let's do it together.
So what is your suggestion?
Oh no. So you want to take control? Okay. So what do you want from me?
Alright, bro. What's his question, basically?
No third person.
What I want from you is what I want from you.
What do you want from me? What do you want from me?
What I want you to do is.
Tell me, brother.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you. I would like you to allow Jason and I finish the discussion about the.
So you're saying shut up?
No, I didn't say that. Shut up.
Say aloud. Say shut up.
We were in
Tell
the
me
middle
to
of
shut
our
up.
conversation.
Because I'm not.
And so you asked me what I want you to do. If you want to speak for me, then why are you asking the question?
I'm not asking.
If you're
you to speak
asking
for
me a
you.
question, what do you
Tell
want?
me what you want me to do.
I want you to.
And I will do it.
Wait. Okay then. Thank you.
Wait.
I want you to not interrupt my discussion with Jason. Let us.
Okay, so you're telling me to shut up?
No, I'm not telling you to shut up. I'm just telling
Okay,
you
then
to
tell me to shut up.
What I'm trying to tell you.
Tell me to
is
shut up.
Not to act like a 5-year-old or 2-year-old with a diaper rash and you can't control yourself.
Yeah.
Okay? So ask your mama
Then
to
tell me to
change.
shut up.
What I want you to do.
If you can't tell me to shut up, then I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Then.
Alright, then I'll tell you.
Alright. Then here we go.
All due
Right.
respect to
Alright, here we go.
So,
I
Ali.
told you that. I told you
Yeah,
that.
man.
So,
Alright, brother, I'm just been trying to tell you, man.
So,
that you can just tell me to shut up.
So,
I told you
Shut up!
Sorry.
Shut up! You want to hear it? You get it?
Ego.
Stop it, bro.
Reign
Stop.
supreme. No, bro.
It's not ego. It's truth.
No.
so
This
Ali, Rock,
Bro, it's not.
Ali and I.
No, you can call me by name. I don't give a fuck.
What do you want
I
to be called?
don't care.
Well, Ali and I.
No.
I was explaining something
You're not
to
gonna-
Ali,
That's
and I
fine.
wanted to hear what Ali has to say about it. Would that be a
Okay,
problem?
what I want to hear from Ali, but that last shit, not cool.
And I don't want to talk to you.
I want to hear from Ali, and that's it. And then after that, nothing else.
Okay,
So,
I want to hear from me. Would you like
Shut
to?
the fuck up, bro. I don't want to hear from you. I want to hear from Ali. I don't care about you.
Well, but then you're asking me.
You're entering a world that you don't want to enter.
Oh, really? What is that?
Yeah, oh, really?
What is that?
Oh,
That would be.
okay, so you're over the top of me. Whatever. I don't give a fuck, man. I don't care. I don't fucking care. You are not gonna take over me. I don't give a fuck who you have access to. I don't care where you're
not
from.
important enough for me to take over.
You. Fuck you. Fuck you. You are nobody.
Well,
You're
I'm gonna
probably.
start a new room.
You are probably
I'm
from
gonna
LA
start
or
a
New
new
York City or somewhere else bigger than me. I don't
Okay,
care.
I'll invite you both in.
Fuck
Alright,
you.
one second.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Go ahead, Ali. It's always been that way. What's up, Lolly? What's up, Wally? And we got Sword. Sword wants to come up. Come up, Sword. Yo, Alistair, you got it, man.
Like living under President Obama for 8 years?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a president in American that you lived under that you really didn't like?
No, the way America is, the president really doesn't affect like domestic matters too much.
Okay. Let me throw you a hypothetical. Let's say there was a president that you really just couldn't tolerate. Let's say America started to become slowly into a dictatorship. You really just couldn't stand living in America anymore, and you could not leave. Would you, at any point in time, if Russia and Putin came out and said, "We want to Americans from this horrible dictatorship and we will give them freedom," would you ever accept Russia bombing the country that you live in and be like, "We're doing this on behalf of the American people"? Is that something you would ever accept?
Yeah, just to be intellectually honest, like me personally, I would be like, that's pretty messed up. Like this isn't the order of how the succession goes, right? But let's say Trump was assassinated, half of this country would have been celebrating.
Yeah, the same way that Iranians were celebrating when Khamenei was killed. But that's besides the point. Because
there you go.
People can celebrate. People can celebrate the death.
But they don't celebrate the assassin, though. They celebrate the outcome, right? So, like, that's why my hypothetical was framed for the outcome, not the actual, like, how you got
what's the outcome? What is the
outcome? Is who he perceived as being the enemy to the people, it being of the government, is now gone.
No, the government is not gone, number one. Number two.
Oh, no, like, in a hypothetical, the government was gone, and it was just going to be him. And he was like, no, because Israel does this and America does this, right?
So,
the hypothetical was framed
to
where the government would be gone and that he would take the place.
Okay, in this fantasy idea, like we're in an ideal world where, like, okay, a government can come and just overthrow a government and then bring democracy and we could be a sovereign and independent nation. Oh, wow, okay, that would be amazing. I don't think people would really complain about that, but the reality is that's not what happens. That has never happened in the past 20, 30 years, and we don't care about the possible hypotheticals because I'm more interested in reality. I'm interested in the reality that happened to Libya, that happened to Syria, that happened to Iraq, that happened to all of these other countries that were sold the same thing.
I don't even think that's analogous. Like it was.
Why is it not analogous?
Yeah, because the way that I prompted was, let's say that, like, if you right now were in Pakistan and all they wanted was the 6 things that they listed: no nuclear, no whatever the hell, no enrichment, this and that, and all sanctions are removed, all money is unfrozen, right? Would you have taken the deal?
The issue of nuclear is something a little bit more deeper than just having nuclear energy. Because, first of all, Iran has a right to nuclear energy under the Non-Proliferation Treaty. And the reason why Iran doesn't want to give up their right for nuclear energy is because they see this as an aspect of sovereignty. Why should any sovereign nation...
Fine. Justification, I totally understand it, but would you have made the deal to get Israel, IRGC, and America out of your face, and you're going to become a wealthy country? All you got to do is give up your Here's the thing. If I give up that nuclear stockpile, how can I trust these countries not to bomb me again? Because that's exactly what happened to Libya. Gaddafi got rid of his nuclear. He's like, okay, if they're gonna not threaten me anymore, I'll just get rid of my nuclear weapons. Gone. He was gone. So in the mind of Iranians, and what looks like the case, even if Iran surrendered, and gave up their missiles, which is just the stupidest proposal to ask any country, give up your only military capabilities and give up your nuclear weapons and stop your proxies. This is just a laughable. It's a laughable request. Even if they did agree, sorry, someone was finished. Even if they did agree to it, that just is going to make Iran defenseless, and like, Israel's going to be like, all right, now's the time to clearly obliterate them.
Cool. But yeah, so like, nobody said it was going to be an easy choice, but it's an
unacceptable choice.
Oh, all right. Well, then the outcome is inevitable. So in the next 9 weeks of however long this takes, then we'll see if it was a good decision or not, right? The problem that I'm having is that people aren't actually looking at this clear-eyed. In 2026, you're clearly seeing that what they want is the things that are the most dangerous to them. They've even offered, like Russia's offered and everybody else has offered, to offer this nuclear, like enriched, like the thing that's already processed, right? So they're just going to give them the uranium.
Right now, hold on a second. Mike, hold on a minute. Right now, Iranian people on the streets, they are asking to become atomic, to make the atomic bombs. They are asking from the Iranian government. Iranian people are demanding on the streets. It's not opening mic. They are asked on the streets. Iranian people demanding to become a nuclear. You understand?
Good luck.
I want to give it to I want to get new voices in there as well, because this is turning into just a more show. We have.
Ask me a question.
It's okay. I don't care about the fucking question. I want to go to Yara. Yara is Iranian as well. Yara, what's your take on this?
Yara is Iranian?
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Oh shit.
So I want to put foreign politics aside for a minute. Do I think Israel and America are doing this for money? No. Are they doing it for their own benefit? Yes. But on the other hand, the Iranian people are trying to get rid of this government for years now. It's not as simple as if Iranians want to get rid of this government, they can't. Whenever they're out, they're faced with guns, they're ran over by cars, they're killed by their own government. My friends and family were killed in these protests, whether it was 2009, whether it was Mahsa Amini, whether it was now. My cousin, as of now, is in jail facing execution right now just for being out on the street 3 weeks ago, just for expressing his freedom. It's not as simple as you guys think for Iranian people just to come out and demand freedom. This is not the U.S. that people have guns. This is not the U.S. that people are supported by other nations and other governments. Today, most of the Iranians' people's past, for the time being, might be aligned with these foreign interferences, because they cannot do this alone if they want it. It's not as simple as Nasser says. If Iranian people want to get rid of this government, they can't. They can't. They've been trying for ages.
Yara, I agree, but I disagree when you were saying that our interests coincide with the foreign interests. They don't, because our interest is very different than their interest.
I know me, but I grew up in Tehran. It breaks my heart to see all the streets bombed, all the houses, all the people. It breaks my heart. But the Iranian regime, it has killed thousands more than the U.S. or Israel currently have.
Yes,
it's way more than counts.
Yes, but Yara,
you need to understand, even this regime has gotten its food because of U.S. interference. So if we have to be honest, this is a U.S. problem to begin with. So you cannot tell the person who caused your problem to provide you a solution. You take your time. I know it's not easy, but like I've said before, it's on this app. Iranian people will solve Iranians' problem.
That's how it's always has. That's how it always be. Whenever there's external influence, it is going to be the interest of the external body. And trust me, another 50 years from now, the interest to come up, and then you come. It's the whole thing all over again. There's examples. There's Libya. There's Iraq. There's Afghanistan, and so on and so forth. Every other country that has been able to expel the U.S., Venezuela, and Vietnam, whatnot. Those who successfully expel them are the ones prospering. But if you allow them to interfere, it is what it is. But anyway, that's never my point.
Yara, I just want to say I understand your frustration. I share it, but I also know that our interests do not align with the interests of Iran, ungovernable, a failed state, a country that cannot stand on its own and cannot even be a factor in the future of the Middle East. If they don't want Iran to be a factor in the future of the Middle East, that means to utterly destroy it. That is not in our interest. Our interest is to be a normal country that can just live and prosper. That's it.
That sounds
so our interests do not coincide.
I completely agree with the fact that with all this, I was completely for this until the whole the whole attacking the power plants and everything was a question as of like a week and a half ago. Before that, but what I'm saying is what they did, the path they had, not a mutual cause, not a mutual solution, but some path, the beginning path was a mutual path that the people needed that help because they couldn't do it. I mean, getting rid of all these killers and murderers, whether it was a supreme leader or all the IRGC, there was something that could never be done by the Iranian people.
You are right. The people could not have killed these people on their own. Their own oppressors, they could not have killed them on their own. But it's not about them getting killed. It's them getting killed, right? But what comes after, when these leaders, these commanders are killed by a foreign power, that changes the politics extremely for the worst. And that's the point I'm trying to make. Because yes, we can be happy if Khamenei is dead. We can celebrate. He killed thousands of...
Let's say hypothetically the power plants were hit. Bridges were hit, electric grid was down. Right?
Genocide.
How long well, no, not really. But we can get to that. What's going to happen here is that there's going to be a clear civil unrest because the IRGC no longer going to be able to contain people by like threatening or whatever this is because people are going to be like, dude, this is
the people with the guns are the ones who have the control.
Oh, but that's the point I'm making. So like when you see, I don't know if you're familiar with 2020, but there was massive riots out here in America, and you can clearly see, regardless of like who had the weapons, the mere number overwhelmed the law enforcement like presence where they couldn't control.
It did that
anything.
in January too. It did that in January.
Yeah,
people don't. So long as the people with the guns have the power, there is violence revolution, or attempts at violent revolution will not bring about the positive change. Sadly, it won't. But just look at the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union killed 9 million people just under Stalin. Okay? That regime lasted for 75 years. Can you imagine if Trump came along and said, like, the Soviet Union is the most evil regime throughout history that killed 9 million people, and toughness and moderate, but I don't actually believe him. We're going to get maximum pressure. We're going to go to war with the Soviet Union. That would cause nuclear fucking war. It's a stupid strategy. And what happened to the Soviet Union? It collapsed in probably the least violent way possible. That for a country like that to collapse. That's my whole point with this failed strategy.
Yeah, I'm only pointing out that the people that are in the military apparatus, the RGC, or the people with the guns that you're talking about, right? They have families to feed as well, and there's going to be like this feeling where the police or the law agencies aren't actually being paid because the economic constraints.
Yeah, that was something I thought about. That was something I thought about during January.
Yeah.
That was something I did think about during January. But
all of that is completely being sidelined because of an external war. Because when there is a war, everybody in the army and in the IRGC, they close ranks. They say, like, this is an existential war. We're gonna fight to survive, and then we're gonna figure out it after. That's the problem with imposing external war. It doesn't change. It doesn't.
To Yara now. Yara, I totally agree with what you're saying. There are things in Iran which are there, and there are internal issues of Iran which should be dealt or solved, whatever. But the thing is, the thing which I can't digest is when a community or a nation or a group of people, when they want to change something in the society, yeah, of course they have a right. But when they don't realize that the way they are asking a change in their society is actually hurting the whole region, and then they want that opinion to be accepted by the people. Like, for example, when I am, as a non-Iranian, when I tell many of my Iranian friends, this is the issue with people around countries around you are facing, they will sell Iranian which I cannot buy. Like, for example, they say that, yeah, we understand that you are also suffering because of the war in the region, but you have to understand the main problem is IRGC. No, for me, IRGC is not a problem. Person living beside Iran is he has never dealt with IRGC. Of course, you guys know about IRGC, but no, for us, what is mattering now is this war which these people have invited in the region is harming the people living around Iran, is harming the lives of people living in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iraq. And the thing is, and do you guys know what, like I have mentioned this many times, do you, why is this selfish behavior when a person is saying that your war, the war which you are inviting, okay, for you, US and Israel are, because they're helping you. I understand. Yeah, even though I have grudges against Israel for many reasons, but yeah, I understand. They are helping you, so many people might find them a friendly nation. But what about the people who don't? Why this propaganda of some other nation is being sold to the people who don't believe in that? You people are doing exactly what a dictator government does, is that selling their propaganda to people around. I don't consider many things which you guys do. And right now, do you know what is happening in Pakistan because of this war? Do you know what is happening in Afghanistan because of this war? How this is affecting those people? And whenever I tell them, and the answer which I get from people is that, you don't understand. The evil is getting destroyed.
No, Muni, I see where you're coming from, but at the end of the day, I think throughout history, every nation, whether it's Pakistan, India, Iran, US, Israel, any country in Europe, the people or the government is all for their own benefit at the end of the day. So you can't blame the Iranian people.
No, but right now, what I am blaming here, this war is affecting us. Okay, you might be, like, for example, I'll tell you something. You'll be surprised. I understand the mullah attitude. Whenever a mullah gets in power, they have a very different opinion. You'll be surprised that in India and in Pakistan and in Afghanistan, the role of the Shia mullah is totally opposite than what it is in Iran, because they're in power. You will be surprised the role of the Shia mullahs in Pakistan, Afghanistan, India. The role is so big that when Khamenei was killed, do you know what people did here? Not the Shias. The other minorities, such as Hindus, Christians, and Sikhs, they were like, no, we are gonna have a protest in support of Khamenei, because that's a very opposite thing. Yeah, the people who are oppressing you, the mullahs who are oppressing you, I totally understand. They might be oppressing, no problem with that. I agree for. But the thing is, do you know what is happening around right now in the whole of Pakistan? Pakistan, and I'm saying this again and again, now in whole of Pakistan, right now in whole of Pakistan, these pro-American mullahs are having these big massive rallies in support of America, and they're saying that helping Americans and fighting with the Iranian regime is jihad. They're doing exactly what they did a long time back when they had a fight with USSR. And they are literally telling people that you have to help USA because USA is going to make Iran great again by
Okay, let me ask you a question. Genuinely, do you believe at the end of the day, the region, the Middle East, isn't it a safe place, a safer place, let me put it this way, without the IRGC, without all these fundings to all these third-party militias that are attacking, killing the region, whether it was Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, all the region being attacked and funded by the IRGC and all its third-party militias throughout the years. Do you genuinely think without the IRGC, that whole region would it be a
no? I don't think that
safer place?
Because what I see as a non-Iranian, I don't see IRGC. Yeah, IRGC might be a bigger threat.
I do have a counter question. So why don't we say the same for Israel? Because
this is what I'm saying.
For me, funded Al Qaeda, and why don't you ask the same question about Israel as well?
Yara,
So,
for me,
I didn't
answer now.
say-
Yara, you asked me, let me answer. Yeah, you are right. That is your opinion about IRGC, and I don't disagree with that because you have dealt with IRGC. But a person living in Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iraq, they don't see that way.
No, someone who has lived in Iraq has. Someone who has lived in Afghanistan has. Someone who has lived in Lebanon has.
Listen, bro. You can't sell your propaganda to the people who don't believe in that. We consider Israel as a bigger threat. What are you talking about?
Israel is a threat, but it doesn't make Iran less of a threat.
Listen. Do you know how much we suffered, the Pakistan suffered, when US had a war in Afghanistan, and that was not our war. We were forced to become a part of that war. For 20 years, the society in Pakistan suffered, and there were people, no, we're going to see, just imagine Afghanistan is going to become very good, Afghanistan is going to be big. And the reason is now, after 20 years when Americans left, those Afghani people hate us for many reasons, and they're back with the mullahs over there. That was America who destroyed Afghanistan, and then what we got in the end of this war, I'll tell you. Go and search online TTP. TTP is a Talibani group of Pakistani origin. So when this war was started by USA in Afghanistan, in reaction, local people became against the government. Now these TTP terrorists, they blew up a school in Pakistan. They have no connection with IRGC. They have connection with the actions of Americans.
Munir, you're gonna have to provide sources. I told you this number of times. You make up shit as you go. I need sources.
Amir, the Peshawar school thing that happened, you want sources for that?
No, I need sources that America is backing up TTP and Taliban that's inside Israel, working together with TTP. And what is their fucking objective? Their objective is to topple the Pakistani government.
Amir,
didn't you say America's playing a role? Bro, you like to bullshit a lot. This is the problem in this. I hate when you spread bull propaganda out of my
You asked me something, can I answer now?
Provide sources, go and source up.
Let me answer first what I said. You are claiming something which I never said. I said because of the American war, TTP was a reaction which started here. Now they're killing innocent people. I'm not saying TTP is an American lobby. I'm saying the TTP came in existence because America was doing these things.
A lot of people don't know anything about it, Money.
He always wants to bring in Pakistani matters into Iranian movements. He always wants to do this, fucking trauma dump on us.
I know the problem with you. I know the problem. I don't want to say this
trauma dump with the bullshit that you have to
I don't want to say that in public. Your problem with me is, I know. Okay? I know. You want me to tell you why you have a problem
go on, tell me. What problem do I have?
Because I'm from the fucking minority in Pakistan, which your public is killing. That's a fact. I'm from the fucking minority with the majority that you support.
I don't support it. I condemn I don't even support the state of Pakistan.
Yeah.
Do you understand that?
I don't understand. I don't understand.
I don't understand.
Stop
Oh my God.
you come.
I told you this number of times. The way Pakistan was built, I don't support it. I condemn it. It should not even have been established in the first place. There was a genocide that happened during the partition plan. I told you this number of times. Any place there's a fucking genocide, I don't support it.
People like you selling Pakistan to calm us down. But listen, from last 70 years, we know in the name of Islam, in the name of culture, how you guys are fucked up.
Just an idiot, man.
Don't make us believe.
Just an idiot. You're seriously an idiot.
I said that TTP was a reaction of American bombing, and you were saying that I claimed that TTP was made by America.
TTP was not a reaction to fucking American bombing. Taliban is still inside Afghanistan.
TTP is different, Taliban is different.
Yes, it is different.
TTP was started in Pakistan after the war, because when this war in Afghanistan was going on, in the end TTP came into existence. And now they're fucking terrorists, yeah. They're killing our kids here.
TTP worked against the Taliban, okay? They're working together.
Yeah, now they're working with Taliban.
No, they've been working together. And the issue, hold on. You know what the objective is of the TTP? They want to topple the Pakistani government.
Yeah, I know that.
I told you this number of times. Keep on bringing the shit into my fucking room. You want to trauma dump on me? Trauma dump in this fucking room. This room is about Iran.
TTP exists before the war.
Oh my God! There's no point of I told you this. If you really want to have the Pakistani thing, go open up a room by Pakistan. Go talk about it over there.
No, it's not that. I know what it is.
You want to bring your Pakistani issues into Iran?
And that's not a Pakistani issue. I'm telling you, you have a problem with everything I say. You have a problem. Even if I'm opposing the war, you have a problem with that.
I'm opposing the fucking war. Me as an American, I don't accept this fucking war with Iran. I told you this number of times. I'm against fucking war. Multiple times.
So are you saying the Afghan war didn't affect Pakistan anyway?
It did affect. There's a whole bunch of refugees.
We're discussing Iran now. So let's finish with
Iran. That's what I'm saying. We suffered because of the Afghan war, and now we're going to suffer because of the Iran war.
Could you just take a minute? Does it take a deep breath, Money?
Tan, sit in the audience like good bitch you are, right? Early today, you came in here. I asked you a question. You said you feel bad for the you feel bad for the Israeli mothers. You did not feel bad for the Lebanese mothers. You did not feel bad for the Iraqi mothers. You did not feel bad for the Iranian mothers that have lost children. You did not feel bad for any of the other, any of the other mothers that have lost children thanks to Israeli oppression. But what did you say early on? You feel bad for the Israeli mothers. So, I'm going to shut you up every time you come into my fucking space. You're not allowed in my fucking space. If you're going to come up here, act like a little dog, like a little Cody you are, fucking mother jinde. Anyways, we're going to pivot now from Pakistan. This person always turns my room into fucking Pakistani internal affairs. I'm trying to avoid the fucking Pakistani internal affairs because this room is not about Pakistan.
Hamid, I have a question from you.
Yes.
Where do you see that in the next 2-3 days with all the Navy stuff that ships that the United States has brought into the Persian Gulf, to the Hormuz area, where do you see where this goes? Like, do you see that escalation?
The blockade, so he did say that it will happen. He wants to stop all the Iranian ships. But the issue here is, I mentioned this earlier to this retarded person, Rabbi, and I mentioned it to Samoa, that's another retard. If you look into the technical details into how the sweepers work, the sea mine sweepers, to pick up one sea mine, it takes about an hour to 3 hours or 4 hours, okay? And I looked into the stats. Iran has 2,000 to 6,000 sea mines. So Iran has up till tomorrow, before Trump announces if they want to go into the water and set up sea mines. If America does try to freaking go through, the Gulf of Oman and try to go all around that water, they won't even have to do anything. It will just blow up on its own. Now, if they try to sweep up the sea line, what it will do is it will take America and a whole bunch of these other people will take minimum about 5 to 6 months or maybe a year to sweep up 2,000 to 4,000 sea mines. If Iran wants to go that extreme. So it depends how it's going to react. You see what I'm saying? It depends if it's going to set up the sea mines or not. We're going to find out. And Iran did do a sea mine thing before. I'll read it out to you guys again. I went over it early on. The sea mine thing, I have it pulled up here. All right. Iran used 150 sea mines in the Strait of Hormuz during the 1988 tanker war. Iran war phase vessels, including USS Samuel B. Roberts. And in 1988, you had July 3rd, you had the USS Vincennes shot down Iran Air Flight 655, 290 killed, escalating the tensions. That was some crazy shit. I did post a link in the chat. It's according to historic newspaper. And when I asked this rabbi character, he's supposed to be pro-America. This fucker never condemned the shooting down the commercial plane, the passenger plane. Him and a whole bunch of fucking other coonies that come in here, right? Cooney wouldn't even condemn.
He is cool.
He wouldn't even condemn the attack that America did on a civilian airplane, right? That shot down, that killed 290 passengers, civilians.
That's right.
Right? And this is very problematic when I talk to some of these fucking American motherfuckers, right? I'm an American. Right, me as an American, it boils my blood when I hear all this, and when I have the history, I go based on history. As an American, I condemn the attack. Why did the American fucking do the attack? And they probably have a justification. Oh, it was done by mistake or whatever. Even by mistake, you don't shoot down a fucking passenger airplane.
But
that killed 290 people.
I mean, just on that it's cool. Shut the fuck up, Mike. Shut your fucking mic up. It's cool.
No, you get a time to respond in a bit. Let her finish. You get a time to respond.
These Cooney have no moral basis. They are like the same people. They eat people. They drink blood. They are child eaters, tunnel people. These Coonies are like that. It doesn't matter that they come in the clubhouse. They act like they know something. They don't know. These fucking people, they get fucking paid to do that. These assholes, they will sell their mother for that. You tell them, here, I'll give you $50, I'll do your mother. They'll say, okay, no problem. These kind of people are they. They are not normal people. Normal people will not sell their baby, will not sell their people, will stand against the plan they are doing harm to other humanity. These fucking people don't give a shit about that. They are baseless. They have no moral, they have no ethic. Like when I'm talking about Iranians, that we have history. These fucking bastards, they're 70 years old. Like our soccer team has more history than Israelis. You know what I mean? Like, what do you expect? They steal from American people. They steal from you, your tax debt. They steal it. They pay the Congress people he steals from you, gives it to Israelis, and the Israelis gives it to this like a Coonies, like this.
Let him respond as well, because I did mention his name. Go on, Rabbi. What do you have to say? Go. Go on.
In terms of Strait of Hormuz, so there is broken into 3 stages. The first stage is that they're going to make a 2-kilometer long security passage, which is going to only take 3 to 7 days to do that. Now, what you mentioned earlier, which is the estimate that there's more from 1,500 to 5,000.
2,000 to 7,000.
Okay, fine. In the Strait of Hormuz, That is going to be more of a 200-kilometer issue, and it's going to take double the amount of time. So it could take anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks. Now, the first passage does not mean that it's commercially clear. That's the first phase. That's just for security, right? And certain vessels will be able to get through. But the main point of passage is the second phase, and that's going to take anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks. And even then, that doesn't necessarily mean that the third phase, which is reducing of the insurance rates, that it's safe enough to do, that may take a little bit longer, months to build the confidence with the insurance companies. But in terms of America being able to operate and function through it, we should be able to do it in the next 2.5 months.
So you believe everything Trump says?
And don't
Hold on, Nasser, please stay muted. You believe everything that Trump says?
No, the Pentagon is saying this.
Okay, you believe everything Pentagon says?
In the Navy, yeah.
Okay, can we get a meow really quick? Meow. So here's the deal. So anything Pentagon says, you have to think opposite. Trump has come out multiple times where he threatened Iran times, and every time he threatens, he always ends up extending it to play with global oil market. And I feel like even though he passed the ruling, whatever, that there's going to be blockade, whatever, I don't think he's going to do it. Because there's, when you're into this kind of military thing, you have to look into the risk management. The risk is way too high, Rabbi. I'll tell you what the risks are. The risk is the warship getting blown up, not just one, multiple warships. And Iran has a track record of blowing up a ship using sea mine. Do you want me to read it out to you again? They did it back in 1988. I didn't know about the 1988 until I had to look into the papers. So I'm going to read it out to the room one more time. And Iran used 150 sea mines in the Strait of Hormuz during the tanker war. Iraq war phase, damaging 30 plus vessels, including USS Samuel B. Roberts. And I believe Samuel B. Roberts, I think it was either a carrier ship or a warship. So what do you think about that? Because if it's 150 sea mines, it can destroy 30 plus vessels. Can you imagine what kind of damage it could do at minimum 2,000 to 7,000 sea mines? They don't even have to fucking fly anything. It's going to be under the water.
Yeah, but again, Central Command is very adamant about.
And you know where they're going to set it up? I believe they're not even going to set it up in Strait of Hormuz. They're going to set it up in Gulf of. You know why? Because that's where they're going to, set up like a little choke point or whatever. U.S. is going to set up on the sea, Gulf of Oman, and they're not going to touch the Strait of Hormuz because Strait of Hormuz is controlled by, they can get a direct hit, right? So they're not going to touch Strait of Hormuz, but they're going to block it from the outside. And I believe Iran will set up sea mines on the outside to fuck with America. And America is going to have to bow down and be like, okay, we can't do this. We have to give it up.
So that's how you see the U.S. being fully deterred in this conflict?
Even the people that did analysis, I provided I'll see if I can find that article again. There's a guy that did analysis on this. Okay? He has served in the military for, 10, 20 years. He's a commander or whatever. And he wrote an article. He did analysis on this, right? He said it's impossible to because these are high value assets, right? The warship and a whole bunch of other ships, just to come in and try to sweep up the street, the sea mines and all this other stuff. It's too costly. And there's a chance of even if one or two ships getting bombed, it's going to be down the sea. And these things are expensive as fuck.
Yeah. The issue is the insurance companies and reestablishing confidence in insurance companies because they're the ones who are backing these vessels going to this area. But the bigger opportunity...
They're not backing it. Who told you they're backing it?
No. I'm saying they're not. That's the issue. The issue is...
Do you know why they're not backing it?
Because they're scared that they're going to be paying, trillions of dollars in damages, from the ship being blown up. But the bigger opportunity for the United States is not the Hormuz Strip. It's the ability to recreate trade routes, right? And that's that's what you see happening
It's
right now.
impossible to recreate trade routes if the Strait of Hormuz is on chokehold.
No. That's the thing you're missing out on.
Let me pull up the map. Hold on. Let me pull up the map.
So Arabia, for example, they're doing this thing with it's called the Middle East European Economic Corridor, right? It's with India, and so basically the route is goods will arrive at the port of UAE, and then they'll travel by rails to Saudi Arabia and Jordan, and then they'll exit the port of Haifa. Right, so that's what's happening like now. They're literally doing that right now, and the great thing about it is that the United States becomes an architect of this transit, and then by securing.
All right, so Rabbi, I'm looking at the map right now. Okay, we got the Persian Gulf. Okay, that's blocked off. There's no alternative route. You have to go through Strait of Hormuz. Okay.
You don't. So don't you go through the UAE.
No, you can't.
It's already, they're doing it.
You can't. Did you look at the map? I want you to go ask Google Baba. Hey, meow. I want you to ask Google Baba. I want you to open up the book, open up the maps, right? Ask Google Baba and look at the map. Okay. The map is we got the Persian Gulf. I'm looking at the map right now, right? You have the Persian Gulf. And then you have Strait of Hormuz, right? Going from Persian Gulf. So let's say if somebody was to pick up something from Kuwait, they have to travel all the way through Persian Gulf, all the way to Strait of Hormuz, and that's how they can cross. It's very narrow. They can cross through Strait of Hormuz, and then come through the Oman, and then it turns into Gulf of Oman, right? But then guess what? Across the street across the thing waters from Gulf of Oman, you have one side is Iran, one side is Oman. Okay, the Arabian Sea, when it reaches the Arabian Sea, you still have fucking Iran. Iran is so big. So what I'm saying to you, Iran has access. They can go in the corner at the borderline of Pakistan and Iran and fucking set up some launchers and shoot the shit out of fucking American fighter jets. I mean, the warships. I want you to look at the map. Can you open up Okay, look at the map. Did you follow what I said?
Yeah, I saw it, but I'm saying.
Okay, everything is to go through Strait of Hormuz. Regardless, whatever you think, it's not true. Okay, that's the only spot.
If I could. Sorry, I was just gonna say one thing. With all of that being said, I think I don't want to say it's safe to say or it's guaranteed, but maybe the one positive thing that can come out of this war is that this is the last war or the last bullying that the U.S. will be able to impose on another country, because they're going to get so tied down here and the cost is going to be so high, and it's already depleting resources, and the U.S.'s hegemony in the region. I think this might be the last war.
It's not the U.S. It's Israel that keeps creating these wars. Trust me. The U.S. don't want.
Well, who funds Israel?
Yeah, dumbass U.S. But the citizens don't agree. I'm a U.S. citizen. I don't agree with this shit.
Okay, I'm a U.S. citizen too, and many who agree, many who don't agree. But my point is, in U.S. strategy, this is the last war that they'll be able to. This is the last country they'll be able to bully, because even before Israel, the U.S. has been bullying countries for the past 50 years.
Because of Israel, you have to understand, bro. The elites, it's an Israel thing.
What does Latin America have anything to do with Israel? The U.S. has been bullying Latin America for the past 40, 50 years.
Resources, my brother. Centralized banks in the name of Israel, brother.
He's a conspiracy theorist. And he doesn't
okay. Well, anyways, my point being, I believe this is I'm hoping this is the last war that the U.S. will.
This is an expansion of hegemony.
Can we get a meow really quick? Meow. Anybody wants to say meow really quick? We have meow in the room. Meow.
It's creepy.
Meow.
The point is that America.
Can you say meow, Dave? Rights for cats. Hell no.
Hey, but hold on. Hey, why would you say this is gonna be the last war? Like, what do you think? Something's gonna.
No, I'm saying this is why I say this could be the last war is because this is gonna. I mean, the U.S. has been getting exhausted for the past 20 years in the Middle East, and even before that, there was the Cold War, right? And I think this could be. I mean, all empires eventually fall. All empires eventually erode.
After 250 years, they fall back.
What?
After 250 years, that's the deadline for most empires to fall. And July 4th makes 250 years.
He's an African American. He's disenfranchised. He feels America hasn't been there for him, so he's against their enemies. But the point is saying like American hegemony it has expanded.
It's being attempted at expanded. I don't know how far it can actually.
It's expanding. I mean, at the end of the day, when we take in, like, I mean, when I say greatness, I'm saying it in terms of in proportion to the other neighboring nation states. When we see the greatness of Iran, right, and they've existed for so long, thousands of years, right?
2,500.
Yeah, and so when we see the dismantling that we're seeing right now, it's not just this isn't Venezuela. This is a migration of an entire civilization, right? A whole way of thinking, a whole thing. So it's not about America being Germany, right? And we want to, conquer and destroy and kill everybody. Our goal is to intellectually colonize and to be able to use that colonization to expand our markets, right? We just want to make more money. We want the Iranian people to be a part of it. And the only way that we...
Black, what the hell is you talking about? Who is that going to benefit, Black? It's not going to benefit the citizens or Iranians, brother.
So, brother, this Legend, just ignore this idiot. He doesn't know what the hell's talking majority of the time. He's retarded. He thinks everybody's a terrorist inside Gaza. So, I don't really listen to, we call it in Farsi, Kuni. Okay? Kuni means faggot. He's a fucking faggot.
Black, I do not...
You're not informed, Rabbi.
Black, I do not think, I mean, you're saying that the whole purpose of this war is for markets and, there's economic interest in it, but how did that work for Iraq, Syria, or Libya? Like, how is the U.S. benefiting economically?
Those are much different things. We had to destabilize Iraq, period, right?
Why?
Destabilization. Because at the end of the day, a stable Iraq and even a stable Iran is a national security threat to the United States and to Israel, right? Because their ideological approach.
So was Black Wall Street a threat to America? That's why they bombed their own citizens?
Bro, get a therapist and deal with your black trauma, okay?
You're retarded for not having black trauma, you fucking asshole. You're retarded.
Legend, let's have that conversation. Forget him. Just mute up, Rabbi. There's no point of fucking having a conversation with you. You're being fucking racist as fuck to Legend. Legend, here's the question to you. What do you think, America? Do you think Trump is actually going to do a block on the Strait of Hormuz?
That would be idiotic for him to do that because, like you said, he can't block that. He can't.
Yeah, so I went over the map. I pulled up a map. I even told this rabbi character to pull up a fucking map. And when you look at the map, right, it goes all the way like Persian Gulf. You got about Kuwait, Iraq, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Abu Dhabi, which is a UAE, and even Oman. Everything needs to go through Strait of Hormuz to get out of Persian Gulf. Have Gulf of Oman, and then Gulf of Oman turns into Arabian Sea. And up till sea, Iran still has that connection till the Pakistani border. And I'm saying that if Pakistan won it, right? I mean, if Iran won it, they could still set up freaking like launchers right there on the borderline. And if America does play hard to get, I don't support this fucking war, man. I hate my fucking pedophile government, this Epstein regime. And I don't know what the fuck, who voted for these fucker, man? Just shut it, man, shut it. Just shut up. They can go to the border and shoot a rocket, right, into a whole bunch of these the ships or whatever are going to be in the Arabian Sea, because he's going to put all of these ships in the Arabian Sea. That's how he can do a block. And okay, the Arabian. Let me see. Yeah, he's gonna plant everything in either Gulf of Oman or Arabian Sea. And Arabian Sea, America, Donald Trump thinks that it's a smart move to plant fucking. And the thing is, I believe, in my opinion, I don't know if Iran's gonna shoot out fucking ballistic missiles, which travels at 2,000 kilometers an hour. But I think that to really fuck with Trump's mind, what they're gonna do, they're gonna put cluster bombs. So the good thing about cluster bomb is when a cluster bomb, I've seen a video on this, when a cluster bomb is shot at anything. So let's say they have a defense system. Defense system hits the back end of the cluster bomb, the missile that has a head that's filled with cluster bombs. It shoots.
Amir, does Saudi Arabia need the Strait of Hormuz? Wait, does Saudi Arabia need the Strait of Hormuz to distribute oil?
Okay, sorry. I pressed the button by mistake. So what it would do is, the defensive warships, it would shoot down the missile at the same time shooting down the missile. It opens up the front part with about 10 or 20 of those cluster bombs. And those bombs, they fucking randomly hit whatever is on that fucking warship. And they actually do more damage, I believe, versus the actual ballistic missile. Because those are fucking more scary. And it could actually, damage a fucking fighter jets or whatever's on that fucking warship. And it could do way more damage.
Amir, does Saudi Arabia need the Strait of Hormuz to distribute oil?
I think what's going to happen, to be honest with you, I think Iran is going to let them do pile up there, and then in one day it's going to say, you know what, it's over, here, take it. And just one mistake from Israeli attack or something to break the ceasefire, I don't think Iran is going to be the one that make the first fire. Just like the war that Iran knew that they are all the ships, they were coming to Persian Gulf area, they were coming to the Red Sea, whatever, they can do anything, they were invading Indian Ocean, invaded until they attacked Iran, and then Iran attacked. And he's going to wait in here again, and until they break the ceasefire, and when they break the ceasefire, it's going to bring the hell out of it. Like it's going to rain all the missiles that you can think of in that Navy. This is my thought.
Amir, I hope though, because there's going to be an extended stay.
Hold on a second. Did I ask you to open your fucking mic?
Yeah, let him finish. You like to come up to mic. I know your attention whore, Rabbi.
No, I just wanted to engage in discussion.
Yeah. You can get engaged in discussion. Nasser, go and finish.
I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to him.
Go and finish what you have to say, Nasser, and then we're going to listen to his bullshit as well. Go on, Nasser, because we need a punching bag.
And basically, I think this could turn to World War III as well. China is going to come. It's not going to pay attention to these guys. And then when they stand in front of him or Iranian ship comes, they start bothering and they're going to respond. And I don't think they're going to have the ability to stand in front of them. I think they're going to end up going back. If they want to save their navy, they're going to go back. Iran has probably, I see all over the places that Iran has imported from China, from North Korea, from Russia, missiles like the IBM, all kinds of missiles that they have imported. And while that they were talking peace talk, at the same time they were unloading the ICBM missiles. There's a lot of things going on in there, and I think the United States knows about it, it knows about it very well. So they're not going to push too much. If they do, then hell is going to break out. It's not going to be at that point. Peace talk is going to be out the door. It's just like when the same thing that in this peace talk they were asking in Pakistan, United States asking for the same thing. There was before their attack.
Iran was willing to give everything what they had. But no, they had to push it. When they pushed it, now Iran has the upper hand. Iran is saying, you know what? Fuck you. Iran just knew that there's not going to be a peace. They know now, by now they have read United States hands that they tell you something. They mean something different. They have 3, 4 different agenda they go by. They deny what they said, what they write, they deny it in your face. So Iran knows that. By knowing that, I think Iran is playing the game that say, you know what, we mastered the chess game. We own the backgammon. Come on, we'll teach you a lesson so you can go teach it to some fucking rabbis that they make money from the blood of the children. Thank you.
Anyways, so Amir, like in terms of, my question to you is, does Saudi Arabia need the Strait of Hormuz to distribute oil?
Yes, so Saudi Arabia needs Strait of Hormuz, right? But Iran might even work out a deal with Saudi Arabia. As long as Saudi Arabia doesn't allow U.S. to use the military base, it would be open. I think they might get charged $2 million. I think Saudi Arabia can afford it, but I think Saudi Arabia is able to push oil through the pipeline. I think it's like 4 to 8 million or 7 million barrels of oil or whatever through that pipeline.
So Amir, you know, like I said before, the most immediate alternative is the Indian, Middle East, European economic corridor, which literally they're going to put through oil and goods arrive at the port of the UAE, right? And it'll travel by railroad across Saudi Arabia, and then it will go into Jordan, and then it will exit Israel and Haifa.
Okay. Before it gets to UAE, do you understand that it's got to go through Strait of Hormuz?
No,
look. I want you to look at the map again. You need to study the map. Okay. So the Gulf of Oman, right? If you go up the hill, there's a right there's Oman. Strait of Hormuz is right there on the corner. And then it needs to come around and next to Abu Dhabi. I think that's where they have the port, or Sharjah. That's where they have the port. So the port will be right there. So you have to go around and because to have the docking station and all of that, it costs a lot of money. Okay, so to build all of this docking station and whatever bullshit.
Oh, they already have docks in the UAE. They already have them there.
I just told you. They have UAE in Sharjah or something, and like on the other side.
Sharjah, yeah, that's where they're going to go. That's where.
Yeah, but you have to go through Strait of Hormuz. Look at where the Sharjah is. Sharjah. You have to go through Strait of Hormuz.
Sharjah, you're saying?
Sharjah.
Star with an F.
Shar. S-H.
No, it's Fudra.
Reza, he's not correct, boys. It's a bullshitter. Look at the map, and then we're looking at the map. Oh my God! It's called Sharjah. Sharjah.
No, Amir, look up Fujairah. That's the port they're going to use off of the UAE. It's right outside of the strip. It's right outside of the strip.
Okay, what is it called?
Fujairah. Fedjudra.
Okay,
F-U-J. Yeah. Fujairah.
Okay.
It's right outside of the strip, and they're going to bring everything that's with the UAE. And then from there, it could travel by railroad across Saudi Arabia into Jordan, and then they'll exit in Israel. And America will have complete control over that distribution channel.
No, it won't.
You will.
Okay. All right, you're talking about Fuji. Okay, all right. Can you please tell us what is across the water?
It's outside the Bermuda Strip. It's
No. What is across the water? The other side of water? What is it?
What is it? I don't have it in front of me right now.
Across the water, it's Iran. Okay, it's Gulf of Oman, and across the other side is Iran.
Yeah.
Do you see it? So do you know how far does the ballistic missile travels at?
So you're saying if Saudi tries to go a different route than Hormuz Strait, they're going to bomb?
There is no different route. Because look, I'll give you an example. I actually talked to Ben Adam about this, right? I said, why not the UAE or did not use the other side of the sea? I think there's the other side sea, I believe, right? Why don't they use the other side? And you load up on the trucks and transfer over there, and it's impossible. You know why? Because the transportation, they don't have enough roads to transport millions and millions of freaking barrels of oil every day. Talking about train tracks, you still need fucking, forklift or whatever, or, to transfer the oil from the train onto the fucking tanker, and the train tracks needs to be close to the fucking oil tanker, and oil tanker needs to transport it to the fucking ship. It's a lot of fucking heavy labor, which is impossible. The trucks, they only hold about 55 or 80,000 gallons, I believe, right? We're talking about millions and millions of gallons of oil, a million barrels of oil. You see what I'm saying? That's in each barrel is about 42 gallons of oil. All right. So what I'm telling you, Rabbi, we looked into the transportation thing, the logistics. It's impossible.
It's not impossible.
It's impossible. The trade. No.
It's not affordable. Fine. It's not impossible. It's not affordable.
It's not feasible. Okay. So yeah, it's not feasible. That the ship holds a ship can hold as many as 2, 3, 4 million barrels of oil. You see what I'm saying? These are big ships. These are not small ships. But the issue here is on that. What you're talking about, Fujairah, the across the water, right? You have across the water on the other side, the land it actually belongs to Iran, and Iran can shoot a fucking missile directly there. It's not a big deal.
I want to be clear. You're saying that if the Saudis use the route with the UAE, that they'll be fired on by ballistic missile firing.
So Saudi Arabia and UAE, Iran will make a deal with them, pay $2 million per ship, right? And then you can get past the other thing. And I think they'll be like, it's okay. It's not a big deal. It's only $1 a barrel. We can afford it. Okay? I'm sure they can afford it. And a lot of the oil, it goes to China anyways, China and whatever. And China, Iran will work together to make a deal with Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and all of these other countries, and they'll be back on track.
So
right?
I don't think you're clear on the Trump administration's position. Anyone who does business pays that tax, they're going to confiscate the ships. You understand that?
They can't.
So of course they can. What are you talking about?
They can't.
Why won't they?
Okay, how is America going to find out about confidential dealings with Iran?
If they pass through the strip, it's an omission if they pay the tax.
No, that's not true. There's some ships, I think, from Philippines and Pakistan. I think they're doing it maybe for free. I'll have to look into that. Let me see.
No, everybody.
Look into it in Portugal as well.
The monetary system. Are they going to send the money through Bitcoin?
No, it's in Chinese yuan, I think.
Oh, that's worthless.
And there anyone who does business with Iranians and pays that tax, America will confiscate the ships and we will sell that oil our own. That's what we're going to do. So that even if you get through, first of all, you can't even get in and out. Like by this afternoon, you're not going to be able to get in and get out. So that's frozen out. Like that's frozen, right? That's why Iran is threatening strong response, right? Or forceful response if something like that happens. And it's going to happen. We're hours away.
You got too much faith in America. Do you know South Korea, China, Russia?
Deal with your black trauma, bro. Deal with trauma from slavery.
Calm down. Stop targeting on his race.
He's a tether.
Stop being fucking racist bastard.
He's a black tether.
Nah, I'm trying to help him out.
Just call black rabbi a tether.
This rabbi is an obnoxious person. He's I don't know
he's a racist bastard.
He thinks he's an Israelist. He thinks he's Israeli. Look in the mirror, Rabbi. You're black.
He doesn't have Israeli passport, but he's sitting with a fucking traitor to the nation. His name is Jonathan Pollard, the white guy with the beard. That's Jonathan Pollard, spy on America. This fucker's sitting with a spy.
Legend. I'm saying that because
Yeah, it's not a legend. It's a spy on America. You like to sit with criminals, terrorists, motherfuckers. So details. Look, Iran imposed a fee on select tankers up to $2 million for super tankers for safe passage paid in real crypto to evade sanctions. India, Pakistan, Iraq, Malaysia, and China were in talks, but no deals confirmed. Trump cited it as extortion for the U.S. blockade. So now, what I'm saying is Oman and Iran, they're probably going to work together and try to, work this out with the oil thing. Because until then, if they don't accept, then their countries are the ones that are going to be hurting. And if I was a leader of a country, and if my oil is coming through any of these fucking countries, I don't think I would mind paying $2 million. You know why? Because it calculates only up to 50 cents to $1 per barrel. It's not a big deal.
Amir, you're missing the point. Anybody who does business with Iran, those ships are not going anywhere. We're tracking them, and we're going to confiscate. It's not like
47 years. For 47 years, you guys choked Iran. You guys took the money. You guys stole money's bill. The Iranians' bill. Shut up! Shut the fucking mic off. Shut the fucking mic off.
Electricity's going to be gone soon.
This fucking guy, can you fucking shut his mic off? This asshole. He doesn't have
no travel. There'll be no bridges or highways.
Shut the fuck up.
It's okay. Let's do one mic at a time. So go on, Nasser. What do you want to say?
They have choked Iran. They have stolen Iranians' wealth for 47 years, and now everything is in Iran's hand. Now, from here on, they're gonna pay, and they have to pay with Iranian rial. They have to go find the rial, buy the rial, pay their dollar, buy the rial, and then they pay with that. And America, and right now, United States fucking can't do nothing. If they were able to do something, until now they would have done it. Now they are sitting from the far away, just barking. That's okay. They can bark all they want, and they have puppet like this motherfucker piece of shit. That baby dick suckers and come to defend that.
Society has failed you.
So we're gonna hold on a second. Hold on. Nasser, we're gonna go down that path. I need some new voices now. So Reza, you want to say something? Go on, Reza.
Hey, good morning, or good evening, good night, wherever you are. Listen, one thing is clear. Let's make it understood that Iran is Islamic Republic. Iran has always been there, will always be there. The Islamic Republic has only been here for 47 years, and they'll be gone. They're not going to stay forever. Iranians hate this regime. They can't wait to say good riddance to them. Everything else fades out. Doesn't matter what Trump or anybody else thinks. They're gonna go. Somehow they will go. They are now very much weakened, and we're just waiting for the opportunity to get rid of them. And it doesn't matter what the Pakistan.
So Reza, my question to you: how do you remove the sanctions?
The sanctions will be removed within weeks once this regime is gone.
So my next question is: do you support Reza Pahlavi?
Yes.
So how would he come about? Because now
his name is shouted in Iran. His fathers, his grandfathers. He's dead. But they were a blessing for you.
Hang on, Nasser. Please mute up, Nasser.
Let me finish. They were the only ones who brought modernism to Iran. Before that, Qajar dynasty fucked up Iran.
So I have some questions for you, Reza. I have some questions for you.
Islamic Republic came, and with the help of Carter, by the way, Jimmy Carter, Giscard d'Estaing, and
Reza, I have some questions. Reza, before you go on a monologue, I have some questions for you, okay?
I've only spoken for 1 minute, and you said
I know you're going on a monologue, which I already know. I'm aware of the history.
you're already excited about me anyway, because I know you hate Pallavi.
No. I hate IRGC and Pallavi. I hate Pallavi and the fucking IRGC. Okay.
Okay.
My question to you is America and the West has been involved in internal affairs of Iran multiple times. You agree?
It's debatable, but I agree.
After Mossadegh time, 53, you have the Sawak, which was trained by Mossad in Israel and in America, right?
You're looking at the situation very simply.
No. I want you to concede. Can you say yes?
Let me just finish my point, and then you can go.
But I don't want you to go on a monologue. It's a conversation.
It's not a monologue.
I hate monologues, bro. I have no short attention span.
This is how you shut people off and get you.
It's not shutting, but it's a conversation. I hate monologues.
It's time to people to talk. I've been listening in your room. I know how you.
Okay. What do you want to say? I'll give you 1 minute. Go.
Okay.
And then we have to have a conversation. I don't want.
Before 63, there were 20, maybe more governments. Some of them only survived 2 days. Nothing got done within those days, those years. When Shah took authority, everything came about. He built the country up. All the infrastructure that you see these days was built during his time. All of it. Before that,
Nasser, please, I need to engage with this. Nasser, please stop.
You're gonna look at books. I'm not saying my own things. Anything that was built was during his reign.
Can I add some nuance to this conversation?
Hang on, Omid, don't need to engage with this guy. I've been waiting for I want to have the conversation, but this idiot wants to fucking go on a monologue. Go and finish your stupid monologue. Go.
Fuck off.
Go finish your stupid fucking monologue, bitch.
You already
fucking coney motherfucker.
Talk to you, shit,
Go finish your fucking monologue. I wanted to have a conversation, but a bitch motherfucker like you, a mother just fucking go on a monologue. Fucking Chuni.
Please, guys, can I please?
Fucking asswipe. Please, you have to wait, bro. We have to wait.
I'm trying to calm.
Ahmed, just hang on a second. Ahmed, please. The question I had for you, right?
47 years, everybody has eaten off Iranian.
The question I had for you, the question was, there's multiple times America, West has infiltrated inside internal affairs of Iran. The question is yes or no. Just answer the yes or no. We can go to another question. I don't want to listen to your fucking monologue. I'm not here for the monologue. I charge people for about $500 an hour to listen to fucking monologue. Give me a yes or no. Did the West was involved in multiple times in internal affairs of Iran? The question is just a yes or no. Just say yes, and we know it's a yes. Dr. Mossadegh time, Sawak, the regime change. The guy came on France on a fucking plane. You had multiple times, and right now they're doing a regime. They want to do a regime change again, West. The answer is yes. Whether you say it or not, it's up to you. You want to answer it? Open up your mic. I muted everybody. Say yes. And I don't want you to go on a monologue. I don't want your fucking explanation. I don't want revisionist history. Look at these people, these motherfuckers, they make up history as we go.
Amir, can I respond?
No, I wanted to respond from Raza. I don't want to respond from you or Nasser. I want to respond from this idiot, this Raza Pahlavi scumbag that just came up. Oh my God. I'll give you 20 seconds. Unmute your mic and just say yes, so we can move to the next question. Going once, twice, 3, 4, 5. Hurry up. Come off the fucking mic and answer the goddamn question.
No, I told you already. Fuck off.
Okay. Kuni, Mother Jinde, sit in the audience. Get lost. There's no point of engaging with you. Fucking Mother Jinde. Yes, Omid, now it's on you. What were you going to say?
I really tried to add the nuance into the conversation, but it exploded before I could do anything.
Omid, my question is simple. It's very fucking simple. Has the West infiltrated multiple times inside, Iran?
Yes,
multiple times.
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Absolutely, and I think the history goes even farther than some people even think. So, if you want to understand what was Iran's biggest crime today, it's that it just wasn't a strong centralized state coming into the 20th century, right? Under the Qajars, they were humiliated time after time again under the Russians, under the British, because they didn't have a strong centralized state that could, deter those imperial powers. Russia stole Armenia and Azerbaijan and Georgia from Iran, and the British discovered oil in Iran, and they told the Qajars, okay, you have this oil here, you don't have the technology to pump it, but we'll pump it in exchange for profits. And this is what kicked off the whole Iranian, that leads to today. And essentially, when Reza Shah came into power, I won't even go back even further. I want to go back to the time of the Safavids. During the time of the Safavids, that was probably the last time Iran was a strong empire. It was a power in the region that was a center of trade. And when it became weak under the empires after, leading to the Qajars, Reza Shah saw this and believed that that Iran cannot continue in this weak centralized path. And Reza Shah, he was supported by the British, softly, not like engineered by the British, but Reza Shah, through his own will, overthrew the Qajars.
He was put there by British. It was not just he just came all of a sudden. He took over the country. No, he was put there by British. He was supported
by them.
Tell the truth. Do not twist the truth, because all it is, they can search it. They can see what was it. Don't make an ass out of yourself. If you're saying, say the truth. Don't try.
Okay, well, listen. Here's the fact of reality: is that in 1941, the British came in, invaded Iran with the Russians, and overthrew Reza Shah. Because why? Because he was against the British having a foothold in the U.S. In Iran. He became close with Germany during the World War II because he didn't want to be friends with the Soviets, or he wanted to be friends with the British, because both of these countries, he believed, fucked Iran in the past. So he became.
Omid, can I ask you something? You just say that Iran was very weak during the Qajars. How many times Iran was invaded by Russia or UK and take control over the whole of Iran? You see, during the Reza Shah, you suggest that it was a very strong government.
No, I didn't say it was a strong government.
Listen, it just take 2 days for them to invade Iran. Okay, no matter, they asked for refuge to reject the Germans people inside of the Iran. He did every single demand made by Russian and Britain, but they still invaded Iran. You trying to fool by reading history in that manner.
I'm not trying to fool myself. I'm saying the fact of the matter is, during the Qajars, the British was exploiting oil, and the Russians stole land from Iran.
Okay. Only British came with two trucks of soldiers. They said, "Okay, time to go, buddy. Let's go." It was not one shot did not fire. Nobody got hurt.
Okay.
It was gonna start. So if he was a puppet of England, basically our governments, they were a puppet of the England and the United States. Our land, our Iran was destroyed by these Pahlavis. Our 1.6 million square meters of our land was destroyed. It was given some Ararat mountains to Turkey, to Iraq, to Afghanistan. All this, our lands were gone, destroyed. It was occupied by others. They had forgiven actually.
It was occupied. It was occupied by the Soviets.
No, it was not. But they gave it to them. Ararat, the mountain Ararat. You know what Reza Shah said? Said, "Oh, we don't need the mountains. Give it to them." Really? Oh, Bahrain. Oh, you know what they said about the Amir? You know what they said about the Bahrain in the? If you Google it in the Google, you can see in YouTube. Sorry, in YouTube you can see. They said, "Oh, Bahrain is growing up as an older daughter. Now we're gonna marry the Bahrain." And now
Who said it? Who said that?
In Hoveyda. Hoveyda was the prime minister of the Iran at that time. Shah's puppet. Basically, he was whatever.
You're talking about the first Shah, right?
Yeah, and in Parliament, all the MPs, they were shouting, "No, this is part of us. Bahrain is part of our hand. We cannot let it go."
Nasser, I have a question. What do you think? What do you think? Mohammad Reza Shah. What do you think his goal was? What was his strategy?
His strategy. He was basically a dictator. He became one man show.
Nasser John, hold on a second. It made a very, very strong Iran. But what's the point?
No.
Listen, I know. Hold on a second. Let me finish from my point.
You ask
it doesn't matter what was his strategy when he was weak enough to couldn't manage that, to go through that. You understand it? Let me say something. You know the history there. Give me a second, Nasser.
No, I'm not. Because you're saying that it's not true. Just hold on a second. He asked me a question. Let me answer it. So what about this true?
I mean, can I?
Okay, one at a time, please. Okay, Nasser, just finish what you wanted to say.
You asked me a question.
Nasser, you finish, and then Mahdi, it's on you.
Sure. One thing happened. Just like right now, what happened with the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, they shot him. They were in that point. They were thinking that by shooting him, by killing him, by hitting by missiles and destroying him, the government is going to collapse. That's what their intention. What they didn't know, that this Supreme Leader, as much as I was against him, but he was very, very clever and very smart. Absolutely. He was I would say he is the Cyrus the Great for Iran, he was. At this time, for 40 years, they didn't let one square meter of Iran's land didn't go anywhere, nowhere. They saved Iran. They kept Iran from all these neighbors trying to attack or whatever, Iraq war and everything else. They kept us safe, okay? And he planned it right now that Iran is standing because of these missiles. These missiles did not happen now. These missiles planned out 30 years ago. They knew this day is gonna come. I didn't know. I was the opposite of them. I was fighting against them. I didn't know what they are doing there. I didn't know why they are some Hezbollah in Lebanon. They knew. They knew why they have the Houthis that to support them, proxies, or Hashd al-Shabi, or Fatimi. They knew why they have that. Please do not talk about it. And they knew that. They kept Iran safe. For 30 years, these missiles, they planned it, they made it, they kept it all the safe areas. They did it because for Iran, not for themselves.
Yes.
And then the United States thought that by killing one person, okay, he's one person, okay, I'll kill him and go. But they didn't know what he did. He created 31 army. For every province, they have their own army, they have their own commander, they have their own missiles.
Yes.
Everything they do independently. So government is not going to follow.
Decentralized, yes, it's decentralized.
Omid, when you come in the middle of the mic, that's not nice. Don't do that.
I'm agreeing with you.
No, I don't need you to tell me. I know I can still give
Sir, can you please land your plane? I need to give it to new people, man, please.
Okay, what I'm saying, this Pahlavi family, all of them, they destroyed Iran. They modernized it in the country. All over the world, every country, that's their job. And he stole $60 million, as he said, but is a billions. The New York Times said he stole $30 billion from Iranian people. And some others says that, like the New York Times or others, it's in there. You can search New York Times, how much Iranian shop, they stole $30 billion. And that's why his son is living with that money right now. And they destroyed, they were the worst leaders to our country. This Reza Pahlavi's father and grandfather, both of them, they were just puppet of Israel, of the United States.
Thank you. I'm going to give it to, so I'm going to say something really quick, and then I want to give it to
I was just going to give the mic to Matt.
And please don't interrupt anybody, respectfully. Omid was speaking until I think somebody interrupted Omid. So Mahdi, it's on you now. Omid said you can have the mic.
Yeah, hi. It's not very long. I mean, the problem is those guys like Omid, like others, Iranian, they learn their own history from the TV channel named Manoto. There is a specific...
I do not watch Manoto at all.
Listen, I mean, could you please control this dude? Yeah, I'm not talking about you. You know, there is a specific program there which name is Tunnel Zaman, the tunnel of time. They try to show the kind of nostalgia. You know, in advertising TV program, you see all tools in advertising. Every food is very nice. Every people's laughing. You know, they show those parts of the advertising in that program and try to make an image that every single piece of Iran was like that TV, advertising TV. So it doesn't work like that. You can't sit here and talk about that. Okay, you see, you say that Iran was very strong during the Pahlavi era, but they just invite Iran in 2 days. They can't understand it because they didn't show them in that Manoto TV. And about the Nasser, you know, Nasser is a vogue. I appreciate it. He's a very, very kind. I mean, but he was opposition by maybe 6 months ago, and now all of a sudden he woke up and became a radical supporter for Iranian government. You know, this kind of debate, it doesn't work. You have to, I mean, there is too many nuances and too many aspects to have consideration, which is to simplify it like Iran was a strong during Pahlavi or not. I mean, it's just a waste of the time.
No, Matthew, that's not what I was saying. I wasn't saying that because obviously the fact that you're right, the fact that Iran was invaded by the Soviets and the British in 1941 shows that, yeah, they were not strong. My point was what I was trying to say. And also, I want to make clear that fuck Iran International and Manoto, who tried to whitewash the past of the era of that the Pahlavi was not a paradise. I know there had many problems that people don't talk about. I want to make that part very clear. But I'm just saying that I think in compared to where we are now, it's in relative, some things are clearly worse than they were now. And on top of that, I'm
like what? Only like what?
Inflation, hyperinflation.
Okay, I accept it.
Hyperinflation and war. But I can.
Yeah, but this war was imposed on us. You know what? You say that once the hyperinflation is higher now. Listen, guys. There is all index that human development index, access to the healthcare, access to the education. In all those index, Iran is way far from what it was during Pahlavi's era. You can't compare. Iran has a very, very difficult situation, but in the most part of those developed index, Iran has a much better position right now compared to what it was during the Pahlavi's era.
Okay.
War.
You
accept that because there is nothing to say about that.
No, but like what? In what way is in a better position?
Access to the health, education, develop human develop index,
Okay, yes, I agree.
Hold on a minute.
There's a lot of advancements.
I'll try to how do you say? It's kind of very hard for me to find the word in Gini index. Yeah, Gini index and stuff like that. You can't find a single or maybe one or two index that was better during Pahlavi's era. You can't compare those things. You know what? Because people are totally mind-washed by propaganda apparatus. They didn't know that the biggest breach on the Middle East was inside of Iran, which Trump has bombed it.
Yes, but
they didn't know that. You're still very proud of the years ago, and you didn't know that there was a better built by Iranian engineer inside of Iran. And you know what? I'm going to tell you something. There was other guys, you tried to ask him question, he didn't answer it. Look at his view. He's right, there is no Middle East. There is one great Iran. You know how racistic and how dumb it can be? You bring them like them and try, I don't know, but maybe it's a point of your room. But he wrote on his bio that there is no Middle East. There is only great Iran. And you know who says that? People who try to trust that couple, Reza Pahlavi, that he can't even manage his own family, his own wife, try to come back to Iran and reduce all others country in Middle East and make it just a big, great Iran. Isn't that? Those are beyond.
Yes.
Those are misunderstanding.
But Matthew, yes, I agree with a majority of what you're saying. My only thing was what.
Oh, you can jump in afterwards, okay, Mo?
The only thing I was trying to say was the Shah overtly dependent on the U.S. Yes. In the minds of Iranians those days, did it look like Shah was giving up Iranian sovereignty and losing his legitimacy? Absolutely, yes. And I'm not trying to justify, but I'm just saying the only reason he felt he needed to do that was so Iran, if you become enemies with the U.S., you're gonna bring hell upon to Iran.
You tried to say that Mohammad Reza Pahlavi was a great guy, was a kind guy.
No, I'm not saying that.
I accept it.
Listen,
I accept it. Listen, I accept it. He was a very nice, very kind, very sophisticated. Not sophisticated, but he was better than his son. Okay.
100%.
But he couldn't manage it. Every year I have a New Year resolution. But when I can't bring it to the reality, it doesn't matter how good I am. I have too many good wishes for my uncle, my homeland. But when I can't manage it, when I can't bring it to reality, what's the point?
Yes. No, that's a fair point.
I think Mo wants to jump in. Mo, it's on you. And Mo, Alan, hang on a second. Alan wrote a whole bunch of stuff in the chat. Do you mind responding to that as well, Mo? See if it's accurate or not, because earlier Ellen had to tell him about the Dr. Mossadegh thing, and hopefully, he did look into it a little bit. And go on.
Okay, guys, what I just wanted to point out, and then I go to Alan and about dissolving the parliament. Maybe it comes as a new fact for these guys keep talking about dissolving the parliament. Maybe, I mean, both of you, Mehdi and Omidar, kind of in my friend list. I think the fallacy over here is we try to ignore history and different part of history. So all these political figures have changed throughout the history, and I think although Mohammad Reza Shah was brought back by Americans toward the end of his life, he tried to make Iran independent. He had some ideas. However, how successful he was, we can evaluate it. So I really think we shouldn't factor history and just look at the people as a whole and say this guy was throughout like this. No, I think there has been a lot of fluctuation, ups and downs in the persona, people. Same goes to the Reza Khan, same goes to the Qajar dynasty, figures like Agha Muhammad Khan, Fath Ali Shah, Nasruddin Shah, Kamran Mirza, Abbas Mirza, and so on and so forth. So let's be to portray or to understand those political figures better. We need to say at what time, like in the 50s, in the 60s, in the 70s. So for instance, if you look at the Nepal freedom, you have a too dark period at the time of Shah. It becomes a little bit looser toward the end of it, when revolutionaries are moving on from the regime, and they want a new model of government. So maybe this can help us in future when we are discussing about that. Regarding Mossadegh, yes, Mossadegh dissolved the parliament. And the main reason to dissolve the parliament was that he didn't want the parliament to hinder and block the process for nationalizing the oil. And unfortunately, at that time, we didn't have very good parliament and goes both to right wing and left wings, let's say the Houthi and even pro-king people presented, occupying a seat in the parliament. Do you know what was the last resolution of the parliament in the pre-board? I think it was 2024 by Macron. Macron dissolved the parliament. He thought French people didn't vote when the right could win. So dissolving parliament is one of the leverages that any government and any head of government can use for certain reasons. And Mossadegh used that leverage just like Matt did 1 year ago. Just like the same thing happened in God knows, Bulgaria was another one. So don't say Mossadegh, if Mossadegh was a dictator becoming a parliament, and parliament which was blocking to nationalize our oil, and even some people crying, if the southern oil is, look how terrible was the situation. The rogue arm of parliament was advocating to have the oil for Brits, and the leftists at that time were crying in the parliament that if the oil is, if the southern oil is there for Brits, why does northern oil is not for the Soviets? You see how hard was the situation for Mossadegh to deal with that. And it should be really rational. Also, I think if we check, guys, if you have time, we can check how many parliaments in new and modern world has been involved. I think it wasn't Keir Starmer. Maybe Sunak also did something similar. But France, I'm 100% sure.
Go to the unfair investment was. Look, the idea of nationalizing the oil was Iran. This oil belonged to Iran, and a lot of pro open market people nowadays, with the lens of free market, are talking about we would have been better off because there has been investment. It wasn't the case. The free market makes sense when all parties have more or less sitting on a strong seat and can negotiate. This, if the seats are not strong, then the stronger some dictate what's gonna be. Iranian cheap labor was working there. Don't tell me, they brought investment, they found the oil so they can use it. No, Iran was heavily underdeveloped country. That money helped even look at the outcome of the nationalizing the oil. Those money helped Iran to rebuild its defense capability. Shah rebuilt his army, and Iran and Tehran got developed. A lot of the other guy was saying most of the infrastructure was at the time of Mohammad Reza Shah, which is untrue, but a lot of it was built at the time of Mohammad Reza Shah was due to this money coming, with the flow of the money coming in through the oil. And we could dictate to the world, even Shah went heads up to the world and said, together with OPEC, that now we want to dictate the price of the oil. We don't want you to dictate the price of the commodities. So it's the enemies of Mossadegh want to portray a dictator who was legally overthrown by the help of Americans. However, the coup, even in a CIA document, is CIA call it coup d'etat. They call it quasi-legal in their unclassified documents. And I don't understand Iranians who want to say, no, it wasn't a coup. It was bringing back the Shah. Yeah, I land my plane here and let's continue conversation.
Exactly, Mo. That was a very good description and summary of the past 30 some of the years that led to the revolution. No, that's the whole point that I was trying to make. Like, I'm not trying to say that the Shah was this amazing leader, like these monarchists who unconditionally support him and he was the best thing that happened to her. No, I'm trying to say, bring the nuance into the conversation, the things that he was, what he was trying to do, the things he was doing right, the things he was doing wrong, what led to his downfall, and on a bigger scale, on a bigger picture, what I'm trying to say is that the revolution that overthrew him was, of course, done by the people. The people were upset for I think the biggest downfall of the Shah was the unequal distribution of the wealth that people could clearly see. He prioritized Tehran, Esfahan, Shiraz, just the big cities, and all of the poorer people from the poorer cities had received almost nothing. And as a result, a lot of them migrated into the bigger cities, and then they could see the wealth gap up close. And that ultimately was, that of course combined with the Mossadegh coup, that they never forget that the U.S. put the Shah in power. All of that combined, and Khomeini rallying around the crowd, was ultimately what led to the revolution. But another thing that I wanted to bring up is that you also can't ignore that towards the end of the Shah's rule, the Shah made it very, very clear that he did not want to be the client state of the U.S. He said, I'm not here to be your stooge, and in the standard of living in Iran in 10 years' time will surpass Britain, and in 20 years we will surpass the U.S. And the Shah also started Iran's nuclear program, and even hinted at the idea that he might pursue nuclear weapons or whatever. Not so much that was a big deal, but the whole point is that the U.S. is starting to see this so-called ally in Iran becoming more and more powerful and openly saying, I'm not here to be your puppet or to be dependent. And then when they see this grassroots revolution happening in Carter comes around and says, like, hey, Mr. Shah, you should start observing human rights, you know? Meanwhile, you know, Saudi Arabia is not observing human rights at all. And my point being is that the West let the revolution happen, and they let him fall because they feared Iran becoming more powerful and independent.
Yeah, that was a very good point. Excuse me. You have to say to the Pahlavi supporter, forget about the coup. You know, Mohammad Reza left the country on demand of the USA and UK. The day he was leaving Iran, the how to say? Oh my God, Safir چی شد?
Safir?
Hold on. Ambassador of the U.S. waiting on the entrance of the Iran place and asked too many times that you're gonna be late. You know how humiliating can be. The day the sovereign of the country like Iran going to flee from his own homeland, from his country, from his throne, and was meeting by the U.S. ambassador in entrance how to say entrance of his own palace, and he asked him, "You're gonna be late." You know, guys, forget about the Moscow. That is way more humiliating than the coup. To interfere the day the sovereign, the monarch of the country from his own country.
Yes, I can agree to that to an extent. Mo, Shimon, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, actually, you know, Mahdi, we are talking about the latest, the late Pahlavi, the late, let's say the last years of Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. Like, how to say, think of him as a super independent power as we see, for instance, the late of the Islamic Republic. So this comparison is wrong. However, I think the best comparison is... No, I'm just clarifying my position. No, my position is Shah started to become like a swing state, like Turkey nowadays, which buys S-400 from Russia, at the same time is a NATO. Shah tried to find a way between the gaps. However, still Shah heavily relied on America. And the biggest backstab that Shah received was from America as well. I agree. I didn't claim Shah became independent. Shah started to take a step toward independence and move toward being a swing state nowadays that we have, I don't know, like Turkey, Brasilia, countries that try to survive between this new world order. And the Shah wanted that type of policy. However,
I understand you, Mom.
And his failure
I'm totally agree with you, Mom. Listen.
And then his failure was he heavily relied on the security on America.
Yes.
And that was the biggest mistake.
When I bring up those kind of history, it's not my point to humiliate him. You know what? He as a monarch, he as a sovereign of my country, I have total respect for him. You know, when I bring up those kind of history, I'm trying to make a perspective of the and foreign country, foreign power, the level of the interfering to our own country and our politics, domestic politics. I'm not trying to humiliate him. God forbidden, even this cuckold, Reza Pahlavi, if God forbidden, he became the sovereign, the head of the state of Iran, I have fully respect for him. God forbidden, this cuckold became that position. I'm not trying to humiliate Muhammad Reza Pahlavi or even his father's Reza Pahlavi, even Ahmad Shah, which was one of the weakest kings during Iran's history. I'm trying to realizing how the level of the interference of the foreign power in Iran's domestic policy. This is what we have to be against them. As an Iranian, other people as a U.S. citizen might be delighted by this kind of interfering. But we Iranians, we're not supposed to accept those kind of interfering.
No, I think one of the biggest thing that the Islamic Republic has accomplished, or at least in their minds, they believe they accomplished, was giving Iran complete and total independence, complete and total sovereignty, even at the cost of war and sanctions and resistance. At the end of the day, so the Shah believed if you want Iran to become a great nation, you have to sacrifice a little bit independence and become a powerful economy. And then the Islamic Republic, Khomeini came along and said, no, fuck that. If Iran is to be a powerful country, it must resist the West at all time, at any cost, and expel them completely from the region. Because a lot of the people who participated in the revolution, they don't just remember the 1953 coup. They also remember England invading Iran and with Russia in 1941. And they also remember losing territory to Russia in the 1800s under the Qajars. So they have this long historical memory of imperial powers always tampering with Iran, always containing Iran. When the revolution happened, the revolutionary said, "As enough, no to the west, no to the east, faqat Iran, only Iran."
Are you Muslim, Mohammed?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. So Ellen wrote in the chat, Ellen, not all money is good money. Respectfully, if a country doesn't want to do business with America, I think they should have the right to have a free will. America cannot go into every country and try to dictate terms and conditions, what they can and cannot do. America shuts them their side of the border. But doesn't
Well, Amir, I think that's a very convenient position to take after the West has invested billions of dollars to build up the infrastructure, which then gives you the financial resources and technical ability to say, we don't need you anymore. I mean, I looked it up in today's. Now listen, I'll give you the concession. I'll give you the concession up front, so we're clear.
Give me a concession every 2 seconds.
All right. So not to sound like a hard ass up front, okay? Do you remember the TV show, The Beverly Hillbillies?
Yeah.
Okay. So for those who don't know, the main character is a hillbilly. He lives in the mountains and he discovers oil on his property. So he signs an agreement with the oil company. They give him royalties and he moves to Beverly Hills. But the whole comedy of the show was the fact that he was still a hillbilly and knew nothing about the rich people. But it is very common at the beginning of an agreement that the
side or the entity that invests the most money so that the whole industry can be created gets the most amount of royalties. Now, it would be fair to say that perhaps those uneven royalties went on too long. I will grant you that point. But the fact is, when England entered the Iranian market, and I looked this up, they didn't have the technical expertise, they didn't have the financial ability. There was no way Iran could have created the Iranian oil industry on its own. Without without England at least, and later America, it would not be the Iran that it is today. It would not have the money it is today.
How much we should pay for that service?
Okay,
Can
well,
I ask the respond?
Mahdi, that's a very good question. And I grant you, as I said in the beginning, perhaps the fact that it was uneven, perhaps it went on too long. Okay?
They had the monopoly of producing oil for more than 100 years. You see, is it not enough? Is it not enough? You know, all the contracts.
Let him finish.
I'm not arguing with you. What I did, I read a lot of things, Amir. Okay, you've respected me enough on this stage for me to invest time in this. I read a lot of things, but what I did find out is that after before that, I forget, the AIOP or whatever it was called. After that, in 54, they created the consortium, and there were several countries involved. And one of the things the Shah insisted on is that the Western companies train Persians, Iranians, whatever term you prefer, to train them to replace their Western operators. Because during the what's called the coup, when England pulled out, oil production in Iran dropped by significantly because there was no one to run.
So
by, I think it was 1973, the Shah had completely replaced the Western technicians, the Western engineers with Iranian ones. So then when the war happened and some refineries were bombed by Iraq, Iran was able...
Ellen, I would have to correct you on certain oil thing that you're giving the facts.
Okay, correct me.
I actually just pulled up on my perplexity. Iran had long known of its oil seeps and used petroleum products, asphalt and naphtha for millennia before 1900, but lacked modern industrial extraction and production technology until British involvement. Pre-1900 history, ancient Persia, 500 BC, hand-dug wells for oil and shush under Darius, used for medicine, bitumen lamps. Medieval surface collection for export to Europe via Russia. 19th century, failed early concessions. 1890s, the Imperial Bank, Russian Qajar attempts yield no commercial drilling. British role, William Knox Darcy, 1901, concession led to first major discovery in 1908, Masjid Suleiman, an Anglo-Persian oil coal, 1909, introducing refineries. No large-scale production existed prior. So they did have the oil. You can't,
No, I'm not saying they didn't have the
These Persians were smart. They were smarter than British.
Yeah. I'm not saying they didn't know the oil was there, but with I'm trying to find the figures, what it was. Let me look back. But by 1950, let me see. It was something like, oh crap. Let me. Okay, primate blockade. I'm going back to the. Yeah, I mean at the time of the block. Oh yeah, from 51 to 53. They had been producing 242 million barrels in 1950 to just 10.6 million barrels by 1952. Yes, so the difference there, yes, they knew there was oil. They knew how to get it out at a small scale. But to get it out, and one of the things I remember is they said, the refinery, how do you pronounce it? No, I'm not. The biggest refinery there was the most modern refinery in the world at that time. Yeah, I mean, it was one of those things that the West had the technical and financial expertise to draw those resources out. And again, now we get to a point, and it's not only Iran this has happened with. It happened in India, it's happened into a bunch of other countries, where at a certain point, the country says, hey, okay, you've had your fun, it's now our turn to take this over. And I get that. And from what I understand, that was once the Shah came back after the Mossadegh, and after the Shah returned back to power, he made that possible. As far as the other political stuff, look, all I can say is it's typical of bullshit. And yes, the CIA was involved, but when you compare it to all the other crap that was going on at the time, I'm sorry, my impression from reading it is it's just typical political BS, and it became very convenient to make it sound like the U.S. Was entirely responsible for it. One of the things I read is that, that Mossadegh was democratically elected.
Oh, you can jump in. You want to engage with them? You can jump in.
Well, no, I'll land with this. He was democratically elected, but then at a certain point, he dissolved the parliament. Now, how are you going to fire him if there's no power? If he made it conveniently dissolve the parliament so nobody can take him out of power? I mean, that's just more political BS. But look, I get it. At a certain point, there was a sense, there was a movement in Iran that it's like, okay, these are our resources. We want to control them.
And I see your point, but first of all, can I Amir go in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Alan, again, dissolving the parliament was one leverage, and as I said, Macron in France did it 2 years ago. It's a leverage that Prime Minister had. And maybe just to let you know, there was a resignation of 45, 50, some number like that of the parliament members, which disqualified the Majlis. And then there was a referendum back in a few days before, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks before. I need to check that, okay. But whoever has access right now can check it because I'm on the go. There was a referendum 2-3 weeks before the coup, coup d'etat, and there was a mass resignation of the parliament members, which disqualified the Congress itself. And the main reason for Mossadegh was they were hindering and they were sabotaging what Mossad, the process to nationalizing the oil. I think Americans did a mistake after World War II, and I would like to expand that mistake. First of all, Americans started to define and analyze everything in the context of the Cold War. It might be interesting for you to know that
I agree with that.
Even Ho Chi Minh wrote for who was Eisenhower, who was the president of US. He wrote to Eisenhower, I guess, that you Americans can help us to gain our independence. So a lot of, even Mossadegh, the perception of the world, our world, like Middle East and Vietnam and all other countries under pressure or aggression of Imperial England, about America is a freedom fighting force. We believe that. However, and Mossadegh thought America can be an ally because America freed Europe. America was advertising the democracy, free market and stuff. However, American politicians at that time did a very big mistake. And the mistake was they evaluated everything in the context of Cold War. And that helped, that forced a lot of powers, even Ho Chi Minh, to fall in the arms of Soviets. Even this pushed Mossadegh to get closer to the party. So we shouldn't really ignore this fact that Americans made a big miscalculation that costed countries themselves, us, and countries as Iran, such this high toll. So fair about that, and do not ignore this fact that Americans did this miscalculation.
Seems like America has. Can I add a point? Can I just add a point? Excuse me. You know what? You know, with all due respect, Mr. Who was that man? Did he live there around? What was his name? Alan. Did he left the room? That's not nice. You know what? Anyway, you know, the problem is the mindset. You know, the colonialist mindset. The approach to the game is not like a win-win situation. The colonialistic mindset is a zero-sum game. Whatever you win is my loss. That's the problem. You know, Iran was, okay, they helped, or they, you know, when the European invent America, they could, same thing. You know, you have too many buffalo and you don't know how to use them. Because we know how to use them, then it has to be all. Your land is supposed to be for all. So that's a colonialistic mindset. They didn't say that. Okay, you know, we find as Ami correct him, we didn't. I mean, we used oil for 1,000 years before Britons come to England, to Iran, to the south part of the Iran. You know, there is a Naft Shah, which literally means oil city. The oils come up to the surface by its own. So Iranians know existence and some beneficial of the oil. Okay, they came to Iran, they find how to industrialize oil, and they made the contract with Iran as for 70 years or 60 years, they have all with a certain amount of the money they give to the chain, they win for 60 years our benefits from our oil. But after that, they weren't happy. They wouldn't say that after that they made the others contract, which was maybe 100 deals of the benefits come to the Iran. This is not a win-win situation. You know, the greedy, is it greedy? What is it? Greed. So, greedy, okay. It's the greedy which is their own enemy. You know, the mindset, you know, as the French still get the colonialist tax from Africa, even 100 years after they leave Africa with a lot of violence. You know, this mindset is a cancer of the modern history. The approach is not, okay, you know, we help you to industrialize oil, we're gonna have a 50-50 of this beneficial. They says, what is your win is our loss, is a non-zero sum game for their mindset. And while they say, okay, you can't just kick our ass out of Iran because if it wasn't because of us, you wouldn't know anything about them using oil in your own country. You have to accept our existence and accept our interfere in your own politics. You know, that's a cancer of this new era of time. Thank you.
You know, other than that, I think America. I don't know if you remember this Occupy Wall Street. Do you remember, guys, the movement Occupy Wall Street? And one of the slogans in that time, which really, how to say, it resonated with me, was the slogan that was saying, "America did the same." America did the same thing to democracy that Soviet did to socialism. I think that they really have done that. They have become super, the capitalism factor, the blind imperialistic capitalist factor of American investment throughout history is kind of very obvious. Back in the days, probably they could wrap it and frame it as a democracy, bringing democracy. But especially now at the time of Trump, they are not hiding it at all anymore. They are just there to concur, to win. Trump shamelessly says that we are there for Iranian oil. We went to Venezuela for the oil. And that's exactly a signal of fall of America for me. And really that slogan stayed with me, and I really America did the same thing that the communists did to the socialism. They become just follows the benefits and interests of elites or top 1% of America, and not only inside the U.S. border but also outside of the U.S. border, and that's a key factor. Which we need to consider when we are analyzing U.S. interference in different countries.
With all due respect, did you hear what I said? Or you just
Mahdi, my phone.
In addition,
I heard the beginning of it, and then my phone died. I apologize.
Okay, you know what?
Yeah.
I have to repeat it because I don't like that.
Let me just say this. Let me tell you what.
No, you haven't heard my point. Listen,
yeah, I heard part of it.
You have to hear my point. Then
yeah,
I'm going to listen. I don't like that imperialistic mindset, Alan. That you say what you want to say and just leave it. And just come back and try to make another point. Just listen. Just leave your colonialistic mindset. Alan, you have to leave your colonialistic mindset. Alan, listen to others' point. You're not the God on the world. You have to change your mindset to the win-win situation.
I want to
calm down, Mahdi. Calm down, man.
Yeah, I want to hear your point.
I mean, am I supposed to
Mahdi, my phone died.
Okay, I'll give you the mic. His phone died. He wants to come back and listen to you. So go and speak, Mahdi.
I just want to tell you what I heard when my phone was dying. You were talking about England and you were talking about Eisenhower. And okay.
No, you totally
please
missed it.
continue. I wasn't
All right.
trying to.
You know, Alan, I'm gonna tell you. You know, the problem is your colonialistic mindset. I'm sorry for other listeners. I have to repeat it, but it's very important for people like you to leave this kind of mindset. You know, the people like you went to the Indian and just say that you have too many resources and you don't know how to use that, and that is because we have to colonializing you for 400 years. You know, this is not a right. Your mindset is not a win-win situation. Your mindset is a zero-sum game, which means that even your win, my win, is your loss. You know, you have to change it. You can't just say that because Iran. I'm here. Fact about the history of oil in Iran, but even we didn't know anything about the oil. You have to accept that it has to be a win-win situation. You can't just take the 100% as a benefit and just throw a bit of less than 100 deals of this beneficial to the other nation and say that's enough for you. And if you try to complain about that, we're gonna do very, very harsh and hard about you. We're gonna coup it up. We're gonna make a coup against you. We're gonna do a revolution against you. We're gonna do war against you. This is the mindset that people like you, the white people who try to colonize every single corner of the world. And if they
keep in mind, he's Armenian, okay? Keep in mind, he's from Middle East as well.
Okay, but it doesn't matter. Even Iranian has that mindset. Did you remember that Omid was in the state that says there is no Middle East, there is just a big, great Iran? It doesn't matter where you come from. When you have a colonialist, I mean, I have to say that's a piece of shit that was worse than even white people to have a colonialist mindset, because they can't even bring up his imagination to reality.
Maybe he was just trolling, Mahdi. He was just trolling, man.
No,
I heard it from Taco as well. Taco was trolling as well.
Yes, I mean, there are people who think like him. No matter he's from Iran, from Armenia, from Arab part of the world, from Africa. But okay, this part of mindset is mainly come from the Europeans people, because they did that the worst during the history. But even a man from the Armenia can have this kind of mindset. Thank you.
All right, I don't even know how to connect the dots to.
Yeah.
But anyways, Alan, I hope you learned something new.
Yeah.
I hope I taught you something new today about Mossadegh. You can see it to the cool.
Yeah, I mean, look, a couple of things I got out of it is this. First of all, England has been an asshole to everybody. That's been clear. And part of what I learned is the fact that, you know, Truman was like, no, I don't want to get involved in Iran's internal politics. But then Eisenhower came in, and by the time Eisenhower was president, the idea of the Soviet threat and the Cold War was heating up. So Eisenhower's like, and England knew this, so England said, look, you got to watch out. The communists are starting to gain traction in Iran, which in some ways they were, in some ways they weren't. But that was the way that England played the United States to induce the United States to get involved the way they did. I mean, because, you know, all of that was just starting, and Eisenhower's like, well, we can't let that happen. So, I mean, it just all got very convoluted at that point. I mean, the only point I want to say is that, you know, look, we we can all be very prideful. But I'm going to relate this. The simplest way I can look at it is that when and you see this, it's not just with oil, it's in any business. If you have resources, for example, I'll use the Hollywood example. Say you're an actor, and this may sound stupid, but this happens all the time. You're an actor, you're very talented, but nobody knows who you are. When you first start working, you get paid nothing. Because other people, movie studios, producers, directors, are all investing millions of dollars based on the fact that you have talent. They make you a star. After 5 or 10 years, you can then start demanding more money, and you demand more control, and then you see, you know this, you see the actors become producers on their own films because they now have the money and the resources and the clout and the power to make demands upon the studios. It's that way in Hollywood, it's that way in business, it's that way in everything. And like I said when I started, at a certain point, it became unfair for England to be taking so much money and not being fair to Iran in how much they were taking, how much money they were giving Iran for that oil and vice versa, and how much they were keeping for themselves. It's clear from they were paying them, it was the 16% error it was called, but then they were making them pay taxes, so Iran was getting practically nothing. That should have ended sooner. And the fact that England didn't do that created the environment in which Iran said, okay, fuck this shit. They could have avoided that, but they got greedy. I admit, I grant you all of that. But I want to also acknowledge the fact that they did, it was in today's dollars, billions of dollars that they invested. And for most of that to come in and say, well, we are going to take all of that, screw you, was equally as unfair. I'll land there.
Can I just add a comment? I mean, it was a very short comment. The European and American are making a greater mistake right now. Because of their own greed, they can accept Iran as the greatest ally at the moment. Iran, your mic is open, Alan. Oh, it's all right. Iran could be the greatest ally in the world order right now for the Western country. But they can't accept it, The mindset is that Iran and country like that, it has to be undergrade, the second hand or maybe third sort of the countries. Iran couldn't make it because we have a conflict of interest with Russia. We can't Iran has a population of the most pro-Western culture in the Middle East. Iranian kind of, I don't know, is stupidity. I call it as a stupidity, but they're not very pro.
Mahdi, that's not relevant to what he said. Where are you going with this? We're talking about. You're going nowhere, bro. Respectfully, you always do this.
I understand.
You're derailing the conversation. We're talking about the Mossadegh time, and Alan made a claim. Alan made a point that it wasn't unfair when British. We were talking about Mossadegh, bro. Hello. Can we come back to fucking Mossadegh?
Yes.
Yeah. We're not going anywhere else. You're making a whole bunch of stupid points, bro. Respectfully.
Just let me 10 seconds.
Bro, I don't want to go anywhere else. Thank you.
I'm not going anywhere.
You're going everywhere. You're all over the place.
No, listen. I try to explain the mindset, which is they are.
We're not talking about the mindset. Screw the mindset. Alan is from Middle East. He's Armenian.
I don't care where this come from.
It's okay. It's okay. Leave it. Fuck the mindset. Fuck the mindset, bro. I want to talk about something else. Alan, the point that you made about the now the big question is, which one holds more weight? The person that oil belonged to, right? The entity, which was Iran, it was theirs from the jump. Just because British invested a whole bunch of money in equipment or whatever, it doesn't make it theirs. You see what I'm saying? And then the people that the oil, I mean, if you were to put both of them on the scale, people that are Iranians versus outside entity coming in and just invested money, and the Shah allowing British to freaking steal or sell the oil or whatever, without the consent of the people living on the land, which one holds more weight? You see what I'm saying, Alan? So you got to look at it from the people that live on that land.
And I understand that point. And to go back to my analogy, back to the Hollywood analogy. I mean, it's funny because every Hollywood movie star pisses and moans about their early career and what they had to sacrifice. And yet privately they will acknowledge, if it wasn't for that particular, if it wasn't for this person or that person who not only believed in me but invested financially in my career, I would have never become a movie star. Now, it's not a one-to-one.
Well, you were a movie star before?
No, God, no.
You live in Los Angeles, I mean, might as well.
I know. Please, no, don't wish that upon me.
You know, there's a lot of big shots that live in, what is it, Glendale or something.
Oh, yeah.
Some of them are into movie business.
Yeah, of course.
I know a friend of mine from Armenia, and I won't tell you the name, but he's a big shot.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean it's because and part of this is that we're all judging. Who knows what the people in I forget what 1905 or whatever the year the British came in. Who knows what they were thinking? Who knows? At that point, it's like, let's take the deal because we can always change it later. The main, we can't second guess that. But I mean, I do want to. Well, look, I do want to say this, Mahdi. I agree with you, and that was one of about the Iran can become one of the greatest allies in the region. I made that point earlier. I believe, now I can't predict this for sure, but I believe if things go well and we whether it's a regime change or not, though I think that the change of the regime would be better, lead to a better result. But regardless, if things go well, if we end out at the end of all of this, that absolutely Iran could become a greater partner in the Middle East, and it would minimize Israel's influence over the area. And I think that would be a win for everyone.
Not with this, if you started with the regime change. Every single change inside Iran has to be made by Iranian. And you know what Kissinger says about that? He says that to be enemy with the American is very dangerous. but to be friend with American is deadly. You know, you have to change that.
Wait a second, I didn't hear the words. To be an enemy is what?
To be an enemy to the, I mean, I know the phrase in Farsi, I didn't read it in English, but it was like that. To be a friend, to be an enemy with America is very, very dangerous. But to be the kind of friend with America is deadly. I can't search it.
It's fatal. It's fatal. Yeah.
It's fatal. It's true. It's true, Alan. He says that. And he's true. Look at the other allies the U.S. had. You know what they are doing with the Kuwait, with the Qatar? They don't give a shit about them. You know, the
Frankly, they are not American allies. They are just subject to states.
Yeah, but they're not allies. But they try to be a friend with America. You know, you miss the point. You miss the point of the Kissinger's point. You know, they say if you try to be enemy with America, it's very dangerous. But if you try hard to become a friend with them, it's fatal. It's deadly. You know, I don't care if they ally or friend. They try to be friends with them, but they can't. They don't accept it. And look at Alan. Alan says that it has to start with a regime change to become a good ally with USA. Why? Who says that? Regime change according who? You know, you are if you are managed to make a regime change in Iran, why you're not going like 50 years ago to become to interfere in Iran's politics, no domestic policy? You have to accept that no matter which regime is on the charge, you have to cooperate with them in a win-win situation.
No, that
you just forget, Alan, about the regime change mentality. Just forget about that.
Well, look, that was me inserting my own opinion. But Trump has even said, look, I don't that he's not necessarily looking for a regime change, you know. So, yeah, he doesn't require it. He's looking for specific things at this point. So, yeah, it's not necessary.
You know, the mindset is after 100% how to say that submission. If you're looking for submission for capitulation, then we are not allied to you. You know, ally is like that UK and England. You know, we have a kind of equal value in our mind. If you are going after regime change, then you are not to the cooperation. You are about to surrounding. You are about to capitulating. And in capitulation, people don't make an ally. People just make slave.
Well, I appreciate your thoughts on this, Mahdi. And again, I my phone died. I was like, oh, this is bad.
He's all right, man. He's all right.
You know, but yeah. Anyways, thanks, Amir.
It's not all right. It's not right. We need to bring Alan to justice. We need to set up a courthouse on Clubhouse, and we need to bring it to justice.
Now I'm worried, Amir.
I mean, why you don't appreciate me at your stage? You don't even follow me back, you know? You follow back every single person, but
I don't follow every single person. I don't follow everybody.
Do you have any beef against me?
There's no problem with me. There's no beef. You like to be all over the place. I don't like the all over the place. I like you to track the conversation.
No, it wasn't all over the place. You said
it's all over the place. It's all over the place. Every time you speak, You're all over the place. I had to stop you yesterday, day before yesterday. You cannot track the conversation. We're trying to talk about North. You take the conversation to the South. Which I don't like that.
Your rules, I accept it. Okay, you have to. You can't interrupt.
Yeah, I want people to track the conversation. So if the conversation, if Alan was making a point about Dr. Basentek and he said I lost and Amir won, then you have to start the conversation about, okay, Alan, you lost. You're a loser. Amir's the winner, and that's it. That's how you do it.
Alan, you're such a dictator, Amir. You're just like the Ayatollah.
What does he say?
To get the CIA to remove you as moderator.
He's Ayatollah Amir. He just.
No, Chilov. Who wants? Who lose?
Amir, Amir won and Alan lose.
So Alan, have you seen those new AI videos? How they're trolling the fuck out of what's his name, Trump? You should watch the AI videos.
From Iran.
Yeah, the Lego videos. Those are funny as fuck. They're trolling the shit out of Donald Trump.
No, I haven't seen.
And he's losing his shit. Like there's like 5 or 10 of them.
That's funny.
Yeah, and these are Lego videos, like literally on the Strait of Hormuz,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll check them.
Trump and doing a whole bunch of stupid shit,
I think I've seen the baby Trump videos. Yeah, they're fun.
Yeah, they're made out of, I think, Lego.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen, like, some of, like, what was it? I forget.
One of them was about that Trump was about to plant the bomb. He plants a bomb on an oil field or whatever.